Pour some more coffee here.
All right. I wanted to start off with a little quote and see what we think of it, because it's interesting. I was reading it while your computer was crashing. Was Plotinus one of a group organized on the globular Sephiroth when he was thrice united with God while still in his body? It is by sorrow and labor, by love of all living things, and by a heart that humbles itself before the ancestral light, and by a mind whose power and beauty and quiet flow through without end, that men come to adeptship, and not by the multiplication of petty formulae.
Nice.
What do you think of that?
I like that.
That is by W.B. Yeats from, I believe, some of his, I'm not sure if that's part of his published or unpublished notes, but I've been reading The Unicorn, which is pretty far out book, because the author basically had a field day when Regardie's rituals got published and said, hey, I can now take those rituals and assume that Yeats went through them and write about that. And of course, the irony, of course, is that those probably aren't exactly how it was for him, but she went and wrote this massive book, which academics love to talk about because it's just a very far out spiritual interpretation of W.B. Yeats. And of course, I love talking about W.B. Yeats. So I thought we'd start with a little word from someone close to both our hearts, hopefully. And welcome, Lenny, to MAGICk Without Fears, Hermetic podcast. You're in sunny Edinburgh.
Close. I'm in sunny Livingston in Scotland.
Okay. Yeah. Not Edinburgh.
It's not far from Edinburgh.
Suburbs, sort of. All right. Yeah. Edinburgh is still remains one of my favorite cities of all times. Like Prague, Edinburgh. The castle was uncleaned when I was there. It was before it was cleaned, so it had a very dark Gothic look in '97. The main Edinburgh just dark, and it was like, whoa. And so we hung out there a lot and climbed the hill where the thistles are. I had a thistle in my notebook from there for 25 years later, until the notebook got lost, and slid down that hill and went through the stinging nettles, which I'd never encountered in my life before. So I was like, ow, what's that? And my Scottish friend was like, oh, you're fucked.
Right, we have stinging nettles all over the place in Europe. I mean, it's all over the place in the UK. It's all over the place back in Denmark, and it's a fantastic medicinal herb, but it's an obnoxious weed in Europe, and people rip them up all over the place because they just want to get rid of them, right?
Yeah.
But it's a fantastic medicinal herb.
I've had nettle tea, and I think you can make soup out of it even.
You can.
Yeah.
You can actually.
Crazy Scots. But you're not Scottish.
Crazy Danes too.
Yeah.
We used to make nettle soup back in the day too. That was before my time, but it's something I heard a lot. I heard a lot about it from my grandparents, about nettle soup. I don't recall if I've ever had it though. I might have had it once when I was a kid, just for fun. And my grandma might have made it for me at one point. I seem to have some kind of vague recollection of that, but I do remember that my grandparents spoke about it. So it was definitely before my time. It wasn't popular when I was a kid. I'm not that old.
No. Thankfully, you're not that old yet. That's a Masonic ring you're wearing. And I think we are going to talk a lot about Freemasonry today. And I guess I think one of the first things a lot of people are curious about that has fascinated me from our many conversations is the role that Edinburgh and Scotland play in Freemasonry. That is sometimes, it's well known and even celebrated. I mean, that's why we have the Scottish Rite. But I think it's not quite known how pivotal Scotland has been to the development of Freemasonry. For example, how early the first Masonic halls and temples and groups have been around. I was a believer in the sort of the bourgeoisie above the pub in the 18th century story, which is quite popular. But you know more about this, so maybe you could start off by describing what you've hinted at to me in the past about the illustrious background of Edinburgh and Lodge Zero, if that's what you call it, and all of that sort of stuff, so people know the depths that we're going to plumb.
All right. Well, I'd be happy to. Well, as I've mentioned to you before, when you and I have just been talking about it privately, and also what you touched upon right now, that classical tale about Freemasonry started in England in the 18th century, in the early 18th century, right? With these 4 lodges that came together at the Goose and Gridiron Tavern and, at that pub, and then decided to create the first Grand Lodge. Now, it's true if you say, well, the first Grand Lodge of Freemasonry was established that way in London. But that's hardly the beginning of Freemasonry. And that's the story that's usually spun. That was how Freemasonry began, but that's not the case. Actually, Freemasonry has its origins. I mean, if we just for a second ignore the origins, looking at medieval stonemasonry and so on, we can get into that a bit later. But what we trace back, and that's not just us as Scottish Freemasons, that's academics as well who are not Freemasons, but historians who just find Masonic history particularly interesting and fascinating. And it has been agreed upon by these academics that the beginnings of what has now come to be known as Freemasonry, those beginnings are found in Scotland. And they date back to what we call the Shaw Statutes that were originally written by William Shaw, the King's Master of Works, back in 1598 and 1599. They were originally written in 1598, and then there was a revised edition in 1599. That's a longer, more complicated story that I'm sure would just bore people to tears. But sorry?
And what are the statutes?
The Shaw Statutes are basically, well, to put it briefly and kind of roughly, crudely, but they're basically a collection of rules that were implemented by William Shaw to sort of organize and systematize the lodge system in stonemasonry. And so there are different rules, such as like how things need to be governed and regulated. They're mostly operative in nature, so there's not much in terms of speculative masonry in that. It's operative masonry, so it's about how master masons are allowed to work, and how entered apprentices, or apprentices as it was called then, were permitted to work, and things you can do and you cannot do, and if you do that you have to pay a fine, and then those fines are then used for charities. Different fines that are paid for people having to suffer some kind of penalty for having broken the rules or whatever, then whatever is paid for those fines will then be given to charities. But yeah, so it's a bunch of do's and don'ts and how things need to be organized and systematized, et cetera, et cetera. That's basically what the Shaw Statutes are. So this is the first time that masonry has become that, or the lodge system in stonemasonry has become that organized, that structured thing that would lead to how things run today. And that's why we trace it back to those Shaw Statutes. And it was ever since those Shaw Statutes were implemented, and this is one of the most important things, that lodges began to have minute books, and they began to have to write down everything whenever they had meetings and so on. And that's why the oldest lodge minute book entries in the world are Scottish. They are from a lodge known as Lodge St. Haven back in early 1599. Unfortunately, that lodge doesn't exist anymore, but the second oldest lodge a few months later in 1599 is the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel #1. So that is the oldest Masonic lodge in the world, still extant Masonic lodge in the world, because it's still there in Edinburgh. It's still ticking, and it's been around since 1599, and there's no other Masonic lodge in the world that predates that one, at least that can provide proof for it. Then there's the whole thing with, as you mentioned, the number 0, or number nothing, as we say. It's a Lodge Mother Kilwinning number nothing.
Number not.
Well, right, wink, wink. But that's what we call Lodge Mother Kilwinning number nothing over here. And that was a number that was given to the lodge because the lodge has some very, very solid claims to being the oldest lodge in Scotland, and thereby also the oldest still extant lodge in the world. But unfortunately, there's no documentation to prove it. And you have to go with what you can document by having a scrap of paper that has a date and says such and such on it. And the oldest lodge in that case is the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel. And that's why that one was given number 1. But then the Lodge Mother Kilwinning was then eventually given that number to honor its claims to being the oldest lodge in the world, in spite of it not having documentation to prove it, right? But it has a lot of other things that supports the claim, and that's why it was given that number. So that's the whole thing about Kilwinning, and that's why there are various lodges in Scotland that are named Kilwinning. As far as I'm aware, there are actually lodges, I think, in Canada as well, that are named Kilwinning something in honor of that lodge.
Wow. So yeah, it's remarkable. I think people will be fascinated to hear confirmed that masonry in some ways does come out of actual stone masonry, that it is older than some of the more recent historians have assumed, certainly more recent than some of the books I've read through a bit.
Right.
When do we know exactly when the very
as I said, medieval stonemasonry is what modern day Freemasonry came out of.
did it just literally grow out of that guild?
That's what it grew out of, right? I mean, it started off with the craft guilds, right? And then eventually, because the craft guilds were not adequate, so to speak. I'm not really putting that in the best of terms, but for lack of a better way of putting it, they were not really adequate, or they weren't sufficiently capable of dealing with the unique situation of the craft of stonemasonry. And that's the reason why the lodge system started to become implemented. I mean, lodges in stonemasonry were originally just smaller structures that people could work under, shading from the sun, that kind of stuff. And then eventually grew to a bit more where people would eat, under some kind of roof. They would eat there, they would sleep there, rest there, and then get back to work. They would store their tools there. And eventually it grew into something more. And eventually, in time, the lodge became more than just a structure, and it became a term used for the actual collective of the rules and regulations and the thing that made up that body of masons. That was where that term lodge started to be used in that fashion, and no longer just indicated a physical structure. But stonemasonry itself, I mean, if you look back to ancient Egypt when the pyramids were built, whoever was involved in that, well, they would be classified as stonemasons, right? So again, that's why we have the stories about stonemasonry dates back to ancient Egypt and this and that. But of course, modern day Freemasonry does not make that claim. In the sense of traditional history, there are of course connections there, but in terms of factual history, we say no, because there are too many differences culturally and this and that, So what we can trace our roots to directly is that medieval stonemasonry. Yeah. And the reason why we are so proud of the history that we have of Freemasonry here in Scotland is because it is a really rich and fascinating history, and because we have the strongest link in existence between operative masonry and speculative masonry. Whereas if you look, and this is not to say anything ill of our English brethren or anything, not at all, but it appears that the way Freemasonry was kind of implemented in England seems to have been very much a speculative thing from the very get-go. Regardless of the origins of Freemasonry still being operative stonemasonry, right? Yeah. But that in England, it was very much a speculative thing from the very get-go, and that made it easier to, just get started like that, if you will. Whereas in Scotland, there is that really, really strong tie to operative masonry, because lodges like the Lodge of Edinburgh, Mary's Chapel, number 1 that I mentioned, that used to be an operative Masonic lodge. Speculative Freemasonry was a development that happened because of the symbolism and the interpretation, the philosophical, if you will, interpretation of the tools and the operative mechanics, et cetera, of masonry, of stonemasonry. That was what led to speculative masonry. But we can't really say, we can't pinpoint specifically when speculative masonry began, because first of all, we don't have any evidence to say it began right here on this Tuesday, right there. We don't have anything to say that. And because it was this developmental process, I mean, we have records of some of the earliest so-called speculative masons being initiated into a lodge. Like, so meaning people who were not stonemasons by profession, but they were still initiated into a Masonic lodge. So that was clearly because they had an interest in this speculative element. So we know that speculative element has been there for a long time. But even though we have records that state, like back in 1634, also in Scotland, I would have you know, that's actually also the oldest.
You really have gone native.
record.
You've gone native, eh, bro? You've gone fully native.
Well, you know, I love it here. How can you do anything?
Scotland's
integrate
amazing.
100%.
Scotland's amazing. When I had to decide between activating my UK ancestry status or going with Irish citizenship, I had to make a decision because they weren't going to let me have 3 passports. I know for people who do have 3 passports, there are workarounds to that, but who wants the hassle? I mean, if you really love filling out forms and dealing with the government bureaucracies,
Right.
I mean, go for it. But like, so I decided I went with the UK largely because of Scotland. I was like, you know, I could be sort of stuck just in the Republic of Ireland, or I could have access to Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the whole UK. So the decision was obvious for me because Scotland's just like, you know, plus if you're in Northern Ireland, it's pretty easy to go to the south unless they put up another wall, which we all know how that will turn out. You see that Irish guy on the news, if you put up a wall, people will shoot at it. If you put up a wall, they'll blow it up. It's just a fact. Like, it's true. It's so true. Don't put up any walls in Ireland, bros. Please don't do it. Asking for trouble. Maybe then. So yeah, I've got. There's a lot of Freemasons and amongst my friends and students and podcast listeners, and so I have some very cool questions for you. So how about I get to go straight into one of them? Where is it? Where's the first one?
Oh yeah, please, by all means. Yeah, because if you just ask me to talk about something, as you've probably gathered from what I tried to explain just now, I went, you know, far and wide and covered all kinds of stuff.
I think it's
so
called,
much to tell. It's
called knowing your stuff, right? You know your stuff.
Or difficulty in staying
on
point.
we're gonna get to other things. We're gonna talk about the Discovery of Witchcraft, which is a book your company is putting out, and all your other publishing works. We actually have a listener question about occult publishing for you. But here you go for Lenny. And I'm just going to read it as they wrote it. If they didn't write it to be read that way, well, they'll live and learn. For Lenny, with namaste hands, of course. You can't overdo namaste hands, people. You can't. Honestly, just glue your hands together and walk around like that all day.
I wonder how that would play out.
All right. Context. He writes context. This is from Frater QH for Lenny. Context. In Masonry, we learned that 3 pillars of Masonry are wisdom, strength, and beauty. In hindsight, the echoes of QBL, Kabbalah, are there, but never explicitly called out as such. Later, as part of a lecture, we hear of Ionic, Dorian, and Corinthian columns. That throws me back to art history classes. Without betraying any oaths, could you possibly go into some of the symbolism involved here and what sources a brother might reach to research any other more subtle overlaps? That's the first question.
Right. And that was a very serious
and this is from a brother Mason in Canada.
Oh, well, see, now that's the thing. This is the hard part for me because the whole element of secrecy in Freemasonry is this is just something I need to mention so you get where I'm coming from with this is it's not what people think, and that's why people constantly label Freemasonry as a secret society. I know even officially, like if you look up secret societies in an encyclopedia, oh, there will be something on Freemasonry there, absolutely. But we don't call ourselves a secret society. We say we're rather a society with secrets. And yeah, some people will quickly say, well, that's just semantics. But no, it's not to us. Because to us, a genuine secret society, of which there are several out there, right? You know it exists.
Yeah.
And at best, you may know its name. But that's as far as it goes. You don't know the names of the members. You don't know where they meet. You don't know what they do, what they learn. You basically know nothing. That's a genuine secret society. So if we were to fall into that category, we do a pretty terrible job at it. I mean, as you pointed out, you know, we wear rings. A lot of us here in Scotland, we're like prolific ring wearers here. Most Freemasons here wear rings.
Over here, it's painted all over cancer cars that drive cancer patients around. It's well known. Like my lodge is got had until they just rezoned it and forced them out. Thanks, City.
Right.
I had a huge skyscraper in the middle of the downtown. That was my
Right.
Grand Lodge, my Trinity Lodge.
Right, we're pretty easy to find, right? And all the lodges will have big fat letters saying lodge such and such number, this and that, and have Masonic symbols in the windows and on the door and whatnot. We're not very good at hiding, and we have websites and all kinds of stuff.
Dude, if we were hidden, we just had 3 of our lodges burnt to the ground in Vancouver.
Oh,
by a Mason. He went around to all 3 and burnt 3 to the ground, including the one in North Van, where I'm from, that had all the archives of Frater Achad.
No.
Yeah, and people were standing outside as they were burning, like yelling, "Free the children."
Yeah,
horrific, eh? Yeah, so definitely not a secret. And people don't realize that actually you don't need to have ancestry to join or have some grand poobah invite you. You can just apply to join, go to the dinners, meet them. A lot of the people there are very nice.
Right. And that's been one of the biggest issues that Freemasonry has experienced as well, is that we've actually had people in the past whose fathers or grandfathers or uncles were Freemasons, and the boys in question, sons, grandsons, whatever, became, intrigued by it and kept wondering, I wonder when dad is going to invite me to come along, or when my uncle's going to invite me to come along, and it just never happened. And then people lose out on it, thinking they need to be invited, because it is true when you hear that thing about you need to be invited. You can't just show up and sign a form and pay your dues and off you go, right? You do need an invitation, but that invitation, it doesn't mean that has to be given unrequested. You actually have to take the first step. And that's the thing, because we are not allowed to push anyone else to become a Freemason. That's a big question that you will be given when you go in for your inquiry meeting, is that you are coming of your own free will. Yeah. And that's the reason why we're very adamant about it's okay. We can talk a whole bunch about Masonry. Most of us, we love talking about Freemasonry, right? We love it. And we're only happy to answer questions. But we can't suggest and say, I think you should join. I think you should apply. We can't really do that, because that would be considered us sort of pressuring someone else, even if it's, it's with good intentions and you're not pushing anyone. You're saying, but it's still your decision. But we're still very adamant about, shouldn't do that. Answer people's questions and then let them make the decision themselves. But they have to take that very first step and actually contact a lodge and show an interest. And that's when you will then receive an invitation, if you turn out to be someone that the lodge believes you would be an ideal candidate for the order, and the order would be good for you as well. And then you will receive the invitation to come in on this and that night to this and that lodge for your initiation. So that's what that invitation means. It's not in the same sense as certain other orders. Some are also Masonically related, are by invitation only, but that's in a very literal sense, that you can't apply. You need to know someone who's already inside and who thinks, I think brother such and such would be good for this or that order. And so he will recommend you to that order, and then they will, suddenly you will just get a letter and you're like, who the hell is this from? And then you will get your invitation, right? But that's not how Freemasonry works. You have to make the first step. And that's why you get that famous bumper sticker thing, to be one, ask one, right?
Yeah.
That's where
makes
that
sense.
comes from, because you just ask someone,
Yeah.
and then you start your journey from there. But I digress. It was the whole thing about the pillars and so on. That's the thing about secrecy. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about in Freemasonry. It's actually most of it we can talk about, and very few things we can't. There are some very specific secrets in Freemasonry, and those are the things that we swear to never reveal, right? But outside of that, a lot of the other stuff is not secret. When it comes to the rituals, to the degree rituals, it's a little all over the place with how people feel. Some people feel as long as you keep the actual secrets, with capital letters, secret, well, you can talk about the other stuff. And other people, myself included, are a bit more, I don't like talking about the details of the rituals. Both, for one, you don't want to ruin the surprise, as it were, for any potential Freemason, because the less you know, the more awe-inspiring it is when you're there and you're like, wow, because you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, basically, right? Ritually speaking. And if you know what to expect, you're not really paying attention, and you're like, oh yeah, I read about that, I heard about that, and it doesn't have the same impact, right? So that's one. But the other thing is also, we tend to feel, many of us at least, obviously I can't speak for everyone, but many of us tend to feel that there are certain things about Freemasonry, about the symbolism and the teachings, and especially the rituals, that should be for Freemasons only, because it's a private thing, it's a private order. And so we tend to think, well, what do you need to know it for? If you're not a Freemason and you don't intend to become one, why do you need to know? Because some people will quickly say, well, I'm not planning on becoming a Freemason, so you can tell me. Or someone will say, but I'm a girl, I can't become a Freemason, so you can tell me. And then, well, why do you need to know then? Then it has nothing to do with you. And so because of that, I know that sounds kind of snobby, but it's not so much being snobby as just being protective of what we feel. This is our private little thing. And it's something very important to us, and we don't want to belittle that. And so because of that, some of us are a little adamant about, we don't want to talk about ritual details. And the thing with the pillars, I would kind of prefer to not, because then we would go into a lot of analysis with the symbolism of the pillars, and what they point to, morally and ethically speaking, in terms of the principles and philosophies of Freemasonry. Well, what I could do, there's a little bit of additional information, if I remember correctly, in, I always forget the title of that book because it's pretty long. It's a book on the tracing boards.
Maybe
I will give you the link, and you can put the link in where, if you put this podcast video up on YouTube, you can put the link down there or something. I'll give you an Amazon link or something to that book. But there are some extra details, if I remember correctly. There's some extra details in there about the pillars and the significance of them and so on. But I would prefer to kind of
maybe
steer around it, if you don't mind.
Maybe one day in the future we could even do an unrecorded special little chat with you and any Masonic listeners of the podcast who are who are Masons, and talk about that stuff. That could be a fun thing to do with just Masons. And it's worth noting also for female listeners, you can be a woman and join Masonry. I thought that was a most purely modern thing, but I got an earful from Geraldine at Atlantis Books a couple of years ago about the history of women Masons in Masonry. And so I no longer say what I used to say, that it's just, I got schooled and I was fascinated at talk, message Geraldine or do some research if you are a woman who wants to become a Mason. I'm sure that there's lots of pathways.
Well, that's the thing, though. That depends on where you look.
Sure. All right, next question.
No, it's just because, I mean, here in Scotland, it's still, there's no such thing as female Freemasonry in Scotland. There's no such thing.
Not in Scotland.
Because it's one of the oldest rules, if you will, in Masonry, is that women cannot be made Masons. And because of that, with all due respect to other orders and other organizations of different kinds, that such as women's Freemasonry and co-masonry and so on, they are what we refer to as, I know people are not going to like when I use that word because it's usually given like a negative connotation. That's not the case though. It's but when we call it irregular Freemasonry, right? Well, what we call irregular Freemasonry is basically what the three oldest Masonic constitutions, the Scottish, the English, and the Irish, those three original Masonic constitutions, what they recognize as official, like true and proper Freemasonry, what we call good and wholesome Freemasonry, is what is then called regular Freemasonry. And anything that doesn't abide by the old rules and the old laws will be considered by these three Masonic constitutions as irregular Freemasonry. And then any other constitution that has derived from either the Scottish, the English, or the Irish. Like, for example, the US has its own Masonic constitutions. Each state has its own Grand Lodge, but they all originally also came from the British Isles, of course.
That leads really well to the next question. Maybe let's let the question guide us. European Masonry juxtaposed with American Masonry. Are there any major differences in approach worth discussing? Particularly, I'm interested in how the European lodges approach mentorship after the Blue Lodge degrees, and whether, for example, there is anything that should be considered before applying for tuition in the SR or HRA, SR first, etc. I don't really know what that means because I just did 1 degree.
Right. Well, it kind of depends on what you're looking at. If you talk about European Freemasonry, because that's sort of a gray area, because are you talking regular Freemasonry or are you talking these other things that sprung out in Europe, such as the Memphis Mizraim, which is considered irregular Freemasonry? It's a very popular thing in Europe. It's a very esoterically oriented form of Freemasonry, but it's considered irregular because they don't abide by these old laws and the old constitutions, and they do things too differently for the old Masonic constitutions to be able to accept them, basically. And
I'm quite curious about Memphis Mizraim because of my love of Rudolf Steiner, of course.
Right.
What can people know about Steiner, Memphis Mizraim, and that whole stuff? What's the most interesting stuff for people who don't even know what we're talking about to know about that? If you were telling it to a completely noob.
Well, I'm probably not the best person to ask because of my being involved in regular Freemasonry. And so most of my knowledge of Memphis Mizraim is like secondhand stuff and just having read a little bit about it. And so kind of knowing what it's about, but it's never anything I have gotten involved in. And so, yeah, there would be other people who would be much better suited to answer that question. Ideally, someone who's actually in the Memphis Mizraim, or at least has been, or has friends who are. I actually think I do have a couple of friends who are in Memphis Mizraim, but as far as, no, we've just never really talked about it. And I think it's because they know that I'm a regular Freemason. And if they're in Memphis Mizraim, they're like, well, you know, they're different then. And so that's why we've never really discussed Freemasonry in general. So, but yeah, I actually think I know 2 people who are in the Memphis Mizraim.
If you can ever think of someone who'd want to talk about it on the podcast, I'd love to learn more about it myself, and especially if they understand its role in Steiner's life and tradition. That's interesting. I think the question here is mainly expressing curiosity about the major differences in just approach of North America versus Europe in general. Because people in North America don't often know Europe as well as you or I do.
Right.
I mean, hence the question, framing it all as one thing, right? That shows you right there. It's like people over here often think of it as just Europe. I mean, because let's face it, most of Europe can fit in just one little province of Canada.
Right. But even that is I mean, even within Europe, it has its own differences too. I mean, that's the thing people need to know about Freemasonry as well. As Freemasonry is Freemasonry. It is one big international order. It's the same order. It's governed by different Masonic constitutions. The different Masonic constitutions, the different Grand Lodges, they don't answer to each other. So like the Scottish Masonic Constitution and the Grand Lodge of Scotland does not answer to, say, the UGLE, the United Grand Lodge of England, and they don't answer to us. And we don't answer to the Irish Grand Lodge, and so on. We don't answer to each other. As long as we're all recognized as practicing regular Freemasonry, we govern our own constitutions, and you do you, I do me, basically, like that. So we don't answer to each other. We work together, and because we are an international order, which is also why you can visit any lodge in the world, and you will always be open. You will always be welcomed with open arms.
Well, I was told when I
Always.
joined Trinity Lodge here in Vancouver back in 2005. No, 2004, right after I closed Temple to Hootie and got divorced. When you lose a wife, become a Mason. No, but they did say that technically I'd be welcomed over in England and Europe, but they said I might actually have some trouble getting into the lodges, especially without a letter of introduction, unless someone actually knew me personally. So it's not total open arms.
When you go through the right channels, then yes, then that is total open arms if you go through the right channels. But that's the thing, it's to protect the Masonic Constitution, right? And to protect the different Grand Lodges and the constitutions that they govern. That's why we have this little bit of red tape we do. Unless you know someone there, then you send a letter, or nowadays you can just send an email. You send an email to your lodge secretary or your provincial Grand Lodge secretary, and he will pass it on to the Grand Lodge secretary about the lodge you would like to visit, and then he will contact the Grand Secretary of that Grand Lodge in that country, and then they will contact the lodge you want to visit to make sure, first of all, they check that it's actually one that's on their list, so to speak. It's not a clandestine lodge, as they call it in the US, an irregular lodge, so it's not regular Freemasonry that's being practiced. So the Grand Lodge makes sure it's actually one of their lodges, and then they will contact the lodge and let them know there's a guy from this or that country who would love to go visit, and then they get the confirmation back, and then back along that same line it goes, and you will get your confirmation, you're welcome to go visit. Then you don't have to do anything. You usually don't have to be tested or anything. There are some lodges that have traditions that you always test someone who's not from that lodge. And many other lodges are like, no, as long as we know the guy, or he has that letter of introduction via the Grand Lodge, then no problem, we just welcome him. That's how it was when I went to Denmark recently for Christmas and New Year's. I visited a lodge in Denmark, and I went through that proper chain of command, so to speak, and I didn't get tested or anything, and I was welcomed with open arms by everyone there, and it was just, just fantastic. But yeah, if people don't know you and you don't go through that process, it can cause problems, because then they're like, well, who is this guy? And we haven't heard anything about him, and he's just showing up. And then some lodges will test you, and if you pass the tests, they will let you in. But other lodges will, they might not even let you in, even if they could test you, simply because you have this random guy. And well, what if he happens to be so lucky that he has read some stuff online and he would be able to kind of pass a test, but he's faking it, So it depends on the given lodge and the given place. But technically, like I said, it is a big international order. It is all the same thing, but it does have some differences in the different constitutions, because of, we do things slightly our own way. And that's something we can get into in a few minutes too. But in terms of in Europe, for example, in Denmark and Sweden, and I believe in Norway too, they actually have two different types of Masonic systems, but they're both regular Freemasonry. They mainly follow the English Constitution and the Swedish Rite, as it's called. You can't think of it in terms of like the Scottish Rite and stuff like that. That's a whole different kettle of fish.
Is it true that there's not a 32nd degree in Europe, in the Scot?
Oh, there is, but
I've heard something about there only being 30 and the 32nd degree is an American thing. I did hear that while I was in the States.
No. You still have that. I mean, because you still have the ancient and accepted rite, or it's called the ancient and accepted Scottish rite in the US, but we don't really call it that here because it seems kind of weird to call it the Scottish rite when it was invented by the French, and it has nothing to do with Scotland and nothing to do with Scottish Freemasonry.
Oh,
that's another common misconception. Many people think Scottish rite. Oh, right. As soon as you mention Scottish Freemasonry, I noticed that I think it was when you interviewed, I think it was Rufus Opus, and you mentioned something about that, about Scottish Freemasonry, and he asked if it had something to do with Scottish rite, and you told no, that's a whole separate thing, and it is actually, because the Scottish rite.
By accident.
Yes.
Trust your intuition, people. Even if you don't know the answer, just start talking. Just start talking, and sometimes you'll be right. This is how I get through life.
No, but that was actually very true, because the Scottish rite is a separate thing. It's still a Masonic order, but it's not what we call craft Freemasonry or Blue Lodge Freemasonry. Here in Scotland, we usually nickname it the Blues. The Blues. Right?
I need to get more of the blues. I need to finish my blues. I need to finish the blues.
But that's the heart and soul of Freemasonry. That's Freemasonry with capital letters. And that's why any Freemason worth his salt, if you ask him what's the highest degree in Freemasonry, we will all answer the same thing. We'll say the 3rd degree.
Yeah.
We will not talk about that 32nd degree or the 33rd degree and all that other stuff. That is tremendously popular. And now I'm bringing it back to this difference between the States and in Europe, right? That is tremendously popular in the US. It seems like, that's my impression at least. I can't speak for people individually, but that's been my impression from when I've heard a lot of interviews and a lot of podcasts Freemasons from the States have done. It sounds a lot like many people sort of kind of just want to get the 3 degrees of Freemasonry proper, core Freemasonry, what we call the blues. They kind of just want to get that over and done with as quickly as possible so they can get into the Scottish rite. Because the Scottish rite is a separate Masonic body, a separate Masonic order that has degrees after that, like 4th degree, 5th, and so on, up to and including the 33rd degree. But the issue is, it is not under craft Freemasonry. It's a separate entity. And because of that, you will have Grand Lodges, like the Grand Lodge of Scotland states very specifically that we are not involved in any Masonic degrees other than the entered apprentice, the fellow of craft, and by extension, the mark degree, and the master mason degree. That's it. There is nothing else called Freemasonry other than those 3 degrees. That's it. Everything after that are other Masonic degrees or Masonic bodies or Masonic orders. So they're all, yes, they are Masonic, but it's not Freemasonry proper. It's a separate thing. So the Knights Templar, it's a separate thing, which is why we say you can't say that if you have, like, for example, the 18th Rose Quad degree or something in the Scottish rite, then you are higher ranking, so to speak, than someone who has a lower degree in something else, in the York rite, for example, because they're completely separate things. And the one thing both of these Masons have in common is they're both 3rd degree Master Masons.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the only thing, is when you become a Master Mason, all of these other things open up, like the Royal Arch, etc.
It's a really fascinating way to integrate a kind of egalitarian brotherhood within a hierarchical structure. It's interesting to see those 2 things paired together so that they work to sort of be almost a white and black extremes, the structure in which someone's 32nd degree and someone might be 5th degree, but then on the other pillar, we're all one.
Yeah, exactly. They're exactly the same.
Force and form.
Master Masons.
Yeah.
It's the same as saying, if you have such and such a level in a martial art, let's say you have a 2nd degree black belt in Kyokushin Karate, and someone else has a kohada mahon, a brown kohada, a brown belt in a certain Capoeira group. Oh, then this guy is higher ranking than that guy. you can't really say that because they're two completely different things. They're both martial arts, but they are two completely different things within that martial art world. And it's the same here. These two different things, it's still within the world of Freemasonry, but one is, for example, Knights Templar, the other is Scottish Rite, and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you can only compare those degrees for people who want to compare degrees
I love
within that given system itself. That's
yeah.
it. You
Yeah,
can't
of
look
course.
outside of it. So that's why the whole thing about this 32nd degree, 33rd degree, and being this high and mighty and so on, we still have, like I said, we do have those degrees in Scotland, but it's a very, very different beast over here than what it is in North America. It's not like this massively popular thing. The main thing in Scotland is craft Freemasonry, and then I would say the other two things that are very, very big after that would be Royal Arch and Knights Templar, and then Cryptic Council.
Yeah.
Also, but
I like that you did a little martial arts comparison there, which is good. We'll do a segment later on getting into martial arts. Though you should have used real examples of different traditions and degrees. Like I'm like 3rd Q Bujinkan, and you're what in Bujinkan?
I have Rokudan, 6th degree black belt.
So we'll get there. But last night I was talking to a listener, and sometimes I just talk to people on Instagram and it turns into a call, and he was asking a lot about, like, it throws back to the quote I opened up with from Yeats about adeptship. He was asking, what is that stuff? I'm like, look, I said to him, you need to stop worrying and thinking that that has some sort of ontological value and some totalizing effect in a person's life. Like, just because you have expertise in a thing doesn't mean it applies to some other field, right? You can be adept in this system, you'd be a 3rd degree Wiccan. It doesn't mean you're a 3rd degree Mason, right? These terms generally, an accomplishment, they don't speak to anything to do with the value of the human soul or how it's how accomplished it is. And you see that really well reflected in the ethos of the Master Mason fraternity, where you guys, once you go through the basic 3 degrees, you're all equal, right? Right. Yeah.
But
and that's something that I think this
even prior
even prior, actually, that's what I was told right after my initiation. Like, you are a full Mason, you can't come to the meetings until you've done your 3rd degree, which was fine, but you are a full brother. I'm like, what, even if I vanish and never come back, which incidentally I did.
In Canada, you can't attend meetings until you become a Master Mason?
Yeah, that's what they told me. So I didn't.
Okay.
So after my first initiation, after my fellow craft, that's the 1st degree, right?
No, that's the 2nd degree.
Okay, what's the first one?
1st degree is entered apprentice.
Right, so they gave me a binder, and then I had no contact with anyone for like 8 months. So I just I was like, and having just shut down a Golden Dawn temple as its imperator, it was lacking. That was lacking in content for me. I needed more to be pulled into something than here's a ceremony, and here, and let's drink scotch for a while and toast the queen 20-30 times, and we'll see you in 8 months maybe. And
that's too bad.
It was really too bad. It's not as bad as the deception they played on me during the initiation. That was the real reason I just never went back. But I wanted to join that lodge because it was the lodge that my great grandfather had been a member of, and there was no males in our line until me after that. I was the first male born in that family line. He was from Scotland, part of the Hay clan, a sept of the Stewart clan. And my great grandma was Emily Hay, and they were from the Highlands of Scotland, and I really want, and so I got his little Masonic pin when my grandma died. Anyway, I wanted to the thing they deceived me on. They didn't. It wasn't that I need my hand held, especially coming out of what I was in seminary.
No, but you want to get involved, right? You want to get involved in it.
I wasn't even allowed to go see the library. It was just like there was no substance there. And given how much substance I had in my life I was doing my MDiv in theological college, right, and had just closed down a GD temple, so I was still working with magicians who wanted to work with me, of course,
Mhm.
especially my close friends. You don't stop doing magic just because there's a schism in your order or whatever, I mean, well, some people do, but that's then what you've suspected all along about those people, of course.
Right.
No. But the deception was they told me they were concerned before admitting me into Masonry because of my strong Irish and Celtic identity. And they were concerned about that. And I said, well, why would you be concerned? Because it's not like why would that be an issue? They're like, well, it shouldn't be, but we thought it might be. I'm like, well, there's no swearing to the British crown in the Masonry, right? There's no explicit God save the Queen stuff, is there? And they're like, no. And then during the initiation, right there, they're like, now take this vow on the British flag. And I was like, what? The one thing I did not want to do is take an oath on a British flag on an altar. But I was hoodwinked, and I not literally, but also, and I just felt so betrayed. And coming out of what a lot of people know I just came out of with Zinky Poo and all that shit. The last thing I was hypersensitive to any shenanigans whatsoever. So I was a raw nerve, and like, what is this? I went through it with gritted teeth, and that sucked. And then afterwards, it was toasting the Queen all night, toasting the Queen, a big portrait of the Queen in the common room where we were drinking scotch and getting to know each other and toasting Queen. I was like, this is my nightmare. This is my literal nightmare, because I just identified with my Irish and Scottish heritage, and my English family were often quite harsh with me because of my Irish roots, and I didn't identify with them. I didn't respect them in many ways because of how they treated me. Like, oh, you like Ireland? Well, they're all murderers and thieves. I heard that shit from my family in Rotherham, in Yorkshire, and so I was rightfully not wanting to take an oath on a British flag. And then afterwards, I talked to my buddy who sort of helped me get into Masonry, who ran the Celtic butcher shop in town. He was, third top dog Mason in the parade leader for the city and all that. He heard that and he was furious. He's like, why didn't they send you to an Irish craft lodge? I talked to my buddy Yosef. He was like, yeah, that is fucked up. What the fuck? And I was like, yeah, it sucks. And I didn't even know how much it sucked at the time till afterwards. I was like, wow, I could have had an experience that really pulled me in there if they had treated me with any amount of care. So that's my story. We're doing a whole hour on Masonry, so I may as well get it all out there so people know. And I'm sure my story will help people navigate Masonry correctly, because I think done well, it brings so much to your life. I mean, making good men better is what we need more than ever these days.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's also why I feel that whenever I hear that, where people say, Freemasonry, but that's like an old-fashioned, outdated thing. I personally feel Freemasonry is even more relevant today than it ever has been in the past, because of people being as self-centered as they tend to be nowadays, as materialistic as people are. I feel something like that actually teaches you how to think about someone else other than just yourself, and how to care for your fellow man, and wanting to help someone else, and always having that idea that, don't worry, however bad it gets, there will always be someone out there who's worse off than you. And so whenever you do have the opportunity to help someone, well, why wouldn't you? Even if it's just buying someone on the street a sandwich and a hot cup of coffee to keep them warm and sitting out there and it's cold, but helping someone else wherever you can, right? I mean, I think something like that is tremendously important nowadays. But I want to quickly circle back to the thing you mentioned about how you felt like you were kind of cut off in your lodge, not cut off per se, well, kind of in a sense that, okay, now that's it, so now we'll maybe see you in 8 months. That's I've never heard that before. That's quite interesting. Here in Scotland, as soon as you're initiated, you have the right to attend each and every meeting in your mother lodge, and you can go on visitations too. The only thing, of course, you can't do is you can't stay in the lodge temple. You can't stay in the lodge hall during a ritual that is anything other than the entered apprentice degree.
Yeah.
obviously. And
Obviously.
so some people, they choose to then just not show up for a meeting if they know it's going to be a second or a third degree, because they know they will only be able to be there for the quote unquote business part, and then they get chucked out and they can sit outside and wait for an hour and a half, and then later they can sit and have a few drinks and a snack and a wee blether with their brethren.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, here in Scotland, you, as soon as you're initiated, you can attend every single meeting there is and go on visitations. It's just certain things you can't be there for, of course, until you become a master mason. And then it's sort of like everything opens up to you, with the exception of, well, here in Scotland, two particular things.
Yeah.
One is, of course, a certain part of the installation ritual or the installation ceremony. But that goes for everyone. There will be a certain part where the master of the lodge is being installed. And then anyone who is not presently a master of a lodge or a past master, they get chucked out because they can't be there for that part, because that's for masters only, right? And then they all get let in afterwards, after that. But then in addition to that, here in Scotland, we have what we call the mark degree. Well, the mark exists in other Masonic constitutions too, but it works a little differently. Here in Scotland, the mark degree, it's often called a degree, right? And so some people mistakenly think it's a fourth degree, but it's not. There's no such thing. It's considered an extension of the second degree, the fellow craft degree. But here in Scotland, you don't get it until after you become a master mason. And after you have received your mark degree, only then can you join what's known as the Royal Arch. So that's one particular thing where, you know, as it usually goes, when you become a master mason, all the doors open up. But there are some restrictions, such as, like I said, the Royal Arch. You need that mark degree first before you can enter the Royal Arch. And then after that, you know, on to all the other stuff. If you're interested, some people are only interested in the blues, and so they stay with that for the rest of their lives. And other people eventually get interested in the Royal Arch, and then they get interested in the Cryptic Council, and they get interested in the Knights Templar, and so on, right? So, sorry, your mic
sorry,
is
sorry.
muted.
What does HRA and SR stand for?
What did you say? One more time, please.
What do the initials HRA and
Ah.
SR?
I assume when it's HRA and you said SR. Wait, yeah, because I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to say. It was just something else that popped up in my head. Let me just write it down so I can see it.
Well, here, I got another specific question while you're contemplating that. Let that percolate in the Gilgalim of your soul. Junior Deacon in Scotland, do they have the JD circumambulate and challenge anyone that isn't a member of the lodge before tiling and before opening?
Now, see, that's the thing. That's one thing that makes Scottish Freemasonry unique. You can't say what we do generally and what we don't do, because here in Scotland, I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but we have to look a little bit at Masonic history again in order to understand it. The creation of the Grand Lodge in England in 1717, right? The very first Grand Lodge. Like I mentioned earlier, that's true. The first Grand Lodge was founded in England. Like I said, the oldest Masonic written records in the world are Scottish, but the oldest Grand Lodge is English. Absolutely. Okay. The second oldest is the Irish. Ironically, the youngest of the three is the Scottish one. It wasn't founded until 1736. But if you understand Masonic history and Scottish mentality, it makes a lot more sense. Because people will then say, well, that's kind of ironic. Why would, if Scotland is where Freemasonry started, why would they be the last among the three to actually come up with a Grand Lodge? Well, because in England, like I said, it was 4 lodges that already existed in England that came together, decided to create this Grand Lodge system, right? So it was an easy enough thing. It was kind of like easy peasy. Yeah, off we go. And then in Ireland, they wanted to emulate that because they saw that looks good. It works really well. Let's do that. And so they wanted to do the same thing. And in Scotland, of course, you had some Freemasons who then had that same idea. Aha, that looks like a good idea. We should do the same thing here. But here's the problem. You then have lodges in Scotland that have existed for over 100 years prior to this idea for a Grand Lodge popping up, this Grand Lodge system, for at least 100, maybe at least 150 years. And then suddenly you have people who want to establish this Grand Lodge who's now going to tell everyone what to do and what not to do. And then, of course, you have a lot of these lodges who would then, you can imagine it would go something along the lines of,
well, if you're just a lodge and they're a grand lodge, you have to listen to them because they're grand.
See, that's the thing, right? Then
See,
you have
I know
these,
stuff.
it doesn't quite fly like that when you have a lodge who will say that, wait a minute, we've been around for over 100 years. And suddenly they're going to tell us how to practice the craft. If anyone should be telling anyone how to do it, we should be telling them, right?
But
because
can't
we've
I
been
just
around
say,
for so and so long.
Can't I just say I am the grand adept and all my magic always works and all magicians should listen to me? Like, that's the way.
This
is the way. This is
Absolutely.
the way.
And it never works.
Cool. Okay, well,
However
cool.
much people would like to make it work like that. But see, so then the issue was, well, in part that, right? You would have people who would not want to change what they were doing because they felt, well, we know what we're doing. We've been doing it for so and so long. We're not going to want to compromise that by people then telling us, now you can't do it like this and that, you have to do like such and such. And we're going to have to give up traditions we've had for a century. Forget about it. And then other lodges that were still mainly operative would be like, oh, wow, okay, great. So this Grand Lodge thing sounds interesting. All right, so what are you going to do are you going to help us get more work? Are you going to distribute the different jobs we get and so on? And then the Grand Lodge was like, no, we're purely a speculative body. Huh, well, then what do we need you for? And they leave. Because it's like, well, we can't use that for anything. So that was the problem that Grand Lodge had. I know I'm kind of making it sort of crude and rough right here, but that's the basic gist of how it went. And because of that, the Grand Lodge of Scotland had to compromise a lot in order to implement the Grand Lodge system. Just look at it like this. 100 lodges were invited to Edinburgh in 1736, when they wanted to establish the Grand Lodge. And out of all these, around 30 showed up. I think the exact number was 33 representatives of those lodges showed up. Representatives of 33 out of 100. That's not a whole lot, right? And the rest of them were just, we're not wasting our time with that. And out of that number, there were several that left. And it seems that they were mainly the operative lodges who then found out this Grand Lodge thing is not going to do anything for us in terms of work. So what do we care? And they left. And then you had whatever was left who then agreed that it was a good idea, but you had to get everyone on board. And so the issue is that the Grand Lodge had to compromise a lot by then making certain rules where they would say, we will not interfere in your day-to-day activities as long as we can agree on such and such and such. And it actually took time to get everyone on board. It was not until the 19th century where the last lodge finally eventually went along with it and signed on to the whole Grand Lodge thing, so that the Grand Lodge would be like the governing body of Freemasonry in Scotland. But it's like we say, the Grand Lodge in some countries sort of tells people what to do and what not to do, and that's it. There's no arguing with it. Yeah. In Scotland, it's very different. If the Grand Lodge sends out a letter about a certain something they would like to do, it sounds more like a kind of request. Well, we think it might be a good idea if the Scottish craft decides to do like such and such, and we of course hope the brethren of our daughter lodges will agree. And then it's kind of up to the lodges to agree or not. As long as it's not something that falls under the laws and constitutions, then of course that's something everyone has agreed to abide by. But if it's outside of that, it's kind of like a suggestion, but you choose what to do. That's why here in Scotland, no one lodge operates exactly the same as another. It's not, if you go to England and you see a first degree ritual, one lodge, you will have seen all of them because they all do the same thing. They all do the same ritual. They all wear the same regalia. Here in Scotland, you go to a lodge, you will see all colors of the rainbow if they have a lot of visitors, because each lodge chooses their own regalia colors. And there, of course, there are certain
That's very cool.
rules. It's very cool. I mean, we love it here. We think that always makes it interesting to visit other lodges. Also, you will notice that you can go to 5 different lodges that all do a first degree ritual, and you can see 5 different first degree rituals. They will all still be the same, like they will have the same core components, of course. All the core material is still the same. Obviously, they can't just do whatever the hell they want. It still has to be, there are certain elements that need to be preserved in the rituals. There are certain elements in terms of regalia and how a lodge operates that need to be maintained. But everything outside of that is sort of, you decide. And that's why it'll be so different over here. So you can see 5 significantly different versions of the first degree ritual. You will recognize a lot of things, but you'll be like, wow, that is so different to how we do things. And it's fascinating. It makes sure it's never boring here in Scotland, visiting lodges. It's never boring.
Scotland is not boring in general, I found.
Oh, definitely
I
not.
literally can't wait to visit, especially since you guys have ended and defeated COVID UK wide. From the sounds of it.
I don't know about that, but we're working on it.
Well, I'm just going based off what I saw. I watched Boris Johnson and like basically and end everything and say, yeah, look, we're done. We're getting back to normal and opening up entirely. And that's just good news. I just like celebrating. People get mad when I like try and like when I hear something good, I'm like, hey, I think this might be real. Let's all be happy. And people are like, rah, no. It's like, come on, come on. I don't mind a good healthy debate, but like, let's not like egg this thing on more than it needs to be. Let's be realistic here. So yeah, Scott, I can't wait to get back to visit family in the UK, of course, and yeah, see Scotland, see you again. It's been so long.
Oh, it's been many years.
If anyone's been,
visit.
Yeah, well, it will guaranteed happen. Yeah, there's a lot of I have a lot of good Celtic musician friends in Edinburgh who I've always been promising, because when I lived in Belfast, and when I was I was actually doing research there for a PhD guy in the Belfast Public Archives, and my job was to read 17th and 18th century minute books from meetings, like because I beat all of the other candidates out for the research job because of my specialty in reading that period of handwriting. I was doing my doctorate on Evelyn Underhill, so I had some facility with reading manuscripts, and so I was sitting there going through the 17th century minute meetings of publicans, of Irish publicans, for this blind PhD, and telling him what they said so he could make notes for his postdoc research. And it's just a little ferry over from Belfast to Scotland, which a lot of people don't realize. You can just take a little ferry over. You can put your car on it even, and it's really amazing. So yeah, look forward to seeing the Celtic countries again, brother. Yeah, have a wee nippy sweetie with you. You know that expression, nippy sweetie?
Not nippy sweetie. No.
It might be a Belfast one for a wee dram. We'd be driving around the hill country in Northern Ireland, and Glenn would be like, "Should we have a wee nippy sweetie?" I'm like, "Oh, I think so." You'd be like, "I think so." We go in and get a tall one and a short one. Oh yeah, of course, one turns into 3, and then we have to let the gymnast drive, who's sober, and Irish sober. He's Irish sober.
Right.
That's like, let's not ask what that
Irish
is.
sober.
Let's not even get into what that might mean. Okay, so there's a little bit more Freemasonry to talk about. We've done a good over an hour, I think, on Masonry, which I'm impressed that I was able to do, given my supreme lack of knowledge about it, actually. But one thing, a myth worth dispelling for people who are considering Masonry, is there's always that myth out there that it's just a way for people to make business deals and get rich. And I was very surprised after the initiation, before the toasts and drinking started, and they had us each take turns standing up in the social room. And they said, here's your chance to tell us about yourself, and this is also your only chance to speak about whatever your business is in life, because we will not discuss business ever again here. Your personal business or any of that has no place here. You cannot talk about it, except for right now. Say whatever you want. One of the guys actually did a pitch. He was like, okay, and he pitched them, and everyone thought it was hilarious, right? Because like, hey, you said this is the one chance. You wouldn't actually be a very good businessman if you didn't take your one chance in front of a group of people to actually pitch them. So he did. And if Masons want to go do business on their own personal time, I'm sure that's fine. But so there's, you know, there's obviously benefits to friendships, but that has nothing to do with Masonry. That's just what friendship is about.
Exactly.
You know,
Right.
you and me have
Exactly.
talked about working together a bit, and I hope we do sometime. And that sort of brings us to occult book publishing and your new release of Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, which is going to be so exciting. And there's a couple questions about how to get into book publishing from people here, because some of these listeners have your books. You put out, you don't mind if I talk about the books you put out, do you?
No. Feel free.
So obviously some of my students and friends have your Pat Zaleski books, which are best ordered directly from you if people want to get the beautiful editions you've done of Pat Zaleski's Egyptian God Forms book and his Enochian book. The way to do that is to email you and request an invoice, correct? Because on Amazon, they're listed as $100, but that's not the real price.
No. They're crazy expensive on Amazon. I know it sounds kind of shady saying it like this, but that's actually the only reason why I made the books available on Amazon, was for promotional purposes, you know, so people know they exist, because people look stuff up on Amazon. But I always tell people, by all means, you know, get them from us directly. Don't get them on Amazon, because they're way too expensive, simply because it's a very, very small business and the fees that you have to pay on Amazon, and because of the costs of producing these books, because it is such a small business, all the books they're not done through lithographic printing. They're not offset printed, so they're digitally printed, and so they're done POD. It's print on demand, because you know, we just don't have the space to stockpile thousands and thousands of books. And so it's just the easiest way to go about it when you're a small business, but it is not the most financially viable way to do it, because it's insanely expensive compared to lithographic printing. And so because of that, if we were to sell them at the regular price on Amazon, the fees after we've paid those, and after we abide by Amazon's regulations for like minimum shipping and stuff like that, it would end up basically costing money for some of the titles, and others you would end up making maybe $2 per book or something like that. And then, some of the other books are so incredibly expensive to produce that you actually end up losing money if you do it like that. So we have to make up for that loss, and because of that, the books are insanely expensive there. But we still have people who try to buy them there, but whenever they get in touch with us, I always say, please, by all means, contact us directly. You used to be able to buy the books directly through the website, but then we had to change web hosts and this and that, and then COVID happened, and we had to focus our time elsewhere. And so I just decided, okay, we'll just leave the website for now, because people started getting comfortable with this whole pay through PayPal. They get an invoice, they pay the PayPal invoice, and we send out the books. It's basically the same as when you buy them through a website, except you don't have a website as a mediator. You just send all the information directly instead of through the site. So we kept doing that for a while, and so that's what people can still do. But the new website is still coming up, and then it'll go back to the old format of you can just dump stuff in a shopping cart, and then, you know, off you go.
And the email to message you in case people want to get the Zaleski Enochian book or Godform book or any of your other books, what is that email?
That email is hermetic-science@hotmail.com.
Wonderful. That's a Hotmail. That's an up and coming new service, right?
Right. Hey man, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it.
So Brother Mason has asked, do you have any new books coming up? And of course, we all know the answer to that. And it is Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft. Please tell and show us whatever you can about this stunning and brave new project of yours.
Well, first of all, it's more specific than just Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, which is what makes it special. The book is actually entitled The Grimoire of Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, because the thing is, Reginald Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, originally published in England in 1584, was a book that it was sort of his way of lashing out a bit at the Catholic Church for superstitious practices, for just an unfair treatment of people that were either just what he considered just con artists, idiots, or mentally challenged individuals, basically. And he felt that a lot of these people were being prosecuted as witches. And a lot of it was just because of superstitious mumbo jumbo, that's not in his own words, I'm paraphrasing here, but that's basically how he would put it. He would use a lot of derogatory terminology towards people who believed in superstitious practices of different kinds, or people who claimed to be magicians and conjurers and so on. Oh, sorry about that. He would use a lot of derogatory terminology to make them sound as con artists, basically, and people shouldn't be deceived by that. And
was that to cover his own ass, or did he actually believe that?
No, he actually did believe that. Okay. He had it seems like Scott had a kind of a strange relationship to magic in general, because he was definitely of the belief that quote unquote witchcraft, which back in those days didn't have anything to do with modern day Wicca. It wasn't a religious thing, and it wasn't a nature loving thing. Witchcraft back in those days was a term that was used in a derogatory sense when it came to magic. It was basically wicked magic. It was using magic for evil purposes. That was witchcraft, right? And I know people today don't like to hear that, but that's just a historical fact. That's how the term was used back in those days.
That term goes back to ancient Assyria. When I was in England in 2019, I went to a lecture at the British Library. I ran into actually one of the other presenters who I had met at the Berlin Culture, where I was presenting in Berlin 2018. And I randomly met her outside of Geraldine's shop in London, and she invited us to a lecture of a PhD who they just found a new chunk of a cuneiform tablet and reattached it to this other one, and they got something new. And what they got new was the illegality of witchcraft. Obviously, the word wasn't actually witchcraft in Assyrian, but it's the equivalent. And what it meant was magic used to hurt another person. And that's still when people, especially with all the dark fluff and LHP, left-hand path stuff these days, and this quest to redefine black magic as an entire field of study, which I don't think it is. I think magic is just one field of study. Black magic is a term traditionally we apply when someone uses the field of magic to hurt a person. Right? I don't consider black magic to be a field of study. And when left-hand path people try and describe what they see it as to me, I'm like, so-called right-hand path people, which I don't think that term, I think is a false dichotomy, of course. We do all the stuff you're describing. They're like, no, in the left-hand path, to find your inner light and to higher self, you have to go into the darkness and face these demons. So that's all of us. That's not a left-hand path thing. And they're like, really? I was sure that's what I was told it was. It's like, no. They're like, but that's what black magic is. I'm like, no, it just isn't. I mean, sure, we can redefine things however we want. Words change, meanings change, but sometimes they shouldn't.
Right.
Because how useful is it? It's like the thing with people now using the word invocation to describe summoning a spirit into your body. Okay, if you want to say that's what invocation is now, you can, but think of all the students then, whenever they read any historical magical literature, any grimoire whatsoever, any liturgy, when they see the word invocation, then they're not going to know what's being talked about.
They will misunderstand.
They will misunderstand what's being talked about. So there's the conundrum. Anyway, we got to,
No, but that, like I said about Scott, and whenever he used the term witchcraft,
he used it in the Assyrian sense.
Right. He used it in that derogatory sense. It's something, it's terrible and it's bad, it's evil, it's wicked.
And then he goes on to say how to do it exactly.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because he presented a lot of stuff in the Discovery of Witchcraft where he actually unveiled various tricks of prestidigitation, of legerdemain, sleight of hand, right? and he showed a lot of props and so on for performing that, what people today would call stage magic, right?
Yeah.
To show people that this is not real. So don't go executing and torturing people and whatnot because they do something like that and you think it's magic. And the same when it came to superstitious things. And then he put in examples of different, like what I would define as miscellaneous spells, like folk magic type practices, simpler, less ritualistic practices, such as, write a certain name on a piece of paper and then throw it in the fire and such will happen, and he would put a lot of these things in and he would say, this is just, pardon my French, but to put it bluntly, this is just superstitious crap. Right, that was basically what he said. And then we get,
I think we have different definitions of what French is, brother. But you're a father. You're a father. Everyone I know who's a new parent has a completely altered vocabulary after their kids are born.
Right. That's usually how it goes.
Pardon my French, but that's darn stupid or darn silly. It's like, what the fucking hell are you talking about, Wida?
All right, sorry for making it weird with my
no, I love it. You actually do speak French.
Yeah.
How many languages are you at now?
Well, technically, I don't speak French because I'm terrible at actually speaking it because I only ever studied it for the purpose of being able to read it.
Right.
And so I got really good at reading French and even translating French, but not speaking it. And my ears are so untrained that when I hear people speaking French, I lose out on like 70% of what they say because it's just never what I focused on, which is something I would like to change one day in the future, because I think it's kind of dumb that I can read French, but I can't speak it. It just seems kind of stupid.
It makes sense to me. I'm Canadian. I just learned it as a Canadian. I just learned enough French to get out of class. Puis je l'ai aux toilettes. Will you come right back? Ouais. The Canadian.
No, so you can't include French on my list. So no,
but English is even your second language. Yeah, English is your second language, which is remarkable. So Danish and Portuguese.
Yeah, Brazilian Portuguese and Swedish and Japanese.
Wow, Swedish and Japanese.
Yeah.
Du har ett jättefint ansikte.
You're gonna have to try that one again.
Oh no, let's not.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Du har ett jättefint ansikte. Ansikte. Jättefint. I'm probably saying
you mean ansikt.
Ansikt. Du har ett jättefint ansikte.
Jag tyckte bara du sa någonting som du har ett någonting, men jag kunde inte höra vad det andra var för någonting.
I don't know that much. I do know din mamma suger mig bröstpit. Hey, this podcast already has an explicit rating automatically. And Japanese.
Well, it's usually stuff like that people learn, though, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll talk more about Japanese when we chat a bit more about martial arts and stuff. But yeah, so do you want to show any of do you want to show any of glimpses of the book?
Sorry, yeah, we'll do that too. Yeah,
because you're doing a fine edition. You're doing a fine edition. Yes. and a standard paper, a hardcover edition.
Hardcover. Right.
And they both, what you've shown me of them, both look gorgeous. The fine edition, honestly, might be taking fine editions to a new level, I think.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, I mean,
I really appreciate that.
We'll let people be the judge.
Right, of course.
And it's going to be only 50 copies, is that correct?
The limited fine edition is only going to be 50 copies and then done, and it's going to be that typical first come first serve, and it's going to be a pre-order to make sure we get it out of the way, not in terms of the book, but let people get in there and reserve their copies, and then done, we shut that down and we can start production to make sure that whoever wants a copy of that book, they get
Yeah.
a copy of the book. So
And it's a famous Edinburgh bookbinder doing it, correct?
no, it's actually a Glasgow
Oh, right.
bookbinder. It's a Glasgow printing company. It's based out of Govan in Glasgow, and they have two bookbinders working there. Fantastic bookbinders, and Gordon, the head bookbinder who has been in charge of this, he's done a fantastic job, and it was just a privilege getting to hang out with him so many afternoons and so many mornings, just standing there watching him work, and he would explain everything to me, and because I have a huge passion for bookbinding too, and I studied a lot of bookbinding on my own.
Yeah.
So getting to actually stand there watching a master at work, and hearing all the details, it was fantastic. But yeah, it's true. The book will be done first in this limited fine edition, limited to 50 copies. And as soon as they're done, as soon as they're all sold out, production will start. And as soon as production is set off, the standard hardcover is going to start to come out. So obviously the fine edition is going to be sold first, and then the standard hardcover is going to come out. But before I show it,
here's the first book I ever bound.
Oh, nice.
And I was every day after school for a while with a Scottish bookbinder in North Vancouver named Neil Wilkie, and he had bound all my dad's books for him in the 70s, and then I met him in the late 90s and went every day after school, and he taught me bookbinding and helped me bind my graduating thesis, and taught me how to do that. And then I showed it to my teachers, and they went to him and they learned bookbinding and started bookbinding classes for the high school. And next thing you know, my sister, who was younger than me, is binding all these books for me, which became like my magical diary books up there on the top shelf. Like half of those are books bound in silk and leather by my sister in high school. God bless her.
Very nice.
Yeah, bookbinding is a beautiful, passionate, wonderful thing for me, and I'm so glad you feel the same way about it. So yeah, let's get on to a little show and tell.
Right. So before I show it, I should probably finish mentioning exactly what it's about. Like I said, in book 15 in Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, and that was the thing you hinted at, that's where he gives you all of the how-to things, right? And this was sort of an example of his to bring up some of the more ceremonial stuff. Like I said, Scot had this weird relationship with magic where, like I said, when it came to witchcraft and stuff like that, he was very adamant about it's just a load of crap. But at the same time, he had tremendous respect for Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa and his De Occulta Philosophia Libri Tres, the 3 books of occult philosophy. He was actually, he spoke very highly of that. So it's kind of weird, right? Because here you have a book that is entirely dedicated to the occult sciences, mainly magic. And then Scot speaks highly of it, and elsewhere he just totally bashes magic as the most ridiculous thing in the world. But yeah, so in book 15, he gathered, it appears that he got 2 different manuscripts. It may have been just 1 manuscript, but I'm inclined to think it was 2, and so is the author of this book, also inclined to think it was 2, written by someone just identified as TR, and the other one is John Kokars. And it is impossible to find that source material today. The oldest source you can possibly find is Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft of 1584. Wow. And so he basically it's an entire grimoire that he put there for everyone to get all the instructions. And because, ironically, you have this book by Reginald Scot that just bashes magic left and right, and ironically, it became one of the source works of magical practitioners back then. It became like a massive influence on magicians of the day. And it has influenced people all up until today. Unfortunately, the discovery of witchcraft is not it's easily glanced over these days, which I personally think is really sad. And the same for the author of this book, which was why it just had to be done, right? Because it greatly influenced Ebenezer Sibley in the 18th century. It influenced Frederick Hockley and Francis Barrett, and it has had a lot of influence, this grimoire section. And because of that, the author, whom I can't tell you much about, the author goes by the name of Frater S. That's it. and obviously at Hermetic Science Enterprises, we respect an author's desire to be anonymous. So that's that. But he really wanted this grimoire section from the Discovery of Witchcraft to be published as an actual grimoire. Yank it out of all that other stuff in the Discovery of Witchcraft, and just have that grimoire, but presented as an actual grimoire with all of the details, all of the annotations, footnotes, appendices, additional illustrations, whatever, to make it into a fully fledged grimoire. And that's exactly what this is.
Oh, gorgeous.
So this is the limited fine edition of the Grimoire of Reginald Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, which comes in a fancy slipcase, of course, which is not only wrapped in the highest quality material available, but at the same time, it's very difficult to see, but if I turn on the light, you might be able to see how it's lined with velvet on the inside to really protect the leather.
Wow.
And then, of course, gold foiling on the front. And
a lot of gold foiling all around.
And then the book itself is bound. Crap. It's bound in chieftain goat.
I think that might be the sexiest thing I've seen in 2 years.
This is, like I said, chieftain goat, this leather, and it's insanely expensive. And
can you hold the spine up to the camera there?
Absolutely.
Just hold it there steady for a minute. Oh, wow. Yeah. Jesus. How many pages is the whole thing? It looks huge.
See, it is, because originally, if you just take that grimoire section and the other section, which we can discuss in a couple of minutes, that's also from the Discovery of Witchcraft, that's included here because it's just as grimoire relevant as all the other stuff. Originally, that together might have been maybe 150 pages or something along those lines. But this book is 464 pages. So a lot of additional stuff has been added to it.
Yeah. Well, I thought at first maybe you're calling it a grimoire for marketing, which is brilliant. But this now I actually feel like I have to have the special edition. So people, please donate to the podcast so I can buy this book.
Well, it has really been made to be a fully fledged grimoire, not just in terms of the author's contents, but also in terms of how I wanted to edit and design the book. And that's why I insisted on having it exactly like this. So it's traditional bookbinding style, in actual leather, not pleather, not that faux leather stuff. Not that I mind that or anything, but it had to be done properly and with raised spine bands and everything, and classical format. I just love this old school format that you don't really see anymore unless it's a book that is like 150 years old or something. And then I wanted it again because I wanted it to be a genuine grimoire, right? So I took two of the main pentacles. This is the pentacle that gives the person who has it on him or her mastery over the spirits. It makes the spirits obey you, basically, if you have that pentacle. And so naturally, it had to be on the front of the book. And the pentacle on the back is the one that whoever carries this pentacle, he will not be able to be harmed by any foe. That I'm paraphrasing here, but
what a great one to put on the front of the book.
That's why I thought they were, hey, this is an actual grimoire. It should actually have these pentacles.
And it's an actual talisman of protection.
There you go.
You can, the book could be a talisman of protection.
Right.
Against magic and harm.
And then people can consecrate it if they so wish, right?
I mean,
and
you want to give some good methods on consecration?
On the inside? Haha.
We like to have fun.
There will be some in the book.
There will be some in the book. And asked and answered. Asked and answered. What else could we want to know?
The end paper is hand marbled end paper. And I picked this because I thought it fit the theme that I really wanted to use this dark red leather. And I wanted to have black segments on it. And so because of that, I wanted the end paper to be this red and black mixture as well.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And then the satin bookmark inside, I then wanted black because it goes well with the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh
but
my God.
that's
I
like
can't
the
believe I get to
aesthetics of the
debut
book.
this beautiful thing of beauty.
Yeah, this is actually the first time the book is gonna be displayed to the public. It's the first time it's
Yes.
gonna be shown, because it hasn't even been officially released yet, but it will be released along with this. So yeah, this is
And how many thousands of dollars will that cost?
well, that's the thing. Uh, I was given some advice on how much I should charge for it, and I was like, I can't get away with that. But you should. I was told I should charge £1,500 a copy, but I said no, it's not gonna be like that. No,
I mean, either way, once all 50 copies are sold, you know it's going to be selling for that amount, or if not more, especially since
yeah,
it's so gorgeous and there's only 50. Like, it's easy to be frustrated with that, but it's also understandable because it will instantly shoot up in value. Like,
right.
I know I just realized I'm sounding like I'm making a sales pitch, but we're talking about occult publishing. We're doing a whole convo of occult publishing, so it's appropriate. I mean, people out there are actually interested in getting into occult book publishing, and they should be.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing to do with your life.
Oh,
If you love
absolutely.
occultism and you love ancient manuscripts and history and all of that, like, what a wonderful thing to do. The fact that there's actually a market for it for the first time probably since the Library of Alexandria or the medieval manuscript rage, when people were often just
Mhm.
inventing manuscripts to sell to nobles who had the money
Right.
and want, that those are out there. That's a real thing, people. Not every single grimoire from the medieval period was legit. It just
No.
wasn't. But witchcraft was illegal 70 years ago, right? So we're in a unparalleled time for access to information and people
Mhm.
willing to invest in things that are worthwhile. And so it's a great
Right.
thing for us to encourage people to keep doing it, because how many good publishers out there are there, in your opinion?
How many good publishers? Well, I don't like
We're talking
to
shop.
right. I don't like to speak ill of my colleagues.
Well, which one? No, just
No.
say which ones you like the best, that you think are the best.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there are a couple of, I especially like the smaller publishers, a lot of the smaller publishers, because they tend to focus a lot more on the quality of what it is they're producing. Not to say anything bad about larger publishers like Samuel Weiser, Llewellyn Publications, and so on, because regardless of what people want to say about larger publishers and the standard paperbacks that come out from these places, one thing that has to be remembered is that they have a lot of classics. They have a lot of really important works. And this is something obviously that should be respected. But I have to admit, because I am a traditionalist by nature, as you very well know, and because I am very old-fashioned, I like the attention to detail, which is why I wanted to do that with my own publishing company as well. And that's why I especially like the smaller publishers and the attention to detail they put in the work that they do. And so, that of putting out, for example, fine editions, I don't care about books costing £200, £300, £400, £500 when they are done right and it just looks beautiful and it's not just a book. If you just want a book, well, then go and get the paperback because it's a lot more affordable. But when you get something like that, you actually get a piece of art at the same time. Right. And I love that part, which was why I wanted to get into that as well. And so smaller publishers that do that, I have great love and admiration and respect for them.
You could really think of these publishers actually as artists. I'm realizing.
Right.
They're artists.
That's exactly right. If
you go into this kind of publishing, this kind of quality artistic publishing, it's because you're a fucking artist, I think.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know.
And,
it looks
and I
like
the ones that do this classical type of work with their publishing too, like old school type of design and so on. Just these little things, but that I think mean the world. And that's why I'm so adamant about using this stuff myself, is just simple things like using big leaf letter type drop caps and stuff like that in your typesetting, and using some Gothic lettering for the title pages and stuff like that. These little things because there are too many of these books out there today where the content is phenomenal. It's a fantastic book you have, but it
Yeah.
looks so dull and dry because it has not been typeset properly. There's been put no detail into it whatsoever. And so, well, we don't have to mention any specific works or anything, but there are just some of them that they just look so dull and boring, and it's so sad because the contents are fantastic. And I know there will be people who will say that, no, it doesn't really matter as long as the contents are good. That's all that matters, which is true. That is number one. But the sad part is if people flip through a book like that and, oh my God, this just looks so boring, they put it away and they miss out on the otherwise amazing content. So I know how the old saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. But those of us in publishing, we actually live a lot by, oh, you need to make sure that people can judge a book by its cover, so that it'll have a cool looking cover that'll capture their attention, but for the right reason, so that they will know this book is fantastic. This book is phenomenal. So pick it up and take a look.
So yeah. I'm guessing then that you like the work that Scarlet Press and Ouroboros do, those sort of ones.
Those were exactly the two I was about.
Oh, really?
To mention.
Oh, wonderful.
Scarlet Imprint. The books they have produced are really beautiful. They've produced some really nice limited fine editions. I might not be the biggest fan of the material itself. Some of it I am, but a lot of it is very left-hand path oriented and all this stuff. And as you know, I don't have any interest in that whatsoever. But that's fair enough. That's sort of what they focus on, and that's perfectly fine. It doesn't mean they can't produce beautiful books, right? So I have the utmost respect for the quality of their fine editions. And Ouroboros Press, same for them too. They publish some fantastic books.
Yeah, my buddy Joe from the good old Homsey days told me he's sending me his mytho-hermetic dictionary. And that's by Ouroboros. So I look forward to finally owning an Ouroboros one. And Scarlet Imprint too. It's just, they do cost a few pennies. So what is the actual cost of this book, the fine 51 edition?
Well, see, that's the thing. Like I said, I don't want to go crazy in spite of what people recommended I do, because I want it to be affordable at the same time, because I want people to have the opportunity to actually buy these books. And so because of that, I think it should be a fair price compared to the expenses and so on. Obviously, it costs a minor fortune to make these books. If you look at how producing a paperback of like this format and this size could cost you a couple of bucks, right? Whereas producing a book like this, naturally, it's a whole different ballgame, right? So the price has not been set in stone yet, but it will be roughly 300 pounds.
All right. Save up, folks.
As soon as the book is officially released, obviously, then the fixed price is going to be there, but it'll be roughly 300 pounds. So expect it to be between 295 pounds and 315 pounds. But I don't want to go much higher than that, since it's the first fine edition coming out. So I want people to be able to celebrate that a little bit too, instead of saying, oh, this book is going to be 450 pounds. Good luck. Right? I mean, it's I want it to be as affordable as possible while still costing what it needs to cost to actually be able to make the wheels turn. If you know what I mean.
Well, I think that's a very reasonable price for how beautiful it is. And for those people just listening to the pre-release podcast audio, the video will be up very soon, and you can see what I'm talking about. And I think you'll agree with me that it is worth the shekels. So I'm thank you from the occult community for taking the time to put out such a beautiful thing.
It's my pleasure.
Of a book that is worthy, it seems, and it's been reworked into a grimoire, which is just, I mean, fabulous. It looks like it's actually going to be equally appealing to ceremonial magicians and grimoires as well as witches.
It very well might be. It very well might be. I mean, obviously, it's the material is it's classical Western magic. So it's grimoire tradition, ceremonial magic. So it's all about magical implements and magical circles and evoking spirits, etc., etc.
So for all of you Discovery of Witches fans out there of the show, you can own your own copy of the real Book of Life.
Well, I just really hope people will appreciate it for
it's a work
the
of art.
author's vision that it was, and then also what I have tried to do in terms of honoring that that vision he had of wanting to put out an actual grimoire that's worthy of the content, you know, because we both agree that the content is just amazing, right? I mean, I've been a huge fan of that grimoire section of the Discovery of Witchcraft for years, and it's the same for the author. And so, wanting to put out an actual grimoire version of it, you know, and dispense with all the other stuff that has nothing to do with it, and just focus on that. And then I was like, this has to be done right, so it has to be done in this fancy edition as well. And I was very adamant about everything needs to be added to it then, so there will be no gaps. And so the book contains, and that's something I would really like to mention, that's people who are familiar with the Discovery of Witchcraft will probably be wondering, and that is, they will wonder, is it a book based on the first edition of 1584 or the third edition of 1665? Because that is actually very important. Well, I haven't watched that in years. In any case, it's based on the 1665 edition, the third edition of 1665. Because for those who are not familiar with that, allow me to explain really briefly. In 1665, a third edition of the Discovery of Witchcraft was published, but it was not published the same way. There was an unknown contributor that Elizabeth Butler, in her book Ritual Magic, that she tends to refer to in that book as anti-Scot. Because it was clearly a pro-magic individual. We have no idea to this day who it is. You can speculate, but we don't know who that person was. But it was clearly someone who was not only pro-magic, but who was also very experienced. And that person added a few additional chapters to book 15. A chapter on magical circles and a chapter on consecration and some stuff like that. And in addition to that, in the end of Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, there is a section on devils and spirits. And he's talking about the superstitious things and what the church says about devils and spirits and blah, blah, blah. Then in that third edition, that same person. Again, there's no name attached to it, but it's clearly the same pro-magic person who added another part after that is also concerning devils and spirits, but this is clearly from a magician's point of view. So here he is analyzing what devils are and what ghosts are and all this, and giving you explanations as to what they are in the magical sense. And there's a lot of fascinating information there. It's kind of like
sounds very similar to
magician's bestiary, sort of, if you will.
It sounds similar to the stuff in Rudd's grimoire.
Right.
He goes a lot into what gnomes are. They were very fascinated in those centuries about, you know, how to create a fairy changeling by getting busy with the spirit or elf.
Right. Hooking up.
Hey, this is what we did before Netflix.
Right. That was how people found entertainment.
Before Netflix and chill, it was hunting down fairies for a fun tryst.
Right. No, amazing. But this was a very, very, very fascinating section that definitely tied in so well with the grimoire contents of book 15 in the Discovery of Witchcraft, and that's why that definitely needed to be added to it. And so the book consists of those two parts, basically, that grimoire section and then that concerning devils and spirits. And on top of that, the author, Frateres, added a bunch of explanatory footnotes, you know, things to clarify certain things here and there, but also, even though the book mainly caters to the practitioner, it does also it does not ignore the academically interested. Obviously, those who are hardcore academics just want the original and take a look at that, right? But
there might be a few of the ESSWE people and ASE people out there in Amsterdam who might appreciate what you've done there. Maybe you know.
Right, because sometimes they do like to see, okay, well, as long as it's of academic interest in some form or fashion, we should take a look at it. And that's exactly what the author wanted to do.
One thing a lot of people don't realize about the academics who study esotericism is that even us right now having this conversation and the production of your book there, like they don't see this as participating in the academic study of esotericism. We are actually right now their primary source material. They're studying us right now. There are people writing papers on us, like this kind of conversation. The fact that modern magicians are putting out books like you are putting out here, that is subject for a paper. We're not participants with them in the study of esotericism by any means from their point of view. We are the subject of their study. A lot of people don't realize that.
That's actually very true. Very true. And you can especially say that too, since the author of this book is himself a practitioner of classical Western magic.
And in your opinion, as a human being, this is a useful book to a magician.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, having dealt with occult publishing, with esoteric publishing in all these years, and having read a bunch of this material myself and so on, it's absolutely, this would definitely be useful, and especially because of all the footnotes and things that have been added, and all the appendices that has been added to the book as well, because a lot of the stuff in the different magical operations covered in this grimoire it'll then say stuff like, okay, then you have to do this and that prayer, or then you have to recite this and that psalm, etc., etc. And then obviously that would mean someone would have to stand there with the grimoire in one hand and a big fat Bible in the other hand, or at least a buttload of notes and stuff. To dispense with all that, all of the psalms and prayers and so on that are referenced in the operations are given in appendices in the book. So you basically just have to flip back and forth to find what you're looking for.
And with a beautiful little ribbon, that's even easier.
Right, with a little ribbon.
And hey, I'm not recommending people alter the fine edition of the book if they buy it from you, but as someone as when I learned bookbinding, I realized how easy it was to add my own ribbons to things if I wanted more. It's very easy to,
well, then there you go,
to take a popsicle stick and press on a glued little ribbon to your book. Though I'm not saying people should alter this masterpiece, but you can do that. I do that with my Skinner books. I glue on my own little ribbons, and that way I have, and they're extremely even more useful, because they are extremely useful. Right. And they're made to be accessible and useful, which is great. So I mean that's the whole point. Yeah.
Right. And this is hopefully also something that people are really going to appreciate about this book, is that it's like both the author and myself, we've gone through all of the efforts we possibly could to make this book as complete a grimoire as possible. Obviously, there will always be some things that are just from a historical perspective, it's just like it's impossible to identify a certain something, so you can speculate, and then that's as far as it goes. I mean, because there were some things too that were written in a certain way, and then I was thinking, it's too bad we can't do anything about that, we can't find it, but it was just impossible to track down, so you make do with what you have, right? But everything has otherwise been everything that's been referenced is then put in the back. Even the holy water formula that's given in it to make holy water is based on the Catholic formula, and so because of that Catholic formula, because there are many inconsistencies, as you know, in grimoires, there are always inconsistencies. There are things that are misspelled and miswritten and this and that.
I think you're wrong on that, brother. I think every single one of those instances is an intentional blind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's how you're really supposed to look at it.
Well, that's how I read typos in like modern occult books. It's just a blind. I mean,
it's all intentional.
I mean, there's masters of blinds out there. Shout out to Nick. I love you. I was gonna say, do you want to show off quickly the standard hardcover, because it's actually
Yes.
also gorgeous, and the printer, whoever you're working with, has certainly upped their game, I think, recently in quality. So that's really, it's a beautiful thing for us to see, the more accessible hardcover version for everyone out there who didn't make $1 billion during COVID.
Right, and so can't afford the fancy edition. Well, this is what
Oh
the
God,
standard hardcover is going to look like.
I love that cover so much. Oh my God, it's
And I'll give you a view of the back. And then, of course, always have to add a little bit of stuff to the flaps as well, about the book itself. And then,
did anyone?
There were two people. There were two people who got to have a little sneak peek at this book. So apologies to anyone.
I didn't get my copy.
No, that's why. Apologies
Why wasn't
to those
I
who
one
didn't.
of the two people?
Well, that's the thing. We weren't actually talking about the book at that time. I will happily include you in the next publication. Yeah, so I actually sent a copy to Gary St. Nottingham, who himself is not at all an unknown author in terms of occult literature. Gary has put out a lot of really cool books on both the magic and alchemy, and I greatly respect Gary and his works, and because of that, because I know he is very much into classical Western magic himself, I wanted to ask if he was willing to accept a copy, read it, and give me his honest opinion, and if he liked it, if he would want to write a short blurb for the dust jacket. And I sent one to Brian, or Frater Ashen, who is also a very popular author these days and very well known in the circle of Grimoire practitioners, right? And I sent him a copy as well.
Yeah, we love him so much on this podcast. We don't even call him Ashen Shasan. We call him Ashi Chassi.
Ashi Chassi, that's right. I heard it when
I think in Hebrew the emphasis would even be I think it would be Ashen Hassan. I think in Hebrew that's how the emphasis would be on the syllables. Ashen Hassan. But it's his name, so whatever he wants. And he's got such a great sense of humor. So you sent a copy to him, and what did he have to say about the book?
Well, if you want me to, I can read the two blurbs that they wrote for it.
Well, I think that's what we're here for.
All right. Well, then let me read what Gary wrote first. Gary wrote, "This new work presented by Frater S. gives the occult practitioner a clear and useful means of ingress into the Elizabethan occult world via a literary work that has not only been highly influential in the later writings that were produced by Sibley, Barrett, and in more recent times, Paul Hewson, but has also been used successfully by a wide variety of magical practitioners over the years. Now, today's occult student for the first time can study and practice the material in this clear and concise presentation." And then Brian, or Frater Ashen Shasan, or Ashi Chassi, as you say, wrote, "Scot's discovery of witchcraft stands as a pivotal source for Western classical ritual magic. Frater S. does a superbly skilled job at presenting this classic in an organized and usable manner. In much the way classical magical texts are being translated, he presents the material faithfully as it is, with noted corrections, changes, and observations where the text is likely to make the most sense."
Brian is a man with great, skill with words, unlike me, apparently. From what I just said. It's not my most eloquent morning. Though I did have to get up at 7 a.m. for us to do this today. It's the most fun I've had it's the most fun I've had at 7 a.m. since last time I probably had a girlfriend. I don't know. No, yesterday I was carving on my hazel wand before sunrise, and after I know it's retrograde, but I actually have a theory on that. I have a theory on that. Yeah, even Ashen Shasan posted his wands, and people start posting their wands, which is it's great. It's wonderful. That's that group and 2 other groups is the only reason I have a Facebook account. I do so well during Mercury retrogrades. Like I become happy, I become super productive during Mercury retrograde. And my mom's a 50-year professional astrologer. She's 73 or 74 now. I should know that. But she helped me understand that based on the placement of my Mercury and Mars and conjunctions and some other things, it makes sense, she says. So it's like, well, if during Mercury retrograde my personality becomes optimized, I feel it, the channel clearer than ever, I'm just going to go with that. I'm not going to like pretend like I'm having a rough time and not do certain magic things, because I know it's a breach with tradition, but it's like, I also trust in God and trust in my own higher self, and when in doubt, there's always a little LRH or Mercury that can buffer things, in my opinion, as a GDite. Yeah, so that's fucking fabulous that you got such great quotes from such reputable scholars in this area. I'm absolutely stoked
I'm very, very grateful. I'm very grateful
to get the copy of the book. And who knows, maybe if my listeners are gracious enough with their donations, I might get one of those fine editions. We shall see. I don't mind twisting the arms of my listeners, or better yet, putting them in an onikudaki. Yata,
right.
Yata, anata wa onikudaki des. No, anata wa Scott's Grimoire of Witchcraft des. Is that right?
Well, then you're telling me that I am Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft.
Watashi wa Scott's Grimoire des.
If you want to say, well, then you're saying you are Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft.
Okay, so clearly I don't speak Japanese. What is it
you're trying to say?
I just had to throw out some Japanese there because people complain whenever I try to speak Japanese. They say they get upset, and that's really why I have this podcast, is to get people's panties in a twist.
If you want to say that you want a copy of this book, you could just say watashi wa kono hon ga hontou ni hoshii desu yo. Like saying, I really want this book.
Watashi wa kono hon ga
hontou ni hoshii desu yo.
Hontou ni hoshii desu.
Hoshii desu yo.
Hoshii desu yo.
Yeah, if you want to speak formally, and if you're from Kansai, you don't say hontou ni, you say honmani.
No, I'm from Osaka in another life. This does move us on to the third and final stage of our episode, and Ashen Shasan is a great intro into it, because here's the question: you and he are both master ninjas. You both are hardcore ninjas, and I remember when we met, you and I, 20 plus years ago, and I was there down in LA doing my thing, and you were out in the grass doing backflips and rolls, and next thing I know, you backflipping over me and teaching me techniques, because I was, of course, I'm an eternal beginner in Bujinkan, I feel like, and that's okay. But you Ashen Shasan, of course, went to Japan, got his 5th Dan with Hatsumi, and you did too.
I did.
Tell us about that. A lot of ninjutsu fans listening to this podcast. I've had comments actually from people like, hey, can you put markers so I can just hear the ninjutsu stuff? I'm like, well, that's odd, but let's roll with it.
Well, I mean, my Godan Shiken, my 5th degree black belt test, was, as so many others, I took mine at the Hombu Dojo. Well, the old Hombu. They've built a new one, as you may have heard. But the old Hombu Dojo. I prefer doing it there as opposed to the Tokyo Budokan, where Hatsumi Sensei also gives lessons, or at least used to. I'm not sure if he still does that. But I got mine in a super crowded Hombu Dojo. I was so packed you could barely do any training. I actually think the person, because Hatsumi Sensei always tries to find someone or someone who knows you, a shihan who knows you, to do your test.
Oh, really?
But since I was there by myself.
How about you just quickly describe what the test is for those who don't know? Because it's a fabulous, remarkable test.
Well, the Godan Shiken is you sit in seiza. You sit in seiza no kamae, which is, just sitting down on your knees, traditional Japanese seated posture. And you close your eyes and you're supposed to just relax. And then you will have a shihan, a senior instructor, as we would say, who will then grab. Nowadays, they use a shinai. Sometimes they will use a bokuto, a wooden sword, but they will usually use a shinai, which is the bamboo sword used in kendo. Probably because it's a bit more merciful, because there have been a lot of people who don't move properly.
I've seen videos of Hatsumi using a bokudo and whacking people when they failed the tests. And
I've
damn,
seen
that's
people
gotta
get
hurt.
whacked with it. Oh, absolutely. Even just the shinai is gonna hurt.
Oh yeah.
It makes a lot more noise than the actual power of the impact. Well, it hits you powerfully, but it doesn't hurt as much as it sounds it would, and that's why it's usually used nowadays. But don't get me wrong, it'll still hurt getting hit with that thing. But yeah, and then that shihang will move up behind you, and will raise the shihang above your head, and then whenever he's ready, doesn't matter if you're ready or not, whenever he's ready, he will emulate a killing intent, what in Japanese is called a sakki. That's why it's called the test of sakijutsu. Sakijutsu means the art of killing intent. And so basically he will create an artificial output, if you will, of wanting to actually kill you, actually take your life.
Yeah.
Even though he knows consciously he's just standing with shinai in his hands, but he's going to create that actual mental output of, you're gonna die, and I'm gonna split your skull open, basically. I know it's a very colorful way to put it, but that's
the idea I always thought was, because I always thought about it in sort of psychical terms when I was starting out in ninjutsu. Like if you don't have that killing intent out, what is there to sense? It's like it doesn't trigger the same response, because you're facing away from someone who's going to hit you at their whim. And you have to magically just know when to roll away right before, not too early and not too late, the right exact moment. And my teacher, my first shihan, he said it's actually not that hard. We could even practice it in class if we wanted, because there is an actual sense. Like, you're not trying to get lucky. You're trying to demonstrate an extreme level of sensitivity to the killing intent, correct? Yeah. Exactly. So, because you want that on the street. You want that in your life. When you sense that killing, and I've felt it, especially as a Celtic bar musician, often I felt that shift. And all of a sudden, guys from behind the bar are leaping across. They feel it too. They jump almost before the action happens. And next thing you know, like, a fight's being broken up, and it happens on a dime. And it's a good sense to have.
It is, and it's something you will see a lot of experienced police officers and people in the military as well tend to develop, that they just start feeling something is off when something is about to happen. Obviously, part of it is being able to read signs and so on, but a lot of it also is because of constantly being surrounded with those circumstances. It tends to make you a bit more attuned to how things feel. The same thing as when people describe that sensation of someone watching them, and then they turn around and they see there's actually someone standing there staring at them. It's similar to that, but it's a more specific thing in this case, where it is that intent to actually lethally harm you, right? And that's what you're supposed to pick up on and then roll out of the way. So it's not just being able to sense it, it's a combination of that, and then having proper taihenjutsu, or bodily movement skills, or bodily movement techniques, as we call it, which would be rolling out of the way properly, so you don't actually get whacked. It's not enough to just do like this. You're going to get hit in the back of the neck, or move to the side. You're going to get whacked in the shoulder. So you need to actually roll out of the way. So it needs to be a proper combination of these two, and that's how you pass your 5th degree black belt test. There have been cases where people pick up on not necessarily killing intent, but they pick up on presence. And it seems that sometimes Hatsumi Sensei, he chooses differently. If he feels that the person who moved there with just the right timing, that was just pure luck, because he was kind of twitchy and he just happened to get it right. No, then he goes, once more, please. And then, they have to do it again. But sometimes people will sit there completely still and they're not moving a muscle, and the person is not hitting it, but he's just stepping up behind you and he's about to put the sword on the top of your head, and the person rolls out of the way. There's obviously no killing intent, but they sense there's something wrong here, and they move out of the way. And then sometimes he will pass them based on that, even though it was not the actual saki, but because they were sufficiently sensitive, but still sufficiently calm to just sit there. But if people are twitchy, he will put it down to no, it's just because he got lucky, because he was waiting for something. He was just waiting for the right timing. But this other guy was sitting still for like half a minute, not moving a muscle. And then right before the sword gets put on his head, before the test is about to start, he moves perfectly out of the way. And then he will still pass them based off of that. It's kind of rare, but he will do it. I've seen him do it a couple of times.
Yeah, well, we trust in Hatsumi to know.
Well, that's the thing. You would expect him to
it
tell you if you need to do it again, or if it's like, no, that was good enough. I saw something that definitely showed this person is absolutely 5th degree black belt or higher, so he passes or she passes, right? But yeah, so that's basically what that test is all about. So it's a famous or infamous, if you will, test in the Bujinkan, this Saki Jutsu test.
Yeah, I talked with Ashen Shisan also about Kujikiri a bit. Did you have you had any experience with that? Because it's one of those things that you can actually become quite experienced in ninjutsu, I think, and actually not encounter that much. And then there's, of course, there's even here in British Columbia, there's been some ninjutsu teachers who do entire seminars and courses and retreats focusing on Kujikiri. And it's fascinating to me because of what it is. And I'm just curious if you have any knowledge on that.
Well, I've actually done a fair bit of study of Kuji no Ho, or the method of Kuji, or the method of the 9 characters, or people usually say 9 syllables, but it can also be interpreted as 9 characters, because it's the ji as in kanji, the Chinese character. You know, the more elaborate characters in the Japanese language, but they're adopted from Chinese, hence Chinese character. But it's that same kanji, ji, which means character. So Kuji technically means 9 characters, and Ho means method. So Kuji no Ho means the method of Kuji, or the Kuji method. And I was very fascinated with that, obviously because of my interest in esotericism, right? So I did a lot of study on that. Now, I was actually fortunate enough to learn some stuff in Japan from some of the old Japanese shihan. There were some preparatory techniques that had to do with chakra work and stuff like that, actually. Something called hinokokyu, which means fire breathing, that Nakadai sensei used to teach. And he said that's actually some preliminary training for that of working with Kuji no Ho. And this was something I found out, that there are various other systems of this this practice that in Japanese Mikkyo, as it's called, like it's this Buddhist esoteric doctrine, right? You have different schools of it, different styles. You have Tendai Mikkyo, Shingon Mikkyo, that kind of stuff. But it's that thing that we call Mikkyo. It's these Buddhist esoteric disciplines where they do all this stuff with hand seals, and then it sit there, and it's basically a practice. A lot of people identify it as Eastern magic, but it's basically a practice that is used for spiritual development. But some of the side effects are different paranormal phenomena, if you will. Like one thing is being able to heal yourself or heal someone else, and another one is being able to achieve like a cosmic intelligence, and you know, receive answers from the universe, and others are about being able to manipulate someone else purely mentally, like a form of telepathic assault, if you will, and that kind of stuff. Those are some of the quote unquote side effects of doing this work, but it is mainly for purposes of spiritual development. And I found out that there are various of these like Kundalini and chakra activation type practices that tie into that, because this has to do with, you know, the old esoteric principles of Buddhism, where you have these yogic teachings, etc., that incorporate all of these esoteric elements. Doing poses and postures and so on in yoga to manipulate how the flow of the energy moves through the body is one thing, and then using these hand gestures known as mudras, right? In Sanskrit, it's what's known as ketsui in Japanese.
Yeah.
It's another way of manipulating the flow of energy. Oh yeah, that one.
That one took me a while as a kid, because
You remember what it's called?
No, I don't. Sadly,
that one is pole.
Oh, I want to get back into it. I mean, when I came back to Canada from California I guess a year ago, they were doing ninjutsu classes, but then it got shut down before I could even attend one, and we're not allowed to do it still. So yeah, hopefully we'll get back to that, because it's a good gang of guys here that they're nice. When I was 10, I had been meditating twice a day since I was 7, so a long time, and then I saw American Ninja, and guess what I started doing while I was meditating?
Oh, you would of course sit there doing hand seals, right?
And after 3 years of meditating a lot, even as a child, adding those in was very interesting. But I didn't know what to do with them, and it didn't really seem like I was activating anything new. It just made it more interesting to me. And of course, I slowly did move away from transcendental meditation entirely, and the whole Maharishi thing. I got a bad taste in my mouth as soon as I found out that Maharishi, my parents told me Maharishi considers, gays to be unnatural. And I was like, what the fuck? I mean, come on. Because I was hearing that from my Christian family in Missouri, like they were paddling us because of playing Dungeons and Dragons and like all this. I just had enough of all that shit. It didn't didn't affect me personally, because I'm not gay, but it outraged me even at that young age. You know what I mean? And I was like, I can't deal with that stuff anymore. Just done with it.
Understandably.
And yeah, I'm very excited. I did only see any sort of kujikiri or magic demonstrated once in ninjutsu training. One teacher I had was training a lot under our sort of Takasagi dojo, Shihan, Phil Lagar sensei. He's that guy who like trained the CIA in Bujinkan, like that dude. And one of my teachers had learned some of this stuff from him and demonstrated some, like, it seemed like meridian line cutting stuff to delete energy while in grappling positions. It was very strange. Again, I've just, it's something I hope to learn more about in the future from as the world opens up and I can get back to it, because it's
but it is a very, very interesting area. Absolutely.
Ninjutsu has brought so much to my life. Like I actually, I got my roommate Martin into it when I was 18 and living at Temple Tahuti, going to college, and I couldn't do ninjutsu before 18. They wouldn't let me. So as soon as I turned 18, boom, I was out there at the base of a mountain 3 hours, 3 nights a week on the cement, learning dive rolls and Gogyo. We were a Gogyo, very centered on Gogyo. Like we did like 30 minutes of that at the beginning of every class, just going through all the Gogyo, which I really love that because it's so elemental. It's so 5 elemental based, like from earth up to spirit. And the best times. And I told my roommate Martin that I was doing, he was like, holy shit, can I come? So I would drive him with me, and we got upset. We would train at a gazebo on the cement at Crab Beach or Shell Beach every morning, 7 a.m. Well, not every morning, but sometimes a lot. Just jog up from the temple, past the strip club, down over the bridge to this little thing. And we would just go to town on each other. We would fight. We would fight. And it was a beautiful time in my life. So
that's what good old training was like too. Actually, when you mentioned that thing about Gogyo, it reminds me of when you had the conversation with Ashin Shasan about exactly that.
That interview is going to get a few more listens after this podcast.
It most likely will.
I apologize, people, for being so nervous that I got stoned before the interview, and by the end I was pretty much out of it. So forgive me. I'm not don't consider myself good at podcasting at all. I just enjoy it.
Was still a good interview. It was still
Thank
a very good interview. I greatly enjoyed it. I've listened to it twice.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, no, I want to give you something that you might appreciate, both from a Bujinkan perspective as well as from the perspective of an occultist. That's the whole Gogyo thing, because apparently it seems like your teacher used to call it Gogyo. But remember the thing that Ashin Shasan mentioned, that they usually call it Sanshin no Kata, because that's technically what it's called in the Densho, in the written transmissions, in the scrolls. They're not always in the form of scrolls. Some old Japanese texts are in the form of old Japanese books. Some of them are in scrolls, but we call them Densho. Densho means written transmission, right? And in that, it's called Sanshin no Kata, which means the three hearts form, or the three spirits form, depending on how you read that kanji, that usually translates as heart. But technically, they are actually not the Gogyo. They are actually the Godai. And here's the thing, the Gogyo and the Godai are not the same thing. There are five elements, but they're two different sets. In Sanshin no Kata, you use the Godai, which is Chi, Sui, Ka, Fu, Ku. So earth, Chi, earth, Sui, water, Ka, fire, Fu, wind or air, and Ku, void or emptiness, right? Those are the forms you do when you do the Sanshin no Kata. But that's the Godai, which means the five great. The Gogyo are different. The Gogyo are Do, which is still Chi. It's still also earth, but it's more in the sense of soil, right? So Do, Sui, water, Ka, fire, Moku, wood, and King, metal or gold, but it's also used to describe metal. So those are the Gogyo. But if you think back to doing the Sanshin no Kata, there's nothing called Moku no Kata, like a wooden kata, or Kin no Kata. It's Fu no Kata, the air pattern, and Ku no Kata, the void pattern or emptiness pattern. So that's the difference between those two sets of elements, the Godai and the Gogyo. Chi, Sui, Ka, Fu, Ku, and Chi or Do, Sui, Ka, Moku, King.
Wow. Yeah. Our teacher didn't thank you. Domo.
Oh, no, just in case you found it interesting from an esoteric perspective and from a Bujinkan perspective.
Yeah.
There is actually a difference between those two. So when you speak of the esoteric element that you find in the Bujinkan, such as Kujin and Kujikiri, they talk about the Godai, that one, the Chi, Sui, Ka, Fu, Ku. But when it then talks about the Doton no Jutsu, for example, it's the Tompo or Ton no Jutsu escape methods or escape techniques. Then they will use the Gogyo, because then they use Do, earth or soil, and Sui, water, Ka, fire, Moku, wood, and King, metal, for escape techniques. So, like using metal to facilitate an escape, it would be stuff like throwing makibishi on the ground as you're running away, and people step on them when they're chasing you down. And Mokuton no Jutsu is using wood to facilitate an escape. So stuff like hiding in bushes until you can get out of there. They give up looking for you. Or
we did lots of that.
Stuff like that, right?
We would do nights, just stealth nights, where we're in the rain at the foot of Grouse Mountain. And so it's like lush, temperate rainforest, right? And it's just trees and underbrush, and there'd be a play structure. My teacher would put one person on the play structure, and their job was just to look around, not move, just sit where they are on the play structure. And under the play structure was a bunch of gravel, and then an open field all around, lined by trees, and the person had a flashlight. So if they saw you, they would shine the flashlight on you. If they saw you, period, you were out. And we crawled all the way through the underbrush, had to get through the forest, moving silently, and somehow get across the grass, this open area, across the gravel, without the person seeing us, and touch them on the back. And we would do that over a period of like 3 hours in the rain, full gear. And it was doable. Like, we learned how to lie flat on grass and where the shadows would hide us and where they wouldn't. We also learned amazing things like, wow, black is actually not the best color because you stand out even in a shadow. Whereas if you wear red, you sink right in. And then moving across gravel in an open area without being heard or seen, that was a treat in the rain. But we learned, and people like Martin were there with me. We did that stuff. And one of my other friends from old Tahuti days just gave me all her ninjutsu books. So I brought like I'm finally going to learn the terms, because our teacher just didn't want us to bother learning the terms. He said, you can learn all the Japanese terms before your Shidoshi test, the blackout test or whatever. Learn them all before that. We didn't stretch. He's like, you can stretch at home, you can stretch before class. You're here to learn technique. Right. And I like that, because I had a long history of many years in Taekwondo classes in different traditions, where it felt like most of the class was just an exercise class where we're just like running around doing push-ups. It's like, I'm paying a lot of money for this, and when people want to fight me, I'm going to do a push-up.
Now, my first teacher back in Denmark, he was also along those lines, where he was like, yeah, but the terminology and so on. Oh yeah, that's an old.
I'm very excited to read this Stick Fighting Techniques of Self-Defense by Hatsumi and Quentin Chambers.
Classic. That's where some of the old classical techniques with a humble are depicted.
Very cool stuff indeed. Yeah, using wood.
Oh yeah. I remember that one. That was one of the first techniques I learned with a humble.
The ability to use hanbo or any tool to brace someone's arm, and the way to apply pressure in certain spots to break free has actually gotten me out of a few real life grappled situations where some drunk asshole was trying to hug me too much or something because he liked my performance. It happens, right? And you just and then you try and get away, and they're drunk, so they get aggressive, and you're like, you just press your pint glass into the right part of their forearm, and they're like, ow, and you boot it.
Right.
Hey, we trained with salt shakers and all kinds of we did whole classes on just using everyday things. How would you fight if you were sitting in a diner and the person across from you attacked you, right? Throw the glass in there, smash it, slit their throat.
Right.
I mean, this is why ninjutsu is not in the Olympics, right? There's no competition for eye gouging.
No, there really isn't.
It's
less see how that would go. I don't see
and
how
so,
that would go so well.
Let's we could talk ninjutsu forever, and we'll talk about it more, but you actually don't practice ninjutsu anymore. You've moved on and you went to Brazil, which is where you found yourself a lovely wife, and learned Portuguese and studied not Brazilian jiu-jitsu but capoeira.
That's right.
Which makes sense, because you're a dexterous flippy motherfucker. I mean, I remember standing outside of Morningstar Research Center in LA. We're on the grass. You're showing me some holds, and you did put me in this one hold, and you're like, see, I can't get out. And you tried everything, and I really resisted, and you couldn't get out. And you said, unless I do this, and you did a fucking flip over my head, bringing me down onto my back. And I to this day, it's one of the best experiences of my life. Thank you. Thank you for that. Literally, it was like my life became a movie for a second. And yeah. I was like, shit, man, this guy's next level. I love it. And of course, we lost touch and found each other again on Facebook. But fortunately, because we didn't know each other's real names and all of that stuff. And that was 2002. And then how could you find someone again after that? There was literally no way. So it's been a blessing having you back in my life. Yeah.
Same here. Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
No, it was nice to be able to reconnect again. I was really happy that we were able to find each other on Facebook.
Oh,
hey, it's been a long time.
I saw Lenny. I was like, that. I knew that. I was like, holy shit. And yeah, fucking A. Yeah. I'm so glad I made a Facebook account with my old GD motto, plain for all to see. It's been an adventure, shall we say, but hey, it's COVID and we're still in lockdown after 2 years. So it's not like there's been much else to do.
Right. True.
I'm having a little birthday party tomorrow with a friend who's in an AA OTO magician and a friend who's in one of the many GD orders, and he was my oldest friend, and they happen to be a drummer and a bassist. So we have a drum kit at a friend's house. I'll play guitar, they'll play bass, we'll play drum, and that'll be my wee little birthday party in lockdown.
That sounds cool.
And
should be good fun.
Yeah, I'll take some pictures, send you, or maybe sing a song for you.
Oh yes, please.
Tell me about Capoeira, because we have a very famous Capoeira school here in Vancouver, and I've watched the teacher there perform. He's trained some of my Axe Capoeira. I've walked by that, bus by that. I lived down the street from that for years. I mean, I've watched them perform in City Center. They do amazing performances, and I've had many friends study there for years until their joints gave out and they had to stop and became alcoholics.
Oh, that was a
It's
terrible
true.
way to go.
It's actually true. I'm thinking about one guy. Anyway, but you, yeah. So what was it like going from ninjutsu into capoeira, especially in Brazil?
Well, see, well, that's the thing. I'll have to make a few minor adjustments
Did you
to
just
like
throw
the
caution to the
background of
wind
the
and move to
story.
Brazil?
No, it wasn't like that. Um, First of all, when I moved from well, I didn't really move from Bujinkan Budo into, yeah, I'm sorry, I should probably clarify. I know a lot of people tend to still refer to Bujinkan Budo as ninjutsu. I personally don't, and I haven't done that in many years. But that's because, as you know, I'm a massive history geek,
Mm.
and my main passion when I got into Bujinkan Budo was ninjutsu, or shinobi no jutsu, as it technically used to be called before it was eventually pronounced ninjutsu. It's the same as the word ninja is sort of a more modern reading of those two kanji. It used to be pronounced shinobi no mono, and just for short, shinobi. Shinobi was actually used more.
Yeah,
And then
in
eventually
Vancouver
shinobi no
we
mono,
use
and then
nimpo.
ninja.
Yeah, we
Right,
often use
right.
nimpo a lot here.
But you see, the thing is,
But we
the
use
reason
all the
why,
names. Everyone here I know uses all the names. They change the names on the posters. One year it'll be taijutsu, one year it'll be nimpo, one year it'll be takasagi bujinkan. Like it's that's why it's ninja, because they literally don't care about how it's called, because that's not what's really going on. The presentation is all illusion, right?
right,
Like coup. Don't watch the hand while I kick you in the balls.
right. That's exactly the point of that hand.
It's literally exactly the point of the
Yes,
technique. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
No, but the reason why I stopped referring to it as ninjutsu is because I found it a bit of a misnomer. Because while Bujinkan Budo does contain three different ninjutsu ryuha, nowadays, very unfortunately, very little actual shinobi no jutsu is being taught in the Bujinkan. It's not like in the old days. My teacher back in the day used to teach us a buttload of that stuff. It was the same for us, learning stealth techniques and like concealment tactics and all this stuff when we got to practice all of these things, right? All of this classical shinobi no jutsu stuff, this covert warfare stuff, right? But obviously the focus became mainly the kobujutsu aspect, the traditional old Japanese martial arts, the same stuff that the generic warriors back then would learn, like Jiu Taijutsu techniques, Daken Taijutsu techniques, Jiu-Jitsu techniques, Goppo Jutsu techniques, Koshi Jutsu, or Sto Jutsu, as it was also called back in the day. Yeah, that kind of stuff, right? And then all of the different weapons techniques, Kenjutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, Bojutsu, Sojutsu, and so on, right? But what was classified as ninjutsu or shinobi no jutsu was much more specific. It was all of this covert warfare. So it was all this about infiltration tactics and strategies and escape techniques and sabotage techniques and like strategies and tactics for arson and all this guerrilla warfare stuff, and how you best sneak in without anyone knowing you're there, getting the information or destroying the enemy compound from inside, or causing enough mayhem to be able to have the your allies on the outside bust in and then kill everybody, right? And no one will ever know you're there until all hell breaks loose. Or if you're just gathering information, perfect mission scenario, no one ever knows anyone was there, ever, right? And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is not being taught in the Bujinkan anymore. And so because of that, I thought it was a misnomer labeling it ninjutsu. And it was very much a thing a lot of dojos would still do to sort of like market it, if you will.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, in the States, even there's courses where you like get your black belt in 1 year in ninjutsu, and they are actual like shihans who are teaching it. They were, often pass their test with Hatsumi, but it's
Right,
like a bunch of DVDs or video course and then a black belt 12 months later.
right.
It,
There's too much of that stuff nowadays, and too many people, unfortunately. This is not to speak ill of the Bujinkan or anyone in it.
no, they're doing this in universities with PhDs, man.
Right. It's just the thing where when people take something and try to make it into something it's not, just for the sake of making money or making it a cool thing. And there's too much of that stuff nowadays where people aren't just focusing on like the good old saying, shut up and train, right? It's not there anymore for a lot of people. And that's the sad part. That was actually the reason why I stopped training. Don't get me wrong, I trained with some fantastic Shihan over in Japan, both Nakadai sensei, I love the guy to death, and he's a fantastic teacher. Yoshida sensei was a fantastic teacher, and also Sakaguchi sensei and Mitsuhashi sensei in Osaka, also fantastic teachers. But it's just the whole thing started to, it became too much of I don't know if tourist trap is the right thing to say, but there was just too much of that and too much hoopla and things, too many egos getting involved and things starting to become messy and it's falling apart. And it seems like even Hatsumi sensei is kind of sort of just washing his hands off of it. It's not to say anything bad about him, but it just looks like the way he's sort of distributing everything now, it seems like he's kind of just, yeah, okay, just let people just do their thing because I'm done.
He is done. He not only kept the tradition alive from his teacher Takamatsu, right? Claw hands, man, like that dude is, the legends are crazy. But Hatsumi kept it alive. Yeah, Hatsumi's kept it alive. He's made it so big, it's never going away. So yeah.
But unfortunately, a lot of people have taken it in a lot of directions that it shouldn't have gone in my humble opinion. And that's one of the reasons why I decided, okay, I'm just not going to do this anymore, because I used to love the old school training and I still love that to death. Granted, my main passion within the Bujinkan is still the ninjutsu aspect, which was what I really missed, which was why I started studying a lot of the old material myself. I started tracking down hand reproduced copies of old ninjutsu texts.
Of course you did.
And actually got a hold of it. Oh yeah, I have copies of the Shoninki and Shinobi Hiden and Rodanshu and stuff like that. A very good friend of mine in Japan, Yuta, he and I are both massive ninjutsu, like historical ninjutsu fanatics. And we have done nothing but research the crap out of it.
Hey, maybe you think he'd ever maybe do we could do a roundtable podcast, and maybe he'd come on and we can get Ash and Shasan on and have like three of you guys talking, and I'll just learn and listen.
He actually works with ninjutsu history now at a university in Iga, and he lives in Iga. He lives in the old Iga no Kuni. He lives in a small village called Furuyama in Mie Prefecture.
In probably have some very
Iga no Kuni.
Probably have some very good onigiri there.
Oh yeah, well you get good onigiri all over the place. But I'm sure he would love to talk about it, because he just really wanted, his dream was to get to work with ninjutsu history professionally, and he actually does that now. He works for the university.
Wow.
And,
so
I'm sure he would love to do it.
Yeah, if we could do like the four of us would get Brian on board. I'm sure he could answer so many questions, and it wouldn't really be a magical podcast, but it'd be an awesome podcast.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah.
It would have to be like in a parenthesis, ninjutsu, magic without fears.
Ninjutsu without ninjas without fears. I don't know. We'll come up with, I'll make a special graphic. If you talk to your guy, we'll make it, and Brian comes on, we'll make a special topic. I'll make a special graphic just for it, and we'll have fun with it. That would be amazing. That would, like, maybe we can do that in the spring, early spring or something.
That would be very cool.
That'd be awesome.
Very cool. I'll talk to Yuta and see if we can't set something up.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would love to do it.
I won't talk to Ashton Shasan. I'll leave the listeners to go and bother him.
Right.
I'm just joking. Anyway, I'm always people. I'm surprised sometimes by how many people still actually listen to this. Like, how I've covered like a lot of academics essays, like Dr. Hanegraaff's essays. Yesterday, I found out he knows all about this podcast.
Oh wow!
And apparently, there's an ongoing joke amongst the academics that because of that I am Frater RC who has returned early just to comment on their papers. And I love it. I hope they know, any of them listening, that I do it because I really believe in their work. I want people to pursue that education and know that it's out there. And I want them to not be afraid to read academic research, because it's very fascinating, informative, even if you aren't a history buff like you or I. Yeah, so I try to make
Yeah, it
that
is still fascinating
show that this
to
research is
read.
accessible. I mean, like think about Dr. Sophie Page's work on the grimoires in the monasteries. What we learned from that about how the grimoires were actually used to just as a starting point rather than the end point is
Right.
all kinds of, was, you know, revolutionary. I mean, it was sort of already known, but, you know, she did a real study on it, and that sort of stuff
Right,
is
right.
beyond valuable to us who practice those spiritualities, shall we say. So it does surprise me sometimes who all listens to this. For example, I just got an email from a New York publicist for Damien Eccles.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. You know, requesting me to stop sending Damien so many nudes.
Right, that's what it was all about. Nice.
No. Yeah. So capoeira.
Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah, it was a bit of a side quest there. No, but so that was the whole reason why I sort of stopped with the Bujinkan, right? But capoeira, I technically didn't move into from Bujinkan Budo.
Okay.
I'd done Bujinkan Budo for about 20 years by the time I stopped, right? I haven't like left it per se. I haven't sent in an official letter saying I resigned from the Bujinkan or anything. Of course not. I would never do that, because I'm still very, I still have many fond memories of it, and I'm still very, very honored of all the things I got to experience in my time in the Bujinkan and everything. So that'll never change. But no, capoeira, I actually I started training in the Bujinkan when I was 15, and I actually discovered capoeira when I was 16. I discovered it through a movie called Only the Strong. Now you'll have a lot of people who know capoeira listening to this go, yeah, exactly, just like me. A lot of people will be able to nod in recognition of that. Oh yeah, Only the Strong. It's not the greatest movie in the world, but it was awesome back then when you did not know what capoeira was until you watched that movie. And I actually thought it wasn't a real martial art at that time, because I'd never heard of it before. So I thought it was just something they made up for the sake of the movie. And I found out, oh my God, this stuff is real. How awesome is that? And so I wanted to get into that alongside Bujinkan Budo. But unfortunately, it turns out that back then in the mid 90s in Denmark, there was not a whole lot of capoeira going on. There were like 2 academies or something in Denmark, and both of them were insanely far away. And so, you know, I could just forget about that. So instead, what did I do? I just kept watching Only the Strong, and I tried to copy everything they did in the movie. So I taught myself how to do flips and kicks and all this stuff from that movie. So that was how I got started with capoeira, actually. And then eventually I found books, found titles of books, and then I had the public library order them home for me so I could read those and learn a bit about, you know, genuine capoeira, not just from this movie. But ironically, it was not until many years later I was able to actually become an official student of an actual grupo de capoeira, as we call it, a capoeira group. Right? It's kind of like as we call ryuha in Japanese, you know, like a school, right? It's the same in capoeira, but there it's called groups, because it's a group that has its own name and it practices capoeira, but it sort of has its own style of it. I mean, all of it's capoeira, but each one has kind of its own style, just like karate. It's all karate, but they're different styles. There's Shotokan karate, Kyokushin karate, Goju-ryu karate, and so on, right? So the same with capoeira. And it wasn't until many years later I finally decided, no, enough is enough. I'm going to do this thing. And I finally became a student of Grupo Asha Capoeira, the same capoeira group you have in Vancouver.
Amazing.
That's actually the headquarters, in spite of the founder, Mestre Barrão, being from Recife in Brazil. Yeah. He lived in Canada back then, and he wanted to spread out capoeira. He wanted to spread capoeira. And that's why he founded Grupo Asha Capoeira and created its base in Vancouver. And still to this day, even though Mestre Barrão doesn't live in Vancouver anymore, he moved back to Recife. His sons still live in Vancouver, and they're the ones running it. And so that whenever academy is still headquarters.
Yeah, because whenever I've seen them perform downtown, which is many times, I was always like, these guys are really, really good. Like
They're
I was
great.
like, is everyone this good? Because it is very impressive. But they are.
All of the people of their level, they are pretty
It makes
extraordinary.
sense that they're actually famous guys in the practice. So yeah,
Right.
well, I guess you need to visit Vancouver then one day.
I would love to. I would love to. I've only ever been to Toronto, so
Yeah.
and that was actually, yeah, it's interesting. We should talk about Grimoire Capoeira and then it being based out of Vancouver, because my
Right down
teacher
the
in
street.
Grimoire Capoeira, my first teacher there, Mestrando Paraíba, is also from Brazil, but he lives in Toronto. So I actually became a student of Ashe Capoeira Toronto.
Wow.
And he's also a famous teacher in that group. Unfortunately, he has now, a couple of years ago, he decided to leave the group. We won't get into all the politics behind it, but there were some disagreements and some stuff. And so he eventually decided that he was going to leave the group. He loves all the years he spent in it. He was born and bred Ashe Capoeira pretty much, but he decided to leave it and then he decided to start his own thing. So he has his own group now in Toronto. Many of the same students because they obviously chose to stay with their teacher, but he has a group now called Capoeira Bamba in Toronto. So still the same place. And like I said, many of the old students are still the same. But yeah, he was my first teacher. I decided to stay in the group, not because I really wanted to stay with my teacher at the same time, because I have nothing but insane amounts of admiration for that guy. He is a phenomenal teacher and an amazing capoeirista. But because of me living as far away as I do from the academia, the academy in Toronto, he told me, you just do what's best for you, because I would be more than happy for you to stay in Grupo Asha Capoeira, because I know you love the group. And I know that's why you originally wanted to join, was because of this group specifically. But I would also be more than happy to continue having you as my student if you want to go with me instead. But the decision is yours, and I think you should choose what will be the best for you in this scenario that you find yourself in. And I ultimately decided that because his group is still new, it's only in Toronto and in Mississauga. So basically, I would be confined to that. Whereas if I stay in Grupo Asha Capoeira, I can go to a variety of academies here in Europe and train with people there whenever I have the opportunity. And so I decided to do that. But we're still great friends. And like he said, hey, it doesn't matter what uniform a person is wearing. A friend is a friend for life, and that's how it stays. A good friend is a good friend, and that's regardless of whatever group you're in, whatever you do. So that's not going to change.
I really loved how many good people I met in Bujinkan, and it sounds like it's the same in Capoeira.
Absolutely.
The community there, I've had friends who did Capoeira, as you know, at the Axe, all of them at Axe, and now I know why they all went to the same place, because it's world famous and some of the best guys. Now everything's coming together now. But you get special names given to them, and they're part of it, like a family, and it's so musical and the dance fighting is dancing and it's fighting. It's both. And I can see how that would pull someone in. I mean, it was never an option for me because of joint pains and diseases I have since birth. I just can't do that stuff. Even in ninjutsu, I have to be very careful.
Right.
That's why I do so much fencing. It's because that doesn't strain me. It trains me in bad habits for ninjutsu. Like when I'm actually leveling up, when I was going through the cues in ninjutsu, my teacher at one point had to say, "You got to stop fencing at least for the next year, otherwise they could see the habits." And so I have occasionally had to take years off fencing at various times so that I could develop in the ninjutsu. It's sometimes very hard when you're trying to do two different things. You're training different reactions to the same response, and in fighting that can be dangerous. So yeah, amazing people I always met, which I didn't find in Taekwondo. In Taekwondo, I found a lot of angry people who wanted to hurt people. Like, sparring was a chance for a bigger guy to show littler guys how hard they could hit you in the fucking head with their feet.
Right.
And I encountered that for years until I was like, I'm done. And I just took 2 years off 4 years off martial arts, off Taekwondo, just did fencing. And then I was old enough to do ninjutsu, and found my place in the universe, as sporadic as it's been. And it's similar, it throws back to Freemasonry, you know, like there's these pockets of people that really do strive to be good people, you know, and I think that's, you know, the theme of this talk in a lot of ways, you know, how we can redeem ourselves, whether it's as witches or as Freemasons or as martial artists, as just as human beings, how we can redeem ourselves, and live fuller, more abundant lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that's a very good way to pinpoint what this talk today is.
Yeah, Nietzsche would title it On Friendship.
Which
would be good, because his actual chapter on friendship says some pretty messed up shit, like women are not yet capable of friendships. Women are Vögel oder besten Falle Kühe. Like, oh, ugh. But you know, it's Zarathustra, whatever. There's a question came in while we were talking,
right,
from Brother Blaine down in Missouri, and he's a Mason and a Templar, and he says, and is Lenny himself a Templar and belong to any Templar orders outside the York Rite?
Well, first I should probably clarify that I know in at least in the US, it may be the same in Canada, I'm not quite sure, but things are
don't ask me. I don't know.
Things things are usually very, very specifically divided into, you know, you have craft Freemasonry, which is, like I said, Freemasonry with capital letters, right? And then after that, after the 3rd degree, after you become a Master Mason, then you have Scottish Rite and you have York Rite. In Scotland, that's not the case. There's no such thing as York Rite. We don't call it that. But York Rite, as far as I've understood it, even in the States, even though people usually give it that definition, York Rite and Scottish Rite. Scottish Rite is one specific thing, but the York Rite is kind of an umbrella term for separate bodies in that. For example, you know, Royal Arch, Cryptic Masonry, and Knights Templar, right? And that's how it is in Scotland. We don't call anything York Rite because these are separate bodies. So we have that after you become a Master Mason, like I said, and then after you get your mark degree, whether you get that in the blues, because here in Scotland you can get your mark degree in the blues. In some countries you only get your mark degree in the Royal Arch. It's the first thing you get because that's how you then progress in the Royal Arch. Here you can either get your mark degree in the blues after you become a Master Mason, or you can get it in the Royal Arch. But in either case, you need the mark degree before you can advance in the Royal Arch. And then after the Royal Arch, you then have, like I said, Cryptic Masonry, and then you have the Knights Templar. And then there are some specific requirements for that. Royal Arch, for example, you need to have been a Master Mason for at least a year, usually, before you will be invited to join the Royal Arch. And then you need to have been in the Royal Arch for at least a year before you will be invited to join the Knights Templar. And then there's an additional requirement. Even though Freemasonry is not a Christian thing, it's not required that you are Christian or Muslim or Jewish or anything like that, as long as you believe in a higher being or in a supreme being, as we say here in Scotland. We say you have to believe in a supreme being, but however you define that, that's entirely up to you. But you need to believe in a supreme being, right? But to join the Knights Templar, you have to be a Trinitarian Christian. That's a requirement.
Yeah. It is in the SRIA as well, isn't it?
In the SRIA and the SRIS, that's the Scottish version, the Societas Rosicruciana in Scotia. There, it's also required that you're a Trinitarian Christian. But Royal Arch, no, it's just as long as you've been a Master Mason for at least a year. At least as far as I remember, you have to have been a Master Mason for at least a year, I think. And then, like I said, at least a year in the Royal Arch before you can join the Knights Templar, and then that other requirement. But so yeah, that was a long answer to a simple question. No, I am not yet a Templar. I have been invited to join the Royal Arch. But then, of course, because of COVID and everything, that unfortunately hasn't happened yet. It was supposed to happen already. I already got my my companion regalia and everything. Even though I was told I needn't bother with that, because they said, no, if you're interested, you'll be installed as an office bearer in the chapter, and then you don't need to waste money on your regalia. But I kind of like to have my own regalia, even if I get to wear it once and I'll never ever wear it again. Well, then at least I can put it in a frame and hang it in the living room or something. Yeah, so I've been invited to join the Royal Arch, so I'm waiting for that to happen. And then eventually one day I would like to join the Knights Templar as well.
Well, it sounds like you'll be able to follow through with all that soon, thanks to the brilliant and gracious, kind and insightful governance of Boris Johnson.
Well, if everything keeps going in the right direction, which it seems right now, hopefully I'll be able to join the Royal Arch next month.
Congratulations.
If not in February, then in March. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I'm looking very much forward to it.
That sounds like a cause to break out those tumblers, Masonic tumblers you have.
My Masonic tumblers.
The tumblers of glass, right?
Right. Yeah. My Grand Lodge whiskey glasses.
we watched a New Hope last night, and I treated myself to a little birthday Lefroy. So that's why I've been chugging so much coffee this whole interview. Plus, we started damn early for me, but
right.
Yeah. Hey, this was less strenuous than 45 minutes time crunch carving hazel with a tiny knife. Because my arm feels, oh boy, you feel it, and you only got the 45 minutes in the winter, right, for the planetary hour. Right. I had 45 minutes, so it's just like, dude, couldn't stop trying to get there. I'm trying to get it. I might want mine as thin as Ashton Chassan's, but maybe a little thicker. I don't know. It's how you use it, right?
Okay, I'm not gonna touch that one.
Magic Without Fears. Thanks for coming on. There's one more clarifying question from a listener. In general, if someone is super interested and might want to get into dabbling in esoteric occult book publishing, what's the way? There's always the Amazon option, they say, but it feels like too many strings attached there. More like smaller run, particular selections, right. Just because. Do you have any advice to someone who might want to get into doing occult book publishing?
Oh, absolutely. Well, the first thing I would say, and I know some people will say, well, duh, and other people will be like offended. Oh, wow, so you think you're better than me or something like that. It's difficult to please everyone. But in all honesty, if someone would like to get into occult or esoteric publishing, mainly because they love the topic, they love the subject matter, but if they don't have an educational background in editing, at least, I'm not saying you have to go back to college or something and then start studying graphic media. That would be the way to go, but you don't have to. But then at least buy some excellent books on editing, on copy editing, typesetting, that type of stuff. Buy some books on publishing as well to educate yourself as much as you possibly can, because there are a lot of people out there nowadays that, because self-publishing is so easy nowadays, a lot of people seem to think that, well, any idiot can publish his or her own book. That's very true, but it doesn't mean everyone should, because there are unfortunately a lot of self-published works out there that look absolutely terrible. And I know this sounds really snobby saying that, but as a publisher, I take a tremendous amount of pride in my profession, and people don't realize how much blood, sweat, and tears goes into really learning the craft of publishing and really knowing your stuff, and having had to go through media graphics education and then having to do additional studies on your own after that, and learning so much stuff through trial and error, ending up with your first publication, you think that looks fantastic, and then a couple of years later you're looking at, oh my God, what the hell was I thinking? I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have done that better, and should have done this differently, etc., etc. And so for people to have that attitude that any idiot can self-publish, it kind of, I personally feel it's inconsiderate and borderline disrespectful to people who dedicate their professional lives to publishing and have worked really hard to get good at what they do. And that's why I always tell people, hey, the more the merrier, because the more better stuff we get out there, right? But do yourselves and everybody else a favor to educate yourself first. If you already have knowledge of editing and knowledge of book design and so on, by all means, then get straight to it. And then my suggestion would be, like I said, get a couple of good books on self-publishing first, because they're usually really dumbed down because it's self-publishing. And if you find out, yeah, this is really what I want to do, then you can get some books that are more on the publishing business and will teach you, you know, like the financial side of things, all the boring administrative stuff that you need to know, right? And then just start small scale. Don't do anything massive at first unless you want to. Don't get a big fat loan from a bank and then invest like £500,000 or something in your publishing company. You know, go small scale. If you want to invest a chunk of money, by all means, but you can do small scale at first. If you do POD, for example, print on demand, it's an easier way to get started without getting trapped in anything, having spent like thousands of pounds or thousands of dollars, and then sitting there and you don't really know what to do next, or things just don't turn out the way you wanted them to. And then don't give up, because publishing is not an easy business, especially occult or esoteric publishing, because it's such a niche market. It can be very difficult to live off of, basically, unless you go big scale. And don't compare yourself to the big timers like Samuel Weiser and Llewellyn Publications, because they have been around for decades.
Yeah.
And they have the ability, both financially and administratively speaking, to pump out 2, 3, 4 new titles a month, whereas small-time publishers will put out maybe 2 titles a year, some only 1, right? I mean, that's the same as how it goes for me, because I do so much of this work myself. It means I have full control of what I do, but it also means that a lot more responsibility falls on me. And if something is not good and customers don't like it, well, it's all on me. I can't blame anybody else. It's my fault. And it also means so much more work for me. And so it'll take that much longer to finish something. But don't be afraid to start off small and just, you know, get a feel for things first. And then if everything goes well and you decide, I want to do more of this, then you can decide if you want to spend more money, invest a bit, like make a bit of an investment and maybe publish a couple of books and then print off maybe 500 or 1,000 copies of each and stockpile those and then send them out. But POD is a good way to go. A lot of the so-called self-publishing companies like Lulu, for example, does not just have to be a self-publishing company. You can use it as just a printer and binder. So you can publish your own books, but just have them printed and bound through Lulu. That doesn't mean you're self-publishing it necessarily in that sense. You can still establish a proper publishing company, but use a quote-unquote self-publishing business like Lulu or CreateSpace.
And if you wanted to, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I want to, with all due respect to Amazon, I love Amazon to death. I've been an Amazon customer for so many years.
I didn't buy I'd never bought anything off Amazon until COVID.
Seriously? Oh my God, most of my books.
I liked my pre-COVID relationship with Amazon, whereby my only interaction with them was them sending me royalties every month. I like that. I like the idea that there was a corporation out there that only sent me money. I really liked that.
I have bought most of my books through Amazon. I have Amazon Prime membership, so we watch Prime Video, you know, constantly, and I buy and rent movies through Prime Video, et cetera, et cetera. I've bought a bunch of video games through Amazon. No, Amazon is my best friend in the world. But
hey, if you buy enough products, maybe you'll get to go on the penis rocket as a reward.
No, let's not. No, but with all due respect to Amazon, though, I would recommend, if people want to use a self-publishing company at first to print and bind their works, I would say go with Lulu over CreateSpace, because I tried just in my experimental phase where I wanted to take a look at these different companies. CreateSpace, their quality was not as good as Lulu's. Don't get me wrong, Lulu has its issues sometimes. I think that's mostly a staff issue, that sometimes they'll have some people working there that again, with all due respect to them, but in all fairness, and the truth must stand, right?
Yeah.
They do have some staff members that sometimes seem like they don't always know what they're doing, because they will make some obvious glaring mistakes where you're like, dude, come on. Not even someone fresh out of college in printing would ever make this mistake. Come on, that should not be happening.
Yeah.
And it happens sometimes, but fortunately they have fantastic customer service, and so they will very quickly remedy a situation. You know, if you contact them and say, this is not good enough, look at what I got, and you attach some pictures, they will quickly send you a brand new copy at no cost, and they will ship it express, just to make up for their blunder, right? So I know it sounds like I'm working for Lulu and I'm trying to, you know, sell their business right now, but
you just
no,
work with them.
They do good work though. And then you have oh, come on, what's it called? It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Well, there's the big companies. Yeah, I know what you're thinking about. What's it called? They're in Canada as well.
That's the one that's
yeah.
It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Everyone listening right now is saying the name. So you
probably
know,
come on
in the comments. Someone post in the comments. Someone will do that. And if you want to find an edition, you can just look for a reputable local bookbinder, right? And get a quote from them.
Right. Granted, I would really like to recommend, if people are UK based, or at least if they don't mind books being produced in the UK, they don't need to be produced in the States or in Canada. Obviously, that can sometimes be the better choice financially speaking. But otherwise, I highly recommend William Anderson and Sons in Glasgow, because they are phenomenal at what they do. I mean, you saw the book.
Shown,
you saw the book, right?
I mean, I was curious before you first showed it to me. I was, we're fans of the art forms, so we're always a little skeptical. And I was like, wow, that's as nice as it seems they come. You saw did you check out the link I sent you to Paul Tronson's work?
Yes,
over in Victoria, BC. Yeah, no, he's on I don't want to say on another level, but let's call him, he's a literally unique individual. Like he's the guy he just rebound the Gutenberg Bible, like the Gutenberg Bible and the Queen's Bible. And he charges, he's like $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 for a book. A lot of people see his website and be like, hey, I've got this copy of this old text, can you bind it for me? It's like, it's sentimental value. And he'll be like, I think I'm the wrong person for that job. And they'll be like, wow. He's like, my base rate is like 20. I don't know. You can check it. But Paul Tronson's periodfinebindings.com does some of the most amazing work. And he's one of the most significant yet unknown occultists of in the world. Like, he has editions, he has manuscripts of Abramelin and Key of Solomon that still haven't seen the light of day.
I remember.
Crazy. We are only scratching the surface, people. The realm of the occult is still largely unearthed. I mean, if someone wants to start doing like put out new books, wants an easy place to start, we still don't have all of Abraham Abulafia's works translated and published. There's a simple no-brainer. Like, everyone who doesn't want to read Abulafia, I'm still stuck practicing techniques from R.A. Kaplan's meditations on the Kabbalah, right? And fortunately, I do read Hebrew, and so I do dip into the source texts. I'm not so fast as I was in seminary, but I still can get it. But Abulafia translated would be a fabulous thing to be done well by someone out there. I'm saying it because I'd love to buy them. Someone please go make them and do it right, do it well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, that's why, like I said before, the more the merrier. Is, I know some people will think, oh no, but why would a publisher give out like a trade secrets, to other potential publishers or people who are thinking about getting into it? But no, it's not, because it's not so much of a competition, because there's enough work to go around, right? And as a book geek myself, as an honest book nerd, I just love to see great works coming out, whether I put them out myself or someone else does. I mean, that was why I got into publishing originally, because there were certain books that I just really wanted to see out there, and they just weren't. And so I decided, I'll do it myself. I have an education in graphic media. I know my stuff, then I'll just do it. And that's actually how it started, just for selfish reasons, not work-wise, but just in terms of a book I really wanted to see available in English. And so I decided to do it myself. I contacted the right people, signed a contract for the rights, and then put it out there just so I could have that book on my bookcase.
Yeah.
That's how it began.
This is the way. Yeah, man, the great episode of the Book of Boba Fett last night. It was the best ever. And it's the funny thing is Boba Fett wasn't even in it. It was basically an episode of The Mandalorian. And the best one yet. I don't know. I'm just talking. Sorry, I've got Star Wars on the brain because I just been watching it through it this week during my birthday week and just enjoying. We've gone from episode 1. Now we're at New Hope, doing all of them sequentially. And it's I just want a lightsaber, man. I just want a fucking lightsaber. Is that so much to ask? Come on, Elon, make us lightsabers. Nothing will go wrong with that.
No, of course not. Of course not. Every child should have one.
There's that meme going around from A New Hope of Luke Skywalker, and it shows that Luke Skywalker gets lightsaber, immediately points it at his face. Oh, you've paused. I don't even know if you heard me. Well, we are at the end anyway. Will you unpause? Maybe not. No. It looks like I'm getting a message, and we've lost Lenny. All right. Well, thank you for being on MAGICk Without Fears. His computer crashed. This was the end anyway. This was the way. Thank you all for listening, and I'm sure we'll do more with Lenny in the future. Oh, he says, hang on, I'll get right back. Okay, well, either way, we'll maybe make whatever we say next as a bonus for my exclusive subscribers. You can please support the podcast at hermeticpodcast.com or magicwithoutfears.com. I have 2 because, Facebook banned one of the URLs for some reason. I don't know. And yeah, it's been a treat, been a slice to have Lenny here. I'll just message him and say okay if he wants to come back. Yeah. In the meantime, I'm perfectly capable of talking on my own. Though I don't know what else to say right now. Maybe I'll just say, got some exciting guests coming up. Dr. Sasha Chateau, the foremost scholar of Josephine Paladin in the English-speaking world. She actually started her studies at the University of Exeter, where I was doing my doctorate through with Nicholas Goodrich Clark. Then she finished her PhD at University of Essex, and she'll be on second week of February. So if anyone has questions about Josephine Paladin, he wrote the book from How to Be a Mage that's very popular out there right now. So if you want to read How to Be a Mage, we're going to talk about that with Dr. Chateau, and as well as many other things. And yeah, I think that's it. Thanks for listening. Love to everyone. Stay safe. Continue. And we're back. Why stop doing a good thing, right?
Yeah, so sorry about my computer.
It's all right.
I have no idea what happened there.
I mean, we did good. I mean, let's face it. Even if we went to 4th hour, we have literally no other common points of interests or anything we could cover at this point. We've talked about literally all of our common interests completely. So there's nothing else we could talk about. So tell us where to find you. What's your website?
Well, that's a wee bit problematic.
We know it's down. We know it's down. What will it be?
Unfortunately,
so people can get this book.
The website.
All these books.
Right. The website is www.hermeticscienceenterprises, no hyphens, no dashes, no nothing, hermeticscienceenterprises.com. But because we're changing web hosts, and because the old website, I had to give that up and wanted to do something else and do something to improve the shopping functions on the website. I decided to go with a different host and all that. And now I can't move my old domain. Well, no, I can, but apparently I have to wait 45 days or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that's why it's down right now. but it should be up soon. Well, soon-ish. But in the meantime, though, I'm going to set it up with another domain so that it will run off of both. It's just the .com one is the one I've used since day one. And so I really wanted to keep that one. And it's the one that gets put in the back of the books and so on. But otherwise, people will also be able to find it under a different domain, which I will happily give once it's properly up and running.
Yeah, and I'll let people know. I'm pretty on top of my social media. Sadly, I wish I wasn't.
Right.
I wish I was like, I would do more, folks, but I just have so many things to do out there in the world right now. But no, so we'll let people know. Thanks for listening, everybody. But we're going to do a little exclusive subscriber segment since I am going to start phasing my podcast. It's moving into its third year in March, and I'm going to actually probably leave the platform I'm on because they've taken away some of my Red Circle has taken away some of my the tools that I used and made them that I have to pay for those tools. Like I don't really I lose trust in a business that after I've invested in it takes away tools, wants to charge me for tools that originally were free. I lose trust in that. I don't respect that. So I may move away. It looks like I'm going to move away from the and even stop putting ads in my podcast, which I do, just to cover the cost of Zoom and graphic design, basically just those two bills, and that's all it really does cover is like $45 a month, $50 a month. I'm going to move away from that, and I'm going to move to a more subscription-based model with more bonus content, just because it seems like that's what people actually want. And so, hey, I don't care how I'll do it however people want me to do it.
Right.
So yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles.
All right.
So let's do moving into, thanks for being here. Now into some exclusive content. Let's talk a little bit about Grimoire magic or something like that. Maybe I can even entice you to have a dram. It's earlier for it. You have no excuse because it's earlier for me, and I was thinking I might have a wee dram while we do this exclusive talk. You're welcome to join me. You don't have to join me.
Well, I could, but I would have to leave for a couple of minutes because it's in the living room.
That's fine. While you do that, I will read us a poem by W.B. Yeats.
All right, then I will be right back.
Red rose, proud rose, sad rose of all my days, come near me while I sing the ancient ways. Cuchulainn battling with the bitter tide, the druid gray, wood-nurtured, quiet-eyed, who cast round Fergus dreams and ruin untold, and thine own sadness, whereof stars grown old in dancing silver sandaled on the sea, sing in their high and lonely melody. Come near, that no more blinded by man's fate, I find under the boughs of love and hate, in all poor foolish things that live a day, eternal beauty wandering on her way. Come near, come near, come near, ah, leave me still a little space for the rose breath to fill, lest I no more hear common things that crave, the weak worm hiding down in its small cave, the field mouse running by me in the grass, and heavy mortal hopes that toil and pass, but seek alone to hear the strange things said by God to the bright stars of those long dead, and learn to chant a tongue men do not know. Come near, I would before my time to go, sing of old era and the ancient ways, red rose, proud rose, sad rose of all my days. Sláinte Mahara.
Let me just
Aha.
load something up here.
We got the Lafrog for me. I'll put it right there next to Ashi Chassi. Ashi Chassi.
Oh yeah, that's his
It looks good, right?
gateways through stone and circle.
You know what I like about this side by side right here is the Lefroy costs, gateways through stone and circle costs like 20-30 bucks in Canada. Lefroy costs 100, and it still costs less than Ashen Chassan's second book. Well, the hardcovers, the good ones, the pretty ones. Anyway, anyway, silliness.
Yeah.
Slancha.
All right. Slenge.
Cheers. Chink. Oh, what? I love the peaty stuff, man.
Now I broke them out. My
you
Burns crystal.
Oh,
Burns crystal, yeah, from the Grand Lodge of Scotland.
Oh, so gorgeous. This is.
I don't know if you can see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can kind of see it. That's the Grand Lodge crest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I look like a total fanboy.
Is
now
my
because it's sitting on my
grandmother's
coffee mug.
This is one of my grandmother's actual crystal cups. I didn't know this until yesterday when I dropped it on the ground. That she and my great grandfather had, like, they old people save those sort of shit, especially Scottish people. Don't throw away their fine crystal. And I didn't realize that, so I'm now exclusively using it for fine things. I was using it just to take my stomach pills every day, and so that's how I happened to drop it. And I dropped it; it fell straight with this part up in the air, straight on the rim, and I was like, water went everywhere. And I thought I heard it shatter. A loud sound rang out from it, and it was fine. And that's when I got informed, oh yeah, that's one of the good glasses from Grandma. I'm like, well, that would have been nice to know before I almost shattered it. But that's also why it survived that fall. No, it fell at the most fragile point, I'm pretty sure, and it survived. So the Scots are tough, we fuckers.
Well, it's good to see you're taking care of it now.
I am. And I'm treating it with the aqua solis. We make up a new Latin name for Scotch, a magical Latin name for Scotch. I like aqua solis.
That's not bad. Sun water.
Yeah, right?
Or solar water.
It looks like it. Oh man, people are gonna love this little segment here. So can we talk a little bit about because this is, we do have a few things in common. We could pretend to talk about magic circles and grimoires. It's not jumping the gun to talk about magic circles, is it?
No.
You have toyed with some ideas about magic circles. I'm going to let you speak so that you say what you want.
I have.
So this is going to be listened to by 5 people, or maybe 10 at the most.
Right.
Hopefully more do subscribe. But yeah, I'm sure whatever you're planning will be enacted and out and available by the time many people hear this. What are you thinking here? Because I'm very stoked by it, especially because Jason Newcomb is putting his magic circles on the back shelf and not going to carry them anymore. He'll do them just as custom orders. He says he's going to focus exclusively on digital downloads. I mean, he knows his business, right? He told me actually some fun shop talk. He told me that, like, because the first time I podcasted with him in 2020 during beginning of COVID, I was like, well, hopefully this boosts your sales or something. I don't know. I was new to the podcasting thing. I was just locked down and starving, actually. But as one does in California, it seems now. And he said actually, I'm sure it'll be exactly the same no matter what I do. My partner says it, we get the same money every month. It's like always the same, no matter sort of what tweaks he makes in the business. It's like he always makes the same amount. It's like, that's weird. I'm like, that's very weird. He's like, tell me about it, and obviously he makes he survives, so that's good. He raises a family, and that's very noble. I love him as a person, and his willingness to just create things that he loves and try and get them to people at affordable costs, because maybe it's a good thing to try out Enochian magic without the tools and see if you can get anything just from a call and a meditation or an aether. Maybe it's a good thing to just spend $100 on his little Trithemius set, and then get Ashen Chassan's books and see if that works for you before you go through the investment of buying professional tools or making your own, heaven forbid. Like,
right.
Yeah,
you can always try out, like kind of like we were talking about with publishing too. Try out smaller scale and then see how that works out. And then you can move into more.
It's 12 past noon, so I can justify this. Though normally I wait till sunset. My post 40, I've been like really enacting the, you know, the weed at nighttime thing, and the doing, you know, waiting till sunset. Whereas during my musician days, when you're in the studio every day and recording every day and stuff, like you smoke and drink whatever you feel will actually amplify your performance, right?
Right.
We're very careful about this stuff. We have, like, musicians break this shit down to a science, because everything bows before the show, right? In a very serious way. Like,
Right.
if I thought I expelled a lot of people back in my Golden Dawn days, not nearly as many people I expelled from my musical community when they would, like, say, not show up to a gig and we're standing there and there's no fucking bassist. Like, that is beyond uncool. Whether I've invested $300 into the show or 1,000 into the show and mostly advertising it, if you don't show up, you're done. I'm sorry, you're done. Right? That's, you know, like, there's no excuse. If you're a professional musician. And so we do break down consumption of substances or what that to a science. There's the zone, there's the edge, there's the zone. That's where you are for the best performance. Yeah.
Sounds like a musician's life would be a tough one for me.
Well, if you throw yourself head over heels into any art, you're gonna have to confront angels and demons in it and find a balance in yourself. And I think that's what Valentin Tomberg is talking about in Meditations on the Tarot, when he talks about, like, the ability of the artist to reach stages that, in his opinion, transcend even the hermeticist. He talks about hermeticists like we're all slightly, like, crippled, like we're sort of disabled people who can't really make it very far in life unless we have hermeticism. And I sort of like that. It's like, it's sort of true, because most of us who are as into it as we are, like, we need it. Like, every time I've moved away from magic and ritual, my life gets worse. Not better, gets worse. And sometimes remarkably worse. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very excited about your circles.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Well, it was an idea I came up with when I started finishing up work on the grimoires that we've been working on right now. And this is something, since this is this exclusive segment, right? I can reveal something to you that has not been mentioned to anybody else. This will be the first time it has been said outside of this little office space I have here. And that is the other book that's being worked on right now, which is also a grimoire. But I hope people won't ask too many questions, because I really don't want to talk about it until it's done. This is going to be, this is also a work by Frater S. This is going to be a publication of the infamous Grimoire of Pope Honorius, but in the same style as this one. So where everything is done into a proper grimoire, because there's so much confusion in that grimoire because of so many different editions of it that are clearly derived from the same stuff, but with enough differences to just confuse the hell out of people, right? And with all due respect to Paul Harry Barron's and David Rankin's complete Grimoire of Pope Honorius, that one is great as an academic reference, but as a grimoire, I think it is completely unworkable, because they translate each version by itself and just leave it at that with a couple of notes. So it's good for academic purposes for people who don't read French and want to know, okay, what does it say in this grimoire, in this French grimoire? But if you want to actually work it, you need to have a massive amount of experience to know exactly what the hell you're doing and how you're going to figure all this stuff out and piece it all together properly. And that's exactly what Frater S has done. And he has worked for over 2.5 years on translating each and every bit of all the French editions, like the original French editions of this grimoire, and putting it all together, making kind of a hybrid version, if you will, sort of like what Mathers intended with the Clavicula Salomonis, right? Where he wanted to create like the ideal key of Solomon from these different manuscripts. And this is exactly what Frateres has done with the Grimoire Populonorius. And that one will also be published like this, you know, in a fine edition and all this other stuff. And the whole thing together, if you compare it with like the edition from the one that Rankin and Paul Harry Barron did, that one is approximately this thick. I think it's like barely 200 pages or something like that. This one, by the time I'm done editing it, it'll probably be around the same size as this one. It'll be around 500 pages or so when it's done. It's a massive,
I'm very
project.
excited. Oh my God.
That one is
now you also answered the question of what what the S in Frater S stands for. Clearly it stands for super awesome.
Oh no, that was a big secret.
Frater, super awesome. Tell him you revealed the secret name of his motto. Oh no, but it is
so this
fabulous.
is the first time this has been mentioned, because it was a project that originally started a long time ago, but then and there was a lot of excitement behind it, because this is going to be the first time this grimoire has ever been properly translated into English and made fully available. And then out came the Avalonia book, the one by Rankin and Paul Harry Barron. And that one came out, and I was like, oh no. Okay, well, you snooze, you lose. And then the project was sort of shelved, but then a lot of there was a lot of discussion about, well, this would still be very, very relevant, and it would still be a valid publication because it would be so different. Because, like I said, the other version from Avalonia is very good academically, because it's just a direct translation with reproductions or just the original illustrations just put in there, and that's that. But this one, obviously, I have had to graphically reproduce all of the original illustrations and correcting whatever mistakes and spelling errors and stuff were in them, and then you know, do it all in Illustrator, so it's all like nice and uniform throughout the book, and so it's all nice and legible. And then, of course, for the sake of the purists, all of the original illustrations from each and every French edition will be put in the back of the book so they can compare, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And on top of that, everything has been fused together into a cohesive whole. And there's a lot, just trust me on this when I say there's been so much stuff put in there by the author about that, how he was convinced from being a practitioner and having experience with all of this stuff, with the Grimoire tradition, and then having come to the, well, as he mentions, it's just his personal conclusion, but he honestly believes that this was intended to be such and such, and this was missing from this and that edition. And he always backs everything up, like academically speaking, because if you look at this and that edition from this and that year, you will see it has this and that connection to this and that edition from this and that year, but it's missing such and such, and that's because it was derived from this and that edition published back in this and that year. And so clearly that means this part should have been in here, but it was missing for such and such a reason. So everything is always backed up. It's not just, you know, things yanked out of thin air. Like I said, he likes to try and make things as academically relevant at the same time, even though his primary emphasis is, like Mathers when he wrote in his introduction to the Key of Solomon, you know, this is for like the practical student, and for those who aren't, you know, I could care less, basically. I mean, I'm paraphrasing now, but that was sort of what Mathers wrote, like the people who aren't interested in this from the practical perspective, I care not. So, you know, as far as I remember, that's kind of how it went. And that's his intention with these grimoires as well, to mainly cater to the practical student, but he also wants to make it academically relevant because of the historical value. And me being a big fat history geek, of course, I greatly agree with that. You know, that sits really well with me. So in any case, that was a little bit of information on something that's otherwise hush-hush. So I hope you and whoever is listening
my patrons, it's my patrons. It's the people who literally make all this possible. I hope you guys know how much I love you, even if you're a wanker.
But
I do love the some of the support we get in the occult community these days is really quite beautiful.
Right.
It's
And
really,
some of
it's,
it can
it's
be
touching.
kept very tight too, because it is a very specific community. I mean, that's one of the things I love about Freemasonry too, because of it being what it is. Whenever you're in it, everything is really like it's really close together, all of it, and that's that whole fraternal aspect, right?
Yeah.
You easily see that in the occult community as well, that even if you're not a member of an order or something, but just because you're both occultists, it tends to create sort of a fraternity, if you will.
Yeah, and all this whole drama with my dear friend Allison and Aaron Leach and Nick. I mean, me
I heard about that.
and Aaron are now have had very conversations. He and I didn't even know each other before. I never talked to him, you know. And that's, you know, he's very, you know, I told him who I was, which is always a controversial thing. And yeah, and you know, yeah, it's just Nick and him have such kind spirits. It's really disturbing to me to see them portrayed as misogynists and stuff like that by these people, like, because they're not. I'm sorry. Do they maybe communicate in ways online that I would not as a friendly Canadian? Yeah, they're of course they do. They're grumpy old wizards. Fine, but that doesn't. They're not grumpy old white misogynists. You know, they're just not. And so, you know, it's nice to see the fraternity across order boundaries and divisions and all of that nonsense. I think Skinner is right when he points out that the magical tradition has been carried on through time completely regardless of order, boundaries, and strictures. The magicians have worked with each other no matter what groups they're in, or if they're in any at all. The magic's been continued by the ones who are actually serious in those groups. And we see this even in the history of the Golden Dawn and the OTO and the AA and witchcraft, you name it. If you go to a conference or if you hang out with a group of different, you know, the serious magicians want to we literally have no one else to talk to except other serious magicians. And so, yeah, okay, we're in different things or whatever, but tough shit. If we don't talk to each other, it's fucking lonely. So the kindness and this practice of hospitality to me is a very hopeful thing for humanity. And I hope we can all deal with our own darkness and shadows enough that we can keep building on that, keep feeding that light. I really pray that we can do that.
Amen, brother.
Amen. Hallelujah. I love Jesus and I love Scotch. Chink. So
that was a strange combination. Right. It was the circles we were actually talking about.
Oh, dude, I talked to one of my listeners last night on a phone call, and it was a nice call, but towards the end, and I was into my Lefroy birthday drink and having, when I had the call, I had a wee joint. Shout out to, because he's probably gonna, no, he might not hear this, but whatever. At the end, he's like, you know, I'm a little curious because some of the things you said sort of remind me of mental illness. Like, what? What? Dude, I'm like celebrating my birthday, kind of. It's early, it's not till Monday, but whatever. You know, you celebrate when you have time to celebrate because life is busy.
Of course.
And Star Wars: A New Hope with the fam is celebration. Anyway, you know, I was like, dude, you're having a chill conversation with me while I'm getting stoned on the porch. Of course, if I don't say things that sound amongst me and my friends, if we're hanging out as bros and no one says something that sounds like we might have a mental illness, then we're not having a good time.
Right.
Most of what we say when we're just broing out is designed to make us sound as ill as possible. Like I heard comedians talking about this kind of bromance relationship that guys have and how it's misunderstood as guys trying to be more extreme or offensive than each other. And the comedian pointed out, he's like, no, we're trying to win. It's a competition. We're just trying to win.
Right.
We're not trying to be offensive. We're trying to win. We're trying to beat each other. It's like good old fashioned sports. Like we want to see who wins. That's it. It's that simple. We're not more complicated than that with people. Like, you know, I think every guy, no matter how refined and gentlemanly he is, No, you know, we're animals in a way. I mean, England's famous for this. The snooty British gentleman that clearly, like, you know, go home and have spanking fantasies where they're wearing baby cribs and bonnets, right? Like, this is the trope. It's a trope in English culture that otherwise Monty Python probably wouldn't have become so famous, because they nailed it. They're like, yeah. And Brits are actually not bad at making fun of themselves. They're actually remarkably good at making fun of themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
despite the stiff upper lip. Can we talk about the magical circles and stuff? Because I know you're gonna
Yeah, sure.
me and my two buddies here, we're gonna use one of your circles, and that'll
Right.
produce some, and we'll make some photos and stuff to let people know, because you've designed some very cool ones, and I think it's a good idea for you to make them available to people. I especially love that apparently they're not going to slip and slide around on the floor or bunch up because of how you're doing it.
Exactly, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to do was because I wasn't planning on doing this as part of a Hermetic Science Enterprises thing. You know, it was something I came up with later when a good friend of mine back in Denmark, who is also a magician, and he showed a lot of interest in this thing with magical circles, in terms of how they were produced and so on. And because of what I told him that I had wanted to do, was create a circle out of like vinyl canvas instead of these typical fabric circles, because I personally don't like fabric circles, because a lot of people have like hardwood floors or some type of linoleum or something like that on their floor. And if you put a fabric circle on that, it tends to curl up whenever you move around on it, because it slides so easily. And so it always tends to you know, bundle up on itself, and it's really not convenient. You need to step very carefully when you move around on it.
And you don't want to worry about slipping and sliding when you're doing an operation at all.
No, definitely not. You want to be able to focus on the operation at hand, and that's that, you know. And so I found that this vinyl canvas that, you know, people use to make these vinyl signs that hang outside shops and stuff like that, you know, so they don't basically get affected by rain and stuff like that. Obviously, you can't have a big banner made out of fabric or something. It has to be some type of vinyl, some type of plastic material, right? And that's what I found with these circles. It makes them a lot heavier and stay flat a lot more easily, and then they don't slip as easily, and neither do you when you walk on, unless of course you walk with like a pair of socks. You need to walk a little carefully, because it's like walking on a hardwood floor wearing socks, for example. You're gonna slip a little bit, but at least the circle stays in place.
You know what I wear? This is a pro tip out there for some folks, because obviously, you know, my I would, you know, in Wicca I would wear bare feet, but in the Golden Dawn I would wear red socks and then yellow. But then I was slipping around so much, I ordered from my school Eurythmy slippers and painted them, and they are perfect. I have a red and a yellow set of Eurythmy slippers, and they are perfect because they give you just enough texture, and you can paint them whatever color you want, obviously.
Right.
I mean, I do my GD thing. People can do whatever they do. You can do whatever you do. But you know, and actually, I don't even know if that goes back to the GD, but who cares? They have traction on vinyl or slippery stuff, and so I'm very keen about that, because both my buddies who I do magic with, who finally going to get to meet at my birthday party tomorrow, which is they haven't been able to meet yet because of COVID, right? So I go to one house and do Enochian stuff, go to the other house and make tools and play music, because he's got a whole drum kit there and a recording studio and a whole workshop, like literally. You know, I told him I want to do some watchtower rituals, and the next day he had made, and I said, well, I'm working on my Enochian tablets here, and the next day he had made a full set of tablets with tables and stands for them in a day. And I was like, nice. Dude, and he didn't make them the way I would have made them, but you know, he wants to learn more Enochian, and that's not his expertise as an AA OTO guy. And I'm like, oh yeah, and so he put English letters on them. I'm like, perfect, that's a great way to learn. you know, and that way I can teach him like how to do Rigardi's Watchtower ritual, which he's never seen actually done, let alone done well. And I think anyone who's interested in Israel Rigardi's work should see it done well. But it'll help them immensely. And so we make tools, but now they're going to get to finally meet. We'll jam out, celebrate my B-Day, and that's cool. But both their floors are hard floors, and I was thinking, and that's why I didn't get one of Jason's things or even suggest it, because I knew that they were bunching on soft hardwood or cement floors. So one place we have cement floors, the other place we have hardwood floors. And so yeah, when you mentioned the other week to me about the vinyl and how it doesn't slip and slide, I was like, oh, bingo. Plus your circles are black with just the barest minimum outline, because you and I both follow the same, both appreciate the theory of what's it called? You know, we both want sensory deprivation to some extent in a in a space, which some magicians
like
want that. Some
magicians, the other day.
Some magicians want that. Some magicians don't want that. Right, each to their own. But
it's a matter of taste. Right?
Yeah. So, but these circles that you've designed are complementary to that all black room sensory deprivation kind of experience.
Right.
So that's really cool.
That was exactly what I wanted to get from these circles, because imagine if you're in a dark room, you don't necessarily have to paint your floor and your walls and your ceiling, unless you have the option of actually doing that, right? But if not, if you're in a dark room and it's only illuminated by a couple of candles, you know, around the circle, and the circle is black, or the background of the circle is black, and the circle itself and all of its content is white, it tends to stand out more. And then of course there's a whole symbolic element to it, but we're not going to get into that. But other than that, it's that of having that circle pop out, instead of having a big fat piece of white canvas and then with black lines and black letters and black figures and stuff on it. Then it's the other way around. So it's like everything else, everything around you is just dark, and then you have this white circle popping out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what appeals to me, and that's what I like, and that's why I wanted to use that. And that was when that friend of mine back in Denmark got very interested in that and said, dude, you should sell those and make that available. And I said, well, this circle here, this is my own personal design. This is something I just use for myself. If other people come up with the same design, you know, all the power to them, but I would prefer to not distribute that. That's just for me.
Yeah. But
then I would happily make any custom design. And that's what I started thinking about. Well, if people have their own design, if it's a hand drawing, you know, send it to me and I will do it all in Illustrator, because that way it'll all be done in vector graphics, right? So you can have it in whatever size you want, and it's not going to mess up resolution. If you take these original old circles from like Mather's old drawings and stuff like that, and you just blow them up, it's going to deteriorate in terms of quality. Yes, you can vectorize it to a certain extent in Illustrator, but it's a little hit and miss with that, depending on the amount of detail and the quality of the image itself when you do like a image trace in Illustrator, for those who are familiar with that. But otherwise, you just have to take an image and just blow it up in size, you know, scan an image and make it as big as you can, but it'll still deteriorate a bit in quality. But if you do everything, if you draw it in Illustrator, you can have it in whatever size you want. You can have it this big, or you can have like a 9-foot circle and it'll look exactly the same in quality. And that's why I decided, okay, well then I can custom make circles. Obviously that will have to cost a bit more, because it takes time for me to create that design first. But then on top of that, I can create the circles from the Grimoire of Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft, because I obviously already have those.
That's a brilliant idea.
I just make them available like that. But in
I
that
love
format,
that.
you know, black background, and then the circles and contents all done in white, and the circles from the Grimoire of Pope Honorius, when the Grimoire of Pope Honorius is released eventually, and the circles from the Key of Solomon, from the Lemegeton, etc., etc. The whole shebang, right? And on top of that, I actually came up with something that was for personal use. Again, this is just the private group segment here, so I can talk a little bit about that, because as you know, I don't like involving my own personal practical work in the occult sciences. I like to keep that away from the public and just keep it private. But now it's just this small gathering here.
Interesting. I hadn't noticed that.
Right? Right. Yeah, you never knew that.
I didn't notice that.
But so I designed a circle on the Trithemius drawing spirits into crystals.
Oh, no way.
But because I didn't want to have one circle for each, I worked on designing a circle that incorporates all of them in one single design. And apparently that appealed to some other people. And so I decided, well, then I can make that available too if people want, because that's not like my own design per se. That's just my own customization of an old design, right?
Yeah.
But if you want, then later I'll send an image to you through Messenger or something so you can have a look. But yeah, there I incorporated all of it instead of just having, one angel mentioned and that angel sigil and all that stuff. You know how it goes in Trithemius drawing spirits into crystals. But instead I have all of them laid out, and then I put in the universal divine names in the circle, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And then so you can make use of that, so you don't have to change the circle every time. Obviously, there is a power to that of having the circle specific to that given angel you're going to be working with. But at the same time, there is also a power inherent in that of having the same circle being used again and again and again and again, because as you know, it ends up basically, for all intents and purposes, consecrating that circle by repeated use.
I get complaints sometimes because people see my white robe has turned yellow a bit around the top, and I take it to cleaners to get it bleached and all that. I do what I can, but the fact is, I'm like, you know what? I've been using it for over 20 years. Just like it's like Yates said this about the Tatwa cards, I think, or maybe it was Mathers. Like, just if the colors fade, it's better to use ones with faded colors than to make new ones to keep them shiny because of the buildup of energies. That's how I feel about my yellowing old robe. Plus, my other theory is once it turns totally yellow, then I'll know I've really achieved the sun. We don't need to get into any of this, but I just thought you'd appreciate my personal journey.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Because people comment like, this guy's a fucking tool, fucking wearing a dirty robe. It's like, it's really clean. It's just, and then he's like, and he's posting alleged diary entries from the 90s as if they're actually real. It's like, who the fuck are you people? Like, this is the shit we have to deal with, right? Along with the other post, it's nonstop, but whatever. It's the price of entry
right.
to life. It's like, everyone's such snowflakes these days. Like, life sort of sucks, right? Did you not get the memo? Like, did no one tell you that this shit's kind of gonna suck a lot of the time? Like, what about Buddha? Life is pain. Yeah, so I still wear my original, the first white robe I ever won in a tournament.
There you go.
This stuff goes to your head fast, eh? Especially when you don't drink any day. I've been very abstinent for a lot of my consecration workings and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I get up early. When I go through weeks and weeks and weeks at a time getting it before sunrise. So then my schedule will get flipped around or something, and I'll be up nights for 3 days. I hate it. I'm not a night owl, but by which I mean I don't function better at night. Like, all the writing I've ever done in my life, pretty much all first thing in the morning. Like Brendan Behan, the famous Irish writer, actually died of alcoholism. Everyone always assumed that he was just writing drunk all day, and he had a famous quote. It's like, I never drink when I write. Like, I write till noon and drink till he says something funny. It's a funny thing or something. He also has funny quotes like, I only drink twice a day, when I'm thirsty and when I'm not. I mean, that's why he's a famous Irish writer. Brendan Behan is fucking amazing. Oh my God.
I only drink twice a day, when I'm thirsty and when I'm not.
When I'm thirsty and when I'm not.
That's very good. That's very good. At least speaking from a non-Irishman's perspective, that's very good. I can't do the Irish accent. I don't know why I can't do that one. There are certain accents I can't do. I can't do the Australian one either. I mean, for all the conversations I've had with Pat, I still can't do the Australian accent.
All right.
I can't do that.
We're gonna
good day, mate.
Good day, mate. We're gonna,
No worries.
we're
And that's probably terrible if Pat hears that.
I'm
he's
gonna
like,
draw
"Oh my
another
God,
card
that's horrible."
here, and this card here is gonna say if you're gonna die. It's like part Kiwi accent. Yeah, no, I mean, I lived in Ireland, and speaking Irish, you pick up the bloss. The bloss is the accent, the rhythm.
Right, right.
Like, you know, Takaliach Aragaransha. You know, if you don't have that rhythm, that bloss, it's actually hard to understand what the person's saying, because it's the emphasis on the syllables in the Irish that really help you understand what the word
the
is.
emphasis on the syllables.
Yeah, you never heard that one before? You got to emphasize the right syllables.
No, I never heard that.
You never heard
before.
that? You're an
was a good
English
one.
teacher, man. You should know this.
Yeah, but that one,
That's a
man,
good
that
one.
one's news to me.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
No, but it's true what you say, though. The thing about how the accent it tends to just stick with you too, because I mean, as you know, I speak with whatever accent this is. I don't know if this is like a European, North American inspired accent or whatever the hell it is. But, you know, growing up with too many Hollywood movies and watching American cartoons when I was a kid, you know, the Real Ghostbusters, G.I. Joe, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Denver, the Last Dinosaur, Inspector Gadget, all that stuff, right?
Well, because you're from one of those countries
sticks,
that you're from one of the, I noticed this in Europe in the 90s. Some countries subtitle, some countries overdub. And guess what? There's a correlation between which ones are better at English.
Right.
How could that be?
And a correlation between, you know, that of kids just having everything spoon fed and just, you know, being used to that. And then those who will complain afterwards, like, why on earth is this dubbed? It's horrible. Why can't they do it in the original language? You know, that was a constant thing you heard in Denmark back in the 80s and 90s, where kids complaining that stuff was dubbed because Disney, there everything would always be dubbed, right? Because it was how Disney did things to you know, appeal.
They have
to
the
masses,
money
right?
too. They have the
Right.
money.
But most kids who grew up with that stuff back in the 80s with cartoons on, we would usually get, because it was in Denmark, right? So we would usually get Sky from the UK.
Yeah.
But then all of the cartoons would be these typical American cartoons, right? So it would be all this stuff, G.I. Joe, Brave Star, Transformers, all this cool stuff, right? All the good stuff from back then, right? And so growing up on all that and with none of it being dubbed, but it either being subtitled or no subtitles whatsoever, especially if you're watching Sky, then it's not subtitled, man.
Yeah.
And then you just grow up watching that stuff. And it greatly improves your English. But it also means the accent kind of sticks, right? And I got a lot of grief for that at school, because in Denmark, at least back then, we used to learn the Queen's English. And so I got a lot of grief from my teacher for speaking with a North American accent. And so they tried to bully me.
That's right. You do have a North American accent. Not a lot of people actually sound a little British. A lot of Europeans actually sound British when they speak English. Oh, I just realized you do have a North American as opposed to British English accent.
I can't do the Queen's English accent. It sounds fake.
You don't want some spotted dick.
Would you like a cup of tea, sir?
With your spotted dick.
Oh my God, it's Harry Potter.
That's Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Severus.
But when you live here, though, and you get so used to hearing the Scottish accent. First of all, I love the Scottish accent. I am actually.
I lost my cherry to a Scottish girl.
Oh, well, there you go. Then you know what I'm talking about.
It was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. You know why? Because when I took her back home, we were sitting having tea, and her father, who was the Scottish architect, hired to design these extra fast ferries for British Columbia. And they turned out to be, they cost billions. They turned out to be 1 minute faster than the ferries we already had. So we sold them all to China at a loss or something like that. He was the guy who designed it. I asked him while it was going on, because the rumors were flying. I asked him about it. I was like, so what's going on with those things? He's like, oh, don't ask me that. It's a fucking nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's But when he came home early and saw us sitting at the table holding hands, she went up to go get something, and he leaned against the counter and was like, so you're out a bit late last night. I was like, oh yes, sir. I'm very sorry about that. I won't keep her up. You know, we were both 19, so it wasn't a big deal, right? Like, or 19, 18, right? And he's like, I'm like, sorry, sir, that won't happen. He's like, I know. was just like terrified. Maybe he said better not or something, like just like, oh, I know. I know it won't happen again. I was like, needless to say, the relation didn't last long.
That's too bad. Too bad. But hey, you know, that's what it's like. When
Well,
you're
I was
young.
actually late doing ritual work with Martin in the temple one night. We were doing like portal work till 3 a.m., but you know, doing like stuff between the pillars, just doing everything we could come up with in our portal grade. And I got home at like 4:30 a.m. driving as the sun rose across the bridge to North Van. And I woke up 5 hours later because I guess she had called me, but I didn't get the message and I crashed. I woke up the next morning to her breaking through my window. And I was so tired, I went back to sleep. I like see her breaking through the window, it climbing into my bedroom. And then like 3 hours later, I wake up and I'm having this dream where someone's crying and she's been like just crying next to my bed the whole time, all because I didn't like return her call because I was working, right?
Oh no.
It was like, you know, I didn't return her call between 11 o'clock at night and 5 a.m., 6 a.m. or something. And I was just like, it was my first relationship really. So it was like too much to handle. I was like, I can't do this, whatever this is. Like,
Right.
if I go off and do something, like I have a real life here, I have an adult life or trying to have an adult life. And I don't know what relationships are, but I know this doesn't work. So
Right.
that was the end of it. And I didn't know what else to do. I was too young to know what else to do. Even today, I think that would be the end of relationships. Like you don't break through someone's fucking. But we were kids, whatever.
Right.
So Scottish accent, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful. Her name was
Right.
Shona.
Oh,
Her name was
man,
Shona. Shona Fraser.
I love the Scottish accent. It seems like you did a refill, so I guess that means I have to
I
do a
did
refill as
because
well.
it's my birthday week.
Right, and I haven't had a weed dram in quite a while actually. So this should be all right for me. This is every now and then. I have to take the wife out here during the weekend. We haven't been out in a while, just the two of us. So I think I'm gonna take her to the lodge because we have our social club in the lodge.
Oh,
It
nice.
means the bar is open for the public on Fridays and Saturdays. The bar downstairs. We have a bar downstairs and upstairs.
See, like my lodge, I know for a fact they did not ever do anything like that. Like,
we have that social club open every Friday and Saturday, and then we usually have Burns night. Like yesterday was Burns
yes,
night, and it's too bad we haven't been able to do anything these past few years because of COVID. So the last Burns night that we attended at the lodge was in 2019. It was great. Oh, my wife, she loved it. She had a fantastic time.
oh, wonderful.
She finally got to, see the lodge and see a lot of my brethren there and their wives and girlfriends and their friends and family members and whatnot. We had a great time. We didn't get home
Wonderful.
until the wee hours
I
of
wish
the morning.
I wish I could have been flown over to perform for you all. Me and my crew have performed many a Robbie Burns night and been well paid for it.
Yeah.
But it's just a delight to sing those songs. And I learned this from my a German professor in high school, Dr. Idle Tim. I even know a Robbie Burns song auf Deutsch. I'll give you a taste. Schlichter Ruhe mutwilligen Bluts hängt den Kopf trotz allem. Fliegen, Flaggen, lasst ihn los, wirf ihn ganz stolz und allem, trotz allem und allem, trotz niedrigem Stand und allem, der Rang ist nur der Prägenstod, wirf ihn ganz stolz und allem. Isn't that beautiful? We studied it in German class because my teacher was convinced, as a Celtic performer in Ireland throughout his whole doctoral period himself in the Beta Folk, a bunch of Hamburg PhD students playing Irish music for 7 years while doing their PhDs. He was convinced that this poem was better in German. And we had like literally 2 or 3 whole German lessons on translating it and why it was better in German than in Robbie Burns's Scottish dialect.
I need to hear it in old Scots.
For all that, yeah, for all that and all that. It's one of his most famous ones. Right. And in German, there's
I just wanted to hear it with the melody and everything.
For all that nice. And all that, for royalty and all that. It's a great fucking song. I get chills thinking about the lyrics. But it's true in German. In English, you have to say the phrase for all that and for all that, right? Which sort of makes sense. But in German, the phrase "for all that" actually has a single word, and that word is trotz, sort of like trotz allem. Trotz allem is actually, it really is a little bit better. Trotz allem, for all that. It's just a.
You know what? I have a request.
You'll have to trust me.
I know it's your birthday on Monday, but and so you should be the one who takes requests and whatnot. But I actually have a request. If you're going to jam with your friends, what was it, tomorrow? You're going to get together with friends.
A little illegal birthday party.
Can you do that song in old Scots? Can you do that song?
For all that?
I would love to hear it.
Oh yeah,
that was really nice. I would love to hear you do that if you don't mind. And
no problem, man. No problem.
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
You know what? That would be a massive hit if you were ever to come over here around the time where we have a Burns night at 272 Lodge St. John McCulda, and you were to do old Robbie Burns songs. Oh, that would be a massive hit.
Yeah,
people would love that. Absolutely.
Life is long. We will make it happen. It would be beautiful.
Oh, absolutely.
And plus, I know so many top-notch musician colleagues in Edinburgh who are like, I've played with them for years in Ireland, a lot of these guys, and they're amazing. So I could like put together a pro crew in 2 seconds. And they're freaking trad Irish music. They're folk musicians. So you throw them like a few bob and they're fucking happy. A few bob and a free drink and they're right. happy as haggis.
Oh, we need to get that sorted, and we need to get that hooked up.
Hey man, we just need Boris Johnson to smack the shit out of Trudeau and be like, oi, come on, follow up, otherwise I'll sick the Queen on you. Come on, Canada. This is the first moment in history where I wish that England did still sort of govern us, because Boris is like, yeah, COVID's over, it's fucking done. Everyone's like, but what about the unvaccinated? He's like, yeah, fuck it.
I think it's very much because here in the UK we kind of just want to get back to life, and we're trying to accept that things are the way they are. You get vaccinated.
Look at my beard and hair.
We all do what you can to protect yourself and protect your loved ones and protect everyone else around you, but then move on. Do what you can to protect yourself, and we trust the medical professionals to keep working on the vaccine, to improving it, and hopefully one day it will become an actual vaccine and not as much as a suppressant, which is technically what it is now, because you can still get sick. It'll just be a hell of a lot better than if you don't get the vaccine, right? And I'm all for that, but I'm also really looking forward to when it will become a genuine vaccine.
So the new data out of the UK shows that the vaccine makes you 89% more likely to not be hospitalized.
Right.
Now, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, though. The 89% less likely to need hospitalization is because, you're going to love this. Everyone's going to love this, because everyone who doesn't understand numbers doesn't get it. But the 89% is because if you have the vaccine, apparently, hypothetically, this is fiction, people. We're not making, talk to your doctors. Right. Now that said, it makes you 0.01% likely to get hospitalized. Without the vaccine, you're 0.89% chance likely to get hospitalized. So you can say that you're 89% less likely to be hospitalized. Both of them are still below 1%. That's the new info out of the UK that justified Boris declaring it's over.
See, remember what you
this
just
can
said
all be debated.
People who don't understand numbers are not going to get this. That's why I didn't get that.
But you get. Raise the rent. Don't like it. We should consider that science. Anyway, enough of that, because who cares? I love the irony too that Boris might be known as like some kind of savior because of this. That's fucking hilarious. Well, how much of it's due to the protest of the people outside the flat with the Boris masks on and the pints dancing around? I wonder if that was the turning point, like the 12 monkeys or something. Yeah.
I don't know.
We lost Meatloaf, dude.
I have to kind of, I like to distance myself from politics and
yeah.
stuff like that. Being
Fucking
a
A.
Freemason, I mean, I know that it's just in Masonic lodges we always say we will not discuss politics and religion because they are the two main subjects that cause, you know, disruption and cause arguments and hostility between people, right? But I actually like to abide by that principle in my everyday life as well. That it takes a lot for me to start discussing politics or discussing religion. And I prefer to just, you know, let people believe what they believe and let people feel the way they feel. And I feel how I feel, and that'll be that. So I always try to stay clear of those topics. Every now and then, if it's with a close friend and if it's just the two of us, for example, talking about religious topics and so on, that's perfectly fine. But
And that's
otherwise,
what we're doing here.
usually religion and politics, and I stay clear of it. I don't judge anyone either, whether people think that this person does a good job or a bad job, because you will get it from all sides of the fence. You will hear people speaking positively of Boris, speaking positively of our Scottish government. You know, we have Nicola Sturgeon, and people will speak positively of her. People will speak negatively of her. People will speak negatively of Boris. And I just decide to, you know, back up and say, I have nothing negative to say about anyone. I will just leave it at that and let other people discuss it if they so choose. But I always stay clear of it.
Yeah, well,
So,
fortunately, we're just talking
and just
as
hope for
friends
the
over
best.
we're talking just two wizards
Over
over
a
a
wee
pint,
dram.
over a wee dram. And
Over a wee
it's not
dram.
like anyone's really going to listen to this anyway.
Oh, don't sell yourself short, man. I'm sure there are
I'm
plenty
not.
of people who enjoy this.
Dude, fucking Eccles' publicist just emailed me, asked me if I want copies of the galleys of his new book, and could he please come on my podcast if I'd be so
See?
kind. So for ever since I started the podcast, people have been telling me, get Eccles, try and get Eccles. And I was like, you know what? I'm a magician. Let me tell you how magic works. I'm going to do my thing the best I can do it. And if I do it well enough, I won't need to get anybody. They'll want to get me. That's the way it works. That is the way it works. And this is proofs in the pudding. And,
Oh, absolutely.
you know, getting an email from arguably the most famous occultist in the world, whether you like it or not. You know, he's got an interesting, crazy story, right? His whole life is sort of a, what do you call that even? I don't know. But I'm not thinking about him in this regard. This is not about him. This is about the fact that there's a little bit of evidence that, hey, I've done something that people value, and that makes me feel good that I've done something. Yeah, you know, it's we're here for such a short time, eh? You know, we're here for such a short time, and what's the point of it all if we don't try and create value and beauty for other people? And you know, it's such an amazing world, and I love it so much. I don't want to leave it. I don't want to leave it at all, ever.
And I don't want other people to have to deal with crap. Pardon my French.
I love it. That's you say that on Facebook. You're like pardon my language, and then you say something super vanilla. You got the dad talk. The dad talk.
The dad talk. No, but it's just I dread the idea of people having to deal with crap too because of what everyone else has done before them. Because of as much enjoyment as I get out of life, I would like to pass on to other people too. Like I said, the way we think also as Freemasons and also people dealing with spiritual development, right? Granted, you want to develop yourself, but you also want to aid other people along the way because that's part of it, because we're all here together, right? You can't just focus on numero uno, right? You have to accept that you exist here with other living creatures, you know, whether we're talking humans or animals or plants or whatever.
Or spiritual creatures.
Spiritual creatures, right? Spiritual beings.
My favorite term for them.
You need to respect that, and you need to find a harmony, and you know what the key word is in a certain something, equilibrium, right? Balance. And
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't know either. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
No.
But and that
sounds like some fucking occult shit to me, man. Pardon mon français, why?
It's just you need to have that. What the hell was that combination right there?
Oh well, hey man,
That
dude,
threw me off my game.
Dude, my French is like I learned from Quebec speakers.
But that's the thing. No, it sounded like first it was half French, and then after that it switched into an Australian accent.
No, pardon, mon français, ouais.
Yeah, that almost
Ouais,
sounded like an
ouais.
Australian thing.
Yeah, le.
Really? So that's a Quebec thing.
Like instead of
I did not know that.
instead of saying, for example, in French,
A?
French, instead of
Oh,
saying
I thought it was going to be the
instead of saying quelle heure est-il? Quelle heure est-il? What time is it?
A. Right.
In Quebec, that becomes québec.
Wow, that's a big fat difference.
Yeah.
I don't think I would understand.
I mean, at Tahuti, there was Martin and 4 other Montreal Quebecers all living there at once with me. So I was living with 5 Quebecers. I was 19, and like they would say some crass things. I remember one morning David would pound on my door. I'd be like, "Up, yeah, boom," and he would open the door with, "Come on, we go le café, hein? Maintenant, ouais, and that's where I was like, "It's 7 a.m." He's like, "What? Up there, yeah." And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Or some mornings like tap, 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 and the door would swing open, and I'd like look out the curtain from my raised bed platform, because I had a really awesome room with multi-level loft sort of thing, my own toilet and sink in my own room in the temple, in the temple place. It was 3,000 square feet. I look out the curtain, and he's leaning up against the door with the coffee. He's like, sometimes they're older than me, and I was so young, right? And he's like, sometimes, when I am licking the pussy, I like to go in a circle, and then she gets a surprise, and it is very nice. And then he walks away, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, where am I? I learned a lot about life in those days.
I can imagine.
It was an upbringing. So fucking funny. Oh, I mean, that's why I have such rosy. I look at those times through rose-colored glasses, not to avoid the bad parts, but because a lot of them were beautiful. Like it was 99% amazing, beautiful experiences. And that's the same for like my musical life. There's been horrible catastrophes in every aspect of my life, family life and all that stuff. But, it's not actually the majority. It's just what you hear more about, or especially if you're on the outside of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, well. No, life is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I just remembered something. Crap, we should have done that in the, oh my God, listen to my bad language. I just said the C word one more time. Not that C word, the other C word, the cheap
crap,
C word.
Crap is not the C word.
No, I know.
Papa.
Hence my expensive C word, like that one, and the cheap C word. No, it's just I just remembered I was actually going to mention that in the other segment, the public segment. I really wanted to mention some because we were talking so much about Freemasonry at first. I wanted people to have the opportunity to find some really good books on the subject, because there's so much literature out there on Freemasonry, and some of it's absolutely phenomenal, and other stuff is just, as we say here in Scotland, absolute shite. Right.
Yeah.
It's just, and I wanted to give people some good books that they could look up.
Yeah. Talk about it now.
I totally forgot. Well, then it'll be limited to the people who are here now.
You can talk about why they're good now, and people that will be good for people that'll be interested in that. But I'll make a list of the books and put it in the description as recommended books from Lenny.
All right. Well, then
if you want to hear what he says about these books, become an exclusive subscriber.
There you go. that's a little twist there.
Hey man, our meds aren't free in Canada. Our medicine is not free up here. I just got a $3,000 bill from the medical services just the other day. No. Oh, I know, right? It's like, and it's not even for something I had done. It's for a period of time in which I had to go to another country to get treatment because they wouldn't treat me here. And I still have to pay the Canadian fees for that time period, even though they sent me to another country because they said, quote, celiac disease doesn't exist.
Oh, no.
That's what I've been dealing with here my whole life. Anyway, moving on. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. But hey, thank God for NHS. Well, I know that. Okay, granted, I'm a bit biased, being a Scottish Freemason. I'm a bit biased, and so of course, this is my absolute favorite.
Okay. Hold it
This is my
closer.
absolute favorite.
Smoking crack with the Freemasons. No, cracking the Freemasons code. Sorry.
Right.
I just see what I want to see sometimes.
Apparently, this is the original British edition, and then this is the American edition. This is the US edition.
Cracking the Freemasons code. Beautiful
Right, so
cover.
obviously same
Beautiful
thing,
cover.
just different.
By Cooper.
But this is Brother Cooper. Brother Cooper, Robert L.D. Cooper. He is, or excuse me, was, because he just retired. He was the curator of the Museum and Library of the Grand Lodge of Scotland, and has been for 30 years. And not only is he a Freemason of those many years of experience, he is also an academic. He is a historian. So he is like the best of both worlds. He is a guy who has the inside scoop, and he is a guy who doesn't listen to any BS. You know, he needs proof. He needs
none of that
evidence,
none of that
right?
P.D. Newman stuff.
Well, no, but so he needs to study the source material, right? And he only goes for what can be proven, right?
Yep.
As much as you appreciate traditional history for the value that has, he is all about factual history. Besides that, right? It's factual history. What can we prove? What can't we prove, right? And this is the reason why he's been curator as well. That was actually one of the main things that got him into Freemasonry. He said that himself, that was actually because of the fascinating history behind it. That was one of his main attractions to Freemasonry and why he got involved. And this is, like I said, granted, I'm biased being a Scottish Freemason.
This is my favorite book on Freemasonry.
Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely.
My buddy Chris.
Book on Freemasonry.
It's 777 pages, and it has
it's
hundreds of pages
extensive.
on Freemasons and hashish.
Right.
Now, the thing about my buddy Chris Bennett is he like his dear friend and our brother P.D. Newman, they do something I like to refer to as
you've had too much to drink. You can't get that book back.
Oh no, it's because my little silk bound
oh, you shouldn't have done that, because it totally made it look like you just had too much to drink and you couldn't get it in there.
Dude, that's like my bro.
Segment.
Dude, that's like my buddy Ryan, who on Practice Behind the Obscure, last time we podcasted, he titled the fucking episode Get Intoxicated with Frater RC, but it was morning for me in Vancouver and I was drinking coffee. He had just gotten home from a club with his band in Korea, not North Korea, in Korea. So he was a little tipsy. We did a podcast. I was sober as a skunk, and I answered a lot of he asked, because he was tipsy, Ryan asked really good questions, actually, like really, really good questions that actually put me on my guard. I'm like, oh shit, he's smoking cigarettes. He's tipsy and I'm sober as a skunk. It's like, again, 6, 7 a.m. And I am answering these really great questions. And I thought I answered them very well, actually. But the title of the episode is like Intoxicated with Frater RC. And so like a lot of people don't even listen to it because they're just like, oh, that's just
going to be a bunch of wow.
But it isn't. He should have been like at least characterize it. So like, anyway, my sister bound this in silk 20 years ago. This is my diary of my shem working, because as you probably notice, I have my set of shem angels here, you know, which I made in 2001 with Zinky and Rafaela Pulera design that. She designed the Homsey tarot deck, right? And so she made these. We were all, and then me and Alex Walker and a couple other people just sat around cutting them out and pasting on. We made like 10 sets for 10 of whichever adepts were most that Zinc liked the most at the time, and I was one of those. Well, no, we who cut those out got to keep it. Anyway, so I love my shem. I love shem workings. I'm a big fan of Nick Farrell's Shem Grimoire, which he's doing a new edition of, and he's simplifying the rituals, which I think is really, really good, because he does them all to like full Z formula. And in my opinion, I mean, I know this is stuff you don't know. I know this is stuff you don't know much about, so I'm just gonna He's putting out a new edition with simplified versions of operations, which I think makes sense because
Right.
you don't actually. It would be nice if you're going to put a thing called the Shem Grimoire to include Grimoire style workings with the Shem and not
Absolutely.
just Z docs or Z docs,
Right,
because
right.
that's not everyone's cup of tea. One of my students and the Templar who was asking Templar questions of you, he's a big fan of Eccles, and he mentioned me Eccles had a Shem operation in one of his books. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Maybe we should actually try that out. Let's try. I can trim down Farrell's Z formula operations myself and into the grimoire style format. Obviously I can do that, but I'm curious. I have nothing against doing Shem operations in a variety of fashions. Hell no. I mean, most of my operations in this one, and there's a lot of predictions. Actually, I was really into prophecies because this was like way back in the time. I actually want to hear one.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, this is not that book. This is something else. This is my
Oh.
sister's. The book I was thinking it was is this one. You can tell you can tell how I confuse them. I think they're actually of the same fabric.
Right,
That's
right,
my
right.
Shem one. This is my sister's Waldorf High School graduating thesis. Check out how cool my
Okay.
sister was when she
Alchemy
was
and the hidden symbolism of the Eucharist. Oh, nice.
yeah, and she bound this herself. You know,
Wait.
skill level.
Is that available online to read?
No,
That
no, this is the
paper?
only copy in existence.
Because it's just that title sounded very familiar.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, she was in Philosophus when she wrote this, and you know, she learned from the teachers at the school.
No, it's just I wondered if if she had it posted online or something.
In Waldorf, you have to hand bind your graduating thesis. We don't write provincial exams in Waldorf school. We don't write any provincial exams like normal school students do. We do a thesis that we have to propose in grade 10. Get approved in grade 11 and research and write by grade 12. And then we have to do a public presentation to hundreds of people, as well as an artistic component, a creative component, which is different, and the presentation, then the research and stuff. And no one has ever gotten this. So it's graded on 5 marks, and no one has ever gotten 5 A+, including me, even on mine, which they thought I had this bound by someone else. They didn't believe that I bound it. And then I had to show the teachers, the bookbinder who taught me, and who testified that I bound it myself with his tools, of course. And the teacher, our art teacher who just passed, went and learned from him, and then taught the other students, including my sister, how to do this. So then they all started putting out high quality hand-bound books in high school, which is fucking A. Like, what a cool school, right? I mean, I know we were really lucky. It was the best thing our parents probably ever did for us, other than give birth to us. And I love you, Mom. But it was her idea. Yeah, my dad didn't want us to go to Waldorf, too expensive. This is my Shem one. And I was very into prophecies when I started doing that stuff. I don't know if there's one I can show you. Oh, I can't read my, it would take too long. Nah. Delectare and domino et dubit tibi petitioni. Symbol fell him there who wants for him, but the burning. I distantly felt reprimanded to shame and almost to tears by the angel. I realized that without that what he said was certainly true, and I withheld love and out of doubt and certainty. Yeah, you know, cool stuff. Anyway.
Well,
hey man,
speaking of the Shem work, did you ever read the old treatise by Lenain?
No.
Did you ever read that one? That is one of the source works for the details on the Shemamephosh angels, La Science Kabbalistique.
Oh, okay.
Who
is it by?
Lenain.
Lenain? Can't see
yes, Lenain. Let's see, what was his first name? Was it Robert? I don't remember. Yeah, because I always just know it as Lenain. So hang on a second, let me see. Yeah, here it just says Par Lenain. But yeah, his name is at the top there. Now, fortunately, you don't have to read this in French because this has actually recently been translated into English.
By whom?
Hang on one second. A guy who is into Martinism. Hang on, I'm gonna have to do it like this because now the books are collapsing on themselves. This one, sorry.
Lazare Lenin, Pierce Avon, Science of.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lazare Lenin. That's right.
So you didn't make this book, right?
So,
did you?
No. Piers Vaughan, he is out of one of those Martinist groups, the Martinist order known as the Martinist Order of Unknown Philosophers.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it's just working with some of the old Martinist terminology. But there are so many different Martinist orders out there today.
Well, my buddies run the OSM down in Austin, Texas. I might actually join that and go through that.
It's not
system.
Paul, is it?
Yeah. Paul and
Right, okay.
Jeff.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I don't know Paul personally. I interviewed him on the podcast.
No.
But I know
don't
Jeff
know him either. I've
Contreras.
just spoken with him a couple of times online because of his involvement in Martinism.
Yeah.
I also know he's a very passionate Freemason as well. Like, He always talks a lot about Freemasonry and he puts a lot of pictures of like Masonic things and stuff on his Facebook page. This would be a different group.
Well, there's a bunch, as you said.
But fortunately, thanks to him, this is now available to those who do not read French.
Is that on Amazon?
I actually think it is. I don't remember where I got it. I mean, I didn't know until long after I got a copy of the old French edition.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it was relatively recent that this English translation came out. At least I didn't find out. 2020. And I don't remember when I got this. This was a while back when I got this one. This was a reprint of the old edition published in, what was it, like, this one was published in 1982, but that was the reprint. The original is from, 1823. So this is one of the oldest sources we have of all of the details on the Shem HaMephoresh angels.
Wow.
With the exception of the sigils. The sigils go back to Blaise de Vigenère, and that was his manuscript that dates back to, I don't recall, I'm sorry to say, but I think 1720s something maybe, but sometime in the 18th century. That's Vigenère's manuscript that's the oldest source of the sigils for the Shem HaMephoresh angels. Those same sigils that you will find in Pat's Kabbalah of the Golden Dawn and other works.
That's a great book.
But that's the oldest source of the sigils. And then this one is the oldest source of the more detailed information on the Shem HaMephoresh angels in terms of associations and the different offices of the angels and blah, 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 stuff like that.
Yeah, when I started getting into the Shem, I had obviously some grade material, but I was relying heavily on Papous's Gerard Onco's book called The Kabbalah, and it was actually had a lot of the information on the Shem, and I used that. But yeah, I'm always looking for more on that because it's a wonderful topic. I love how it's extracted from the scriptures, and just I've had just also very good experiences working with those angels. Like I could go on, but yeah, I got to get that book, man. That's a good one. Yeah, you got to make a Shem circle.
A Shem circle, right?
A Shem floor circle. Well, I guess you'd probably use planetary or zodiacal with that. I mean, either would work.
Or go with a Sephirotic one. Then you
get
all your bases covered.
Are you going to make that available?
No. At least not my design. Well, I'm going.
Speaking of custom designs,
the elemental one and the planetary one, I'm also going to stick with.
Speaking of custom designs, because you're going to do an elemental and a planetary one that you've designed for people. No, you won't.
No, that's just for me.
No, those are just yours. But people can do their own. Okay. The reason I did, here's what's interesting. The reason I didn't get one of Jason's circles is because he has the checkered floor one with the four powers around it, to know, to dare, to will, be silent. And then he has the Enochian one with the 3 secret names of God in each thing, which is useful if you don't want to put up pennants and banners. So Cliff of Enochian today's coming back on the podcast next weekend. I'm doing a special episode just for him, and he's made all his like silk banners and all that stuff. So I imagine him with he's made his own table for the Enochian system too, because after he did Gebethel, he's like one of the only people on the planet to have done Gebethel properly. And that's an achievement. And he's like, well, the angels, and then he heard me quoting Frater Yechida, quoting John Dee, quoting the angels, saying you should make your own table and only use the one we've shown you for 30 days, which is a very confusing part of the diaries that no, we still have no ultimate conclusion on what's going on there. But Cliff was like, oh, I can make my own table. And instantly he started getting receptions of information, and he's made his own. And you can imagine how the purists feel about that. But he's like, hey, Frater RC said, I'm like, oh, what are you saying? Oh no. I'm like, people, I'm quoting Yechida, quoting D, quoting the angels. Don't blame me for this man going off on his own direction. But I can imagine with his silk banners all around doing his ritual work and stuff like that. It's fabulous. He's made his own Enochian table, and he's a member of Mensa. So he's a very smart guy, and he understands the math and the configurations. He, like, when he goes into that stuff, it's hard not to tune out. I got to admit, like, you know, I'm a pretty smart guy, but there's things. Maybe it's just the lack of interest in getting that into the weeds. Of course, we all get into the weeds in different ways. There's things that I get into, like, you want to talk about fucking poetic verse and structural forms there. Oh yeah, I get very complicated. But you know, we like what we like.
Of course.
I think it's great that so Jason didn't have a circle that did both, because what I wanted was a circle that took me back to what it was like for the 7 years I did nonstop ritual work at Temple Tahuti. I wanted to have a circle that had the checkered floor in the middle, a square of checkers, and around the circle, the secret names of God. Because at Temple Tahuti, I would be standing on a checkered floor with the Enochian tablets and the 3 secret names of God around me. That's the kind of circle I want, and there isn't a circle out there like that. So that would be the main thing I'd be interested in.
Well, if you want, I can design one for you.
Please do.
I can make the entire background so it'll be a checkered floor, and the circle itself will have like a black background, and then the rings will be outlined in white.
I'm sure you will do it very well. We can call it
or
the RC.
you can have the entire background just black and white checkered, and then just the white rings on it with the white lettering and whatnot. Just give me the details, and I will make it happen.
Yeah. And me and my buddies John and Jeremiah will measure our spaces at their places, because I don't have space here. Yeah. So we get exactly what size we need, and then we can take lots of pictures in our robes and get-ups and promote your services online. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll have a hoot.
There you go.
both of them, my friends, are actually we've last time we did it, me and John did an Enochian operation. We just clipped on my GoPro onto a stand, faced it at us, turned it on, and let it film everything. And there's this one point where there's silence, where there shouldn't be silence in the operation, and I swear there's some fucking weird sounds in the background. And that is the only video clip that I haven't been able to export. I swear to God, I hope it's just nonsense. But if you were looking for recorded evidence,
do you hope it's nonsense, or do you hope it's that might be something there?
I am not going to become one of those occultists that you got to be rigorous. You can't believe shit that isn't true, man. You fucking can't. That way lies madness, insanity, and an utter disrepute.
Right.
Like,
you have to have objectivity to a certain level. You can't you can't go, pardon the pun, but chasing ghosts. You can't. You have to go for what's there and not see a bunch of stuff that's not just because you would like it to be so. I mean, there's a reason why we call it the occult sciences, and because they are legitimate sciences, and so you have to be scientific about it, and you can't just go nuts and feel the aura of the potatoes at the grocery store and whatnot. You can't go to that point. You have to be scientific about it. That's actually one of the reasons why. One thing I love reading about myself, one thing I love studying, but I also love recommending to other people, is actually studying parapsychological literature.
Yeah.
Because parapsychology is a fascinating field of study, because it actually tries to in terms of material science, I mean, not talking occult science, but talking material science like physics, chemistry, biology, etc., that they are trying to, by means of these material sciences, actually understand and explain what goes beyond the material, what goes beyond the physical. And you got to give it props for that. You got to give it all the respect that it's due for that. And I think, and the funny thing is, and this is not to keep pitching the book, this is actually a really fascinating thing. Allow me to try and look it up, and I will mention it. I'll read it for you. In this one, remember when I talked about that section about concerning devils and spirits, and how it tries to explain what these types of spirits are? The fascinating part is that a lot of these old occult explanations of what certain spirits are, they actually coincide a lot with what modern day parapsychology theorizes about what different types of apparitional phenomena and haunting phenomena actually are.
No shit.
But granted, if you tell a parapsychologist, dude, you do realize this is something that was written about centuries ago in occult teachings, they're not going to want to touch that with a 10-meter cattle prod, right? Because like, oh no, we can't have people associating us with occultists. It's already bad enough as it is.
We're trying to contact spirits and see what they actually are and how they exist. The last thing we want to do is start listening to people who can call and summon and communicate with them.
Exactly.
Especially if they can bring them into some sort of manifested physical or apparitional form. Heaven forbid.
Oh yeah, it's very, very self-contradictory, but that's the thing.
Well, that's why it's so much fun.
That's one thing that I always thought would be phenomenal, would be to have a parapsychologist who's actually interested in ceremonial magic, for example, and who would do a buttload of experimentation in that area by having people who actually deal with this in everyday life, and have them do a bunch of magical operations and then test that the same way as they test psychics, right?
I've been saying this for years. I don't get it. Like, I saw this one of those cheesy shows where like hunting for Sasquatch and all this bullshit, and it was actually one that was done by Duncan Trussell, who's a friend of Jason Louv. Duncan Trussell's a comedian, really good one if you have never seen him. He's a friend with Jason Louv in LA, and he's also BFFs with Joe Rogan. So him and Joe Rogan did this whole series of shows, and one of them, they went to this psychic laboratory where they do all the tests. And so I was shocked by this. I was shocked. They put Joe Rogan in the special room where they have sensors for light, but it's completely black ISO chamber, and they measure how much light a person gives off. They're like, okay, give off as much light as you can, see what kind of energy you can generate. And they said, and he can't hear or see anything in that room. And the guy's looking at this thing, and it's off the charts higher than anything they've ever seen before. And he came out, and they're like, what did you do in there? He was like, oh, well, I did like this rapid breathing thing, and I did some techniques channeling Kundalini and all this energy, and I just like expanded. And he's describing all this shit. I'm like, yeah, no shit, it's going to be off the charts, right? And they're like, wow, this is amazing, but we think something must be wrong because we've never got this reading before. And they're like, oh, well, see you later. I'm like, you didn't establish a baseline and tell them just to sit there and do nothing? What the fuck what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? You're going through all this process, and why would you not just say, sit there, we'll get a reading, then do what you like? I don't even need to explain this. It's so obvious, and it's so irresponsible that they're just spinning. It's like
No, I agree, because it's such an untapped area. Like, come on, man, you have all this potential for doing research on. I mean, you do all this research on so-called psychics, so-called clairvoyants. How about doing all this same research, but with people who practice magic, people who practice different types of energy manipulation and so on, and see exactly what happens and what you can actually get from it.
Me and my friends in our Wiccan coven, we would do these experiments nonstop, like a thing where we'd isolate one person's hearing and sight, and the other two people would move quietly somewhere else in the room, or we'd even put on loud music sometimes to make sure the person wasn't getting any indication. And then the
Right.
person in the middle of the room would just move their hands around until they felt the person 10 feet away in the room. We didn't miss by the end of our experiments. Like we stopped doing them because there was no error. The person spinning around the room, turning in a circle in place, could always sense where the people were in the room. So we
Right.
stopped doing them. We stopped doing sensing energy ball colors between our hands when we got to the point that no matter what color the person visualized or how much they tried to fuck with us, we could feel or see it. We stopped doing those exercises once we got that good. We're like, and we just couldn't understand. We were 13, 14, 15-year-old little coven witches, Wicca witches, you know, or whatever you want to call us. It didn't matter. We just were doing magic. That was all it was about.
That's
And
a young age to really get into that stuff.
not really when you come by it honestly. Like my
Well, I
BFF,
mean,
my best friend Daniel's mom was a witch from Cornwall, literally, and so raised by her. And I grew up in Maharishi land, so like, you know, it was literally in our blood already.
I grew up in Maharishi land.
Yeah, you know, I did.
Uh,
It was a beautiful thing. You know, David Lynch still is like tight with my godfather in Vancouver, and like my
David Lynch?
godfather. Yeah, David Lynch is a big meditator, right? And so when he comes to town, he goes to my godfather's house. He goes to my oldest friend's house. He's a film director, and they all do little talks and they meditate together and stuff. I've never gone to meet him, even though I've been invited many times, mainly because I have issues. I can't be sincere. I can't talk sincerely about that tradition without being critical of it in a way that they don't respect. I think it feeds into spiritual bypassing like nothing I've ever encountered.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily need to. You don't need to. You don't, just because you can do TM well, but I've noticed a large amount of spiritual bypassing. It impacted my childhood in a serious way. Like, don't express your anger. You're not allowed to say harsh things because that will harsh my vibe. That will harsh my mellow.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you have something harsh, or if you have emotions that aren't in harmony with this state we want to stay in all the time, take it somewhere else. So I felt like I was stifled as a kid because I wasn't allowed to express the full range of human emotions, because it would conflict with the nice vibe everywhere all the meditators around me were trying to maintain. Like, conflict wasn't, they couldn't handle fucking emotion. Conflict, they couldn't handle if someone was upset. It seemed they would lose their shit.
But why?
And these are the most advanced of the advanced.
Right.
Now, it's not everyone. I don't want people to think that. I think TM is still a great tool. It's basically the cloud of a knowing, and it goes even deeper into the cities and it's a beautiful thing. But every tradition has its pitfalls and its flaws that weak practitioners will fall into. I mean, you gotta, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't get how you can't deal with or learn to deal with emotion. I mean, it's part of the human response. You have to deal with that. It's not something you can just ignore. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Nope, hang on one second.
Spiritual bypassing it can be a problem in any tradition.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Hang on, I'm just trying to find that.
I think you know, magical traditions are especially good at avoiding spiritual bypassing because of the emphasis of the Goetia, of the Klipot, of all of these sort of dark arts kind of things. Even if you're not into it, like, you know, you and me aren't really into the dark shit at all. At all. No, right? Not. But I doubt you or I feel any we don't have qualms about looking into that abyss. We don't.
No, because we don't,
because it's part of our tradition.
Yeah, and anything that's educational is educational. regardless of
amen.
what it is. I mean, it's different when you want to actually make use of something, right? You want to
Yeah.
actually apply it. That's a whole different ballgame, obviously. But I mean, still, anything that teaches you something will teach you something, and it will always be a value whether it's good or not. And it's the same if you, let's say, you read books on, like when we were talking about ninjutsu earlier. You can read books that aren't that accurate in terms of ninjutsu history, but that'll still teach you.
Uh-oh.
All
We're back.
right, and we're back.
This is like a bonus episode to end all bonus episodes. This is the epic bonus. Oh, you people better be happy. Send me donations, please, so I can buy this fine book he's with. I mean, I would actually. I doubt I will, but I doubt I'll be able to get it. But I like to pretend. I'm good.
But look, if I can hold aside a copy for you as long as possible, you know, I definitely will, so that
Really?
there will be one ready
That
for
is-
you. You know,
That is very kind, and
I'm
I didn't think I
setting-
wanted it so much until this conversation, and you fully explained it. No, I didn't understand what it was before. I actually
Well,
didn't.
yeah,
I
now
thought
you
you were
know.
just doing a fancy version of Scott's Discovery of Witchcraft, and
Oh
no,
God, no, that would
no,
be way too boring.
no. Oh my God, like no shit.
That would
Like,
be
compared,
historically cool, but
Cool.
like on a practical level, it would just be too boring and too much. Yeah, been there, done that. You know, it has to
Yeah.
be something that brings something else to the table, and that's exactly what this does. By focusing on the whole grimoire aspect, and to give you a little bit extra, because, well, like I said, I'm planning on setting the pre-order period for a limit of 3 months. So people only have those 3 months to pre-order, and who knows, those pre-orders might be gone within the first couple of weeks. But I will take a copy.
Well,
and
over
I will-
1,000 people are going to download and listen to this episode.
Well, then there we go. But I will, and with all due respect to everyone, and I don't mean to step on anyone's toes, but because we know each other, we've known each other for a long time, I will take a copy and I'll set it aside for you for those 3 months, so you get until the very end of it, if you want. So you have that extra time to figure out if you still want a copy. If you change your mind, no problem. I'll just let people know there's one copy left. But so this is the thing I was talking about when we were talking about parapsychology and so on. Is here is one of the entries in the Grimoire of Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft.
Oh, cool.
In part 2, the one that's called, let me give it to you.
You want to just hold the book up one more time?
Oh, I can't do that. That's giving you too much, isn't it?
Hey, man, it's occultist porn.
Right. Well, part 2 is the one called A Discourse Concerning Devils and Spirits. Right. And it's in chapter 1 of that part 2. There is this 10th paragraph is the one that speaks of infernal spirits and separated demons and astral beings, as well as those in the angelical kingdom. And then it talks about, you know, angels and souls departed and da da da. And then at the end of this, the author puts a footnote where he mentions, because of how it describes certain types of spirits and what they're like. It mentions that thing about this thing about angels being higher orders of beings and stuff like that, right? And then it talks about, you know, that old saying about, you know, you can command demons, but you can't command angels. You have to ask them nicely, and they will tell you whether they will be happy to help you. But if for whatever reason it doesn't go according to plan, you know, that won't fulfill some grand cosmic scheme. It'll just be a no, and you can't do anything about it. And that's what people usually say. Well, that's one of the benefits of evoking averse spirits, or even, you know, just indifferent spirits, because you can just tell them what you want, and okay, they'll do it if it's within their office. But if it deals with, if you're dealing with angels, it's different. That's way above the human pay grade, and so they will be happy to help with whatever's within their office. unless it's something that doesn't fall with the grand scheme of things, and it'll just be, sorry, but that's not appropriate for you right at this time. And then you can yell and kick and scream as much as you want. It's just not going to happen.
Is that the root of why Jake Stratton Kent says, you know, if you actually want things really done, you have to talk to demons?
Well, I mean, I think that's also because the left-hand path greatly appeals to him, right? Specifically. But there is something to the thing that if you deal with averse spirits, they will do whatever is within their office if you just command them to do so. And angels are immensely powerful, as you're very well aware, but they answer to something else. And because of that, if it doesn't coincide with that, you can just forget about it. And if you still want help in that area, you're going to have to go elsewhere, because they're not going to give it to you, because you're not supposed to have that at this time, or this is not for you at this time, for whatever reason. And sometimes those reasons don't make a lot of sense to us, right? But nevertheless, like I said, it's above our proverbial pay grade, so you can either trust it, you can say, no, but I want it, and then you just do whatever to make it happen. But this entry is actually one of the oldest entries we know of in the classical European grimoire literature that speaks of how angels are of that higher order, and so you can't command them. You can ask them, and they will happily help you, unless there's some other reason why they shouldn't, and then it doesn't matter what you say, it's just not going to happen. But that was a bit of a side quest here. The one we were talking about with regard to parapsychology was this thing with I found that earlier. Bear with me 1 second here. There's that thing about what the original author refers to as a sidereal spirit. Right, here we go. It's on page 206. So it's still that part 2, chapter 3, where it says, this thing about sidereal or starry spirit, where it talks about, well, I can read the paragraph to you if you want. It's not that long. It says, the opinion of many is that the devil in their likeness is all that appears, but the more learned have sufficiently demonstrated through example and experience that the apparition is really proper to the person deceased. Nor can it easily be denied that to every man and woman, while they live the natural life, there belongs a sidereal or starry spirit, which takes its original wholly from the elemental property. And according to the weaker or stronger capacity of the party, it hath the longer or shorter continuance after the body decease, or after the body's decease. The original Elizabethan English has been retained, so there's been no spelling modification.
Deceases.
And the thing is, no apostrophe after body, and it's spelled B-O-D-Y-E-S, but that's actually body apostrophe S, decease, right? So in any case, then Frater S wrote a really long footnote to that, which says, this paragraph on the so-called sidereal spirit sounds very reminiscent of what we today refers to as the etheric or astral impression of an individual. Sidereal also means of or relating to, thus relating to spirit could be interpreted as a spirit form relating to man, though not of man proper, as is the soul. Necromancy works, according to Agrippa, by either temporarily reanimating a corpse through infusing it with its still lingering soul, this is known as necromancy, or evoking the shade of the individual in question, referred to as sciomancy. In the first case, he speaks of how this is difficult to achieve due to it generally being limited to those who have died a violent death or left the world of the living with too much love and desire for life, still being within the heart of said person, thus having refused to move on and thereby remained on the physical plane of existence as a ghost. In other words, one form of necromancy makes use of the fact that there's already a specter of the deceased individual around for whatever reason, and thus this is used to the magus advantage. However, the way in which Agrippa speaks of the conjuring of the shade makes it sound as if this is not the actual summoning of the soul itself, but rather an external apparition only of the individual in question. This is something further supported later in the mid-19th century by Eliphas Levi in his theory on what actually takes place when a mage carries out an operation of this particular form of necromancy, the evocation of the astral corpse of the deceased individual left behind in the astral light, according to Levi's teachings. And here we apparently see that very same thing expressed in the term of sidereal spirit. Thus, necromancy consists of either the summoning of the actual soul of the deceased individual when this is still lingering around on the material plane, for either reanimation of the corpse or for spectral manifestation, so to speak, or simply an apparition of him or her brought about by means of the etheric impression left behind. On the other hand, it could also be a reference to what in today's occult teachings is referred to as an energy body, and the theory of how one or more of these are discarded here on the physical plane upon death and are thus left behind. But looking further into this goes beyond the scope of this mere footnote. As a final comment on this, there's a later paragraph in the same chapter that further supports the theory of what such a sidereal spirit is. And that's the point that then goes into how it's interesting how parapsychologists today, when they talk about what an apparition seems to be in terms of the phenomena, the apparitional phenomenon, it's interesting how this coincides exactly with what was explained like 400 years ago, 300, 400, 500 years ago. Like, this seems to be exactly what a quote-unquote ghost is, or the apparition of a deceased individual. And then scientists of the 20th and 21st centuries come up and say, you know, this is what it seems like apparitions actually are. Dude, this is not news. This has been around for quite some time. And it's just, you know, yeah, God forbid you point that out to them. You slap some old grimoire in their face and say, look, it's right here. It's just different terminology, but it's the exact same thing. But that's something that I thought was very, very fascinating, and one of the reasons why, like I said, I really like the idea of people involved in the occult sciences doing at least a certain amount of study of parapsychological literature, you know, to get it from that external perspective, so to speak. But now we got into
fucking awesome. No,
thing.
I love it. I mean, I actually, and a lot of my people, one of my weekly members of my classes was a ghost hunter for a while. I did an episode with him, David Soul, and fascinating to be able to actually be able to touch base with someone frequently while we're talking magic every week, to be able to, it's cool to be able to get the perspective of a ghost hunter, you know, someone who's sort of been through that. And you know what's amazing about ghost hunters is I don't have any real ghost experiences at all to speak of, right? Not per se.
Really?
Not outside of magical context. Not really. I mean,
okay, right.
I can maybe come up with a few, but I never really focused on the minor experiences I've had in the parapsychological milieu, because my experiences in the magical milieu were so profound and controllable and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, I can be in a black temple with just the same candles lit every time. I can see the difference between whether the operation results in a shift in the room, because it's the same lighting, the same room, there's no deviation. And sometimes there's a freaking huge thing above the triangle on the altar, and sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's like this swirling thing, and sometimes there's not. So it's like, there you go. What else do you want? Like, I can cause that through my work. So like walking around down in the haunted ghost town of whatever city I'm in, looking for a shutter on a window to flap erratically, like, you know, or see a face, like that never really stood out to me as a practical methodology, because when I was able to do what I was able to do, right?
You become your own haunted house, basically, because for all intents and purposes, you create that stuff yourself, right? You make it happen. But that's the thing, that's one thing I love about magic as well, is yeah, you don't have to go ghost hunting per se by going to haunted houses and so on, because you get to see things that people can scarcely imagine. And so what's so romantic about going into a haunted house and seeing stuff that doesn't even come close to other stuff you get to see in your own home when you do what you do, right? I mean, granted, there are some people who never work with evocation, right? And so they never get to have that experience. I personally find that a massive loss, but that's just my own personal opinion,
Yeah.
because evocation is, as you know, it's one of my favorite areas in ceremonial magic. And to me, it's like the trademark of Western ceremonial magic is that of evoking spirits, you know?
Yeah. And I consider myself honestly a beginner in that arena. And that's because, you know, within the path that I've chosen to follow, it's something that's done much later on. It's much,
Mhm.
evocation is done much later on than if you just pick up Ashen Chassan or someone else.
Pick
And
up
I have
a
no problem.
grimoire and you get started right away.
Yeah. Actually, that reminds me, the other circle I would love to have is the serpent with all the names from Keter down to Yesod, not down to Malkut. I finally read through them when I was with Jeremiah Bacchus, Frater Bacchus, at his place. I'm like, I'm going to read through these out loud to you because I'm curious and I've never done it before. And he's like, okay,
Yeah.
do it. And I'm like, Keter, you know, and I went through and I'm like, I knew what I was getting. There was a
It
couple I
only
thought,
goes to and
you know,
including
I
Yesod.
read them through in Hebrew on the serpent as it twirls around. And then at the end, I was like, holy shit. I always assumed based on the initial pattern, it went to the bottom. I never even double checked. I never double checked. I did them like, it goes down to Levana. It ends with Levana, with the moon in Yesod. Is that maybe because the occultist in because Mathers made that circle, right? He made that, I believe.
Right. I mean, the circle was
In the
already
Goetia.
there in the old manuscript versions of the Le Megaton Clavicula Salomonis, the Lesser Key of Solomon.
So he didn't invent it.
He didn't invent it, but the serpent design, Mathers claimed appeared in at least one of the different codices of this grimoire. However, people have started to doubt that, or scholars have started to doubt that because, well, there's no reason to, because why would he invent something like that? That seemed kind of preposterous. What do you need the serpent for? So he may have had an old copy that's just kind of been lost since then, that he had available that actually had that serpent design in it. But the other copies that are still in existence don't have the serpent design. They just have the names and they're written with Latin lettering. They're not written with Hebrew letters, but they are clearly the names as derived from, for example, Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, where you have the names in association with the 10 Sephirot, right? Except, well, in this case, the 9, right? But they were all just written with Latin lettering, but obviously Mathers thought, well, hey, these are all the Hebrew divine names and so on, so they should be written with Hebrew letters, and that's why he did that. And then he used that serpent design, but that serpent design is nowhere to be found today. And so I actually did a reproduction, a graphic reproduction of that.
I want that circle,
but without the serpent.
We used that at Temple
Isis
Isis Mighty Mother. At Temple Isis Mighty Mother, we had floorboards that were painted. We put them together, and they would join, and it was the full Mathers circle. That's what I was trained in Goetia on as a new adept at Isis Mighty Mother in LA. And then the triangle was set up obviously outside the circle, and we were given this a lot. We were taught mainly, they started us with evil persona workings and all these other things, and introducing all these other techniques that involved, you know, stuff that we were coming up with and that our secret chiefs were telling us, blah, blah, blah. And that was actually an amazing thing to actually get to be introduced to all this stuff. And then they're like, hey, and now it's up to you. Take it, pursue this if you want, right? Maybe if it's for you, right? You weren't, there was no, we had no, after 5, 6, everyone was equal. There was no other grades except administratively. Like administratively, I was 7-4, but like everyone was 5, 6. That's one of the things I liked about that order, is that they were like, everyone was equal at that point until, like, you know, the ego game started and caused the schism that, you know, happened. But that circle is very cool. And I would love when I actually have my own space again to have that circle on the ground. That would be very cool. Because and Nick Farrell says you don't even need the circle. I like that what Nick Farrell says in the Shaman Grimoire, that you can actually, if you don't have that circle, just vibrate those names down the hierarchy all the way to Levana, and that's as good. And whether it's as good or not is pointless. Well, no, not necessarily pointless, but what do I mean? No, I don't even know what the point is there, but that's one of the reasons I like to say to people, like, look, you need to have these things memorized. Like, you need to have that hierarchy. No, anyone who goes through any serious magical training has that memorized very early, like in 1 = 10 Zelator, if you're in the Golden Dawn, in Thelema, in the OTO, in the AA, that same hierarchy is memorized from 777 or whatever. Like, these things are important to memorize. And because if you have it memorized, you can visualize the circle being formed and project it out as you're visualizing those divine names. They're in gold, in Tiferet, there's rose light, the color scales and everything's happening. Why not?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're just a martial artist who dabbles in publishing.
No, but well, personally, I am not one of the big supporters of the idea of not using a physical circle when you do evocation, but that's just my personal approach because of my being a traditionalist, right? And I see the value of having an actual physical circle present because it's like a multi-layered thing, right? Instead of just visualizing it. But I will tell you something. Again, it sounds like I'm pitching the book. I'm really not. This is coincidental, although there is no such thing as coincidence, right? But that whole thing about that thing about just visualizing a circle and blah blah blah, it's a modern invention by lazy people because they don't want to bother creating an actual circle. Did you know that one of the oldest sources of visualizing a circle or having an imaginary circle is actually this grimoire?
Wow.
There is actually an entry in this grimoire.
Just hold it up and massage it, and just massage it slowly, slowly. No, so we can see it. Oh my God.
Oh no, this is becoming too much.
So
No, but let me try to find it real quick. It's just 1 second. Here we go. Chapter 1.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh,
Right.
Magicians with a T. Magicians with a T. Oh, sexy.
Like I said, that old spelling has been retained for like atmospheric purposes, right? That's why
if you're dropping 300 quid
that
on a book, you're gonna want authenticity. And by the way, for anyone listening, 300 pounds, if you don't know, is about 400 US, but 511 in Canadian at present time, which sucks because the US makes like $15 an hour, and here we make $10 an hour Canadian.
Oh, no.
So it's like even more. Yeah. So I gotta get you $511 if I want that book, and I've only got several months to do it. That's all right. I can do it. I'm a good magician. Oh man, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, whatever. Listen, I don't mean whatever. Listeners, help me out. Come on. My birthday. I don't.
Yeah.
You know what's actually cool about that book? Even if
a good birthday present here.
Yeah. No. Even here's actually something fucked up but true. Even if I got the fine edition of that book from you, I would still get the other edition because I think it's that pretty. I wish Skinner's books hardcovers looked like that, man.
Thank you very
really
much.
do.
I greatly appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Like I said, chapter 1 of Magical Circles and the Reason of Their Institution. So now then it says all this stuff, about magical circles, but
the real test of your books will be when Foolish Fish gets his hands on them. Foolish Fish, man. Are you going to send a hardcover to him?
I might.
Oh, you should definitely send him off. I mean, yeah, he'll review it.
No, I might. I have been thinking about. There are a couple of people I would like to send one of the standard hardcovers to. You know, in case
Honestly,
they would be
you know
interested
what?
in
You know
having a
what?
look.
You know what I might do? I might send him this full file as if because he's not a patron of mine, but I mean, who cares? I might send him this whole file because if he saw this whole recording, he might actually like it. So he might get one of those fine ones. He might want one. He might want one of those fine ones
Well,
because the
by
dude's
all
a
means.
collector, and I know I have a very good idea how much money that motherfucker makes.
Well, by all means, feel free to.
I know how
share it
I
with
do
him if
math
you
good.
want.
Not really, but I can't
do
believe
math
I
good.
did. Now, if he does watch it, he'll hear me call him motherfucker. That's so bad. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Foolish fish, I love you. Come on the podcast. He's been invited many times. Most of the
But he
people
still hasn't said yes.
Well, he doesn't need to. He's doing his own thing, and that's something I respect. I have no qualm. If someone's like, "Yo, I'm just like," I asked Yekida, and he was like, "It's not my thing." Podcast period, and like, fair enough. I don't hold that
He
against
hasn't
people.
appeared on anything.
No,
I mean,
he meant it. He meant it when he said he's not into them. And I asked him because I thought maybe the right person hadn't asked him, right?
Mhm.
Like, because I'm actually I'm about as sympathetic a colleague in the podcasting sphere as I think he would find. I mean, most
Mhm.
podcasts are not GD based, and he's a GD guy, and I am a GD guy, and there's not well half the compliments I get on this podcast are GD practitioners from across the full spectrum, including like Griffin members, saying thank you so much for doing a podcast that's based on GD. You talk about tons of shit, but your perspective is always sort of kind of GD because that's what you are. And I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. I don't know how else I could do it, but you're welcome. So I tried to get Yekida on, and I don't hold it. I don't take it personally if people don't want to fucking come on this podcast. It's insane. I do fake ads. Actually, we do have to do an ad for our sponsor. Shout out to our sponsor, 2-for-1 adrenochrome. Get your adrenochrome today at 2-for-1. Use code word Epstein. Thank you very much.
There you go.
I know. I'm a nutter.
That wasn't bad.
Do you know what adrenochrome is?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh shit.
That's why it's not that bad to me.
You're gonna Google it and have a mental breakdown. It's a real thing. Yeah, Google adrenochrome. Oh my god.
No, I don't think I want to.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
No, but so like I said, that's a part right there, that chapter 1 in the book, in that first part, is actually one of the oldest sources we know of that speaks of an imaginary circle, that actually says that when you don't have the opportunity to create a physical circle, you can create and consecrate an imaginary circle. So that whole thing about that whole idea that visualized circle being a modern one is totally blown out of the water. Oh, and another thing, people who talk about how the Golden Dawn tradition is the one that invented that of tracing certain geometric figures in the air and stuff like that. Oh, that's also totally blown out of the water in this grimoire, because there are different conjurations that actually indicate, how the old conjurations show either a cross pate or a simplified cross, just to indicate you're supposed to do the sign of the cross, whether towards something else or over yourself as you're doing the conjuration. Yeah, there are actually conjurations in the Grimoire of Scot's Discovery of Witchcraft that indicate you're supposed to trace a pentagram in the middle of that conjuration.
Wow.
So that would also be one of the oldest sources of actually tracing a pentagram in the air. It doesn't say how you're supposed to do it. And so the author also makes a comment on that, to people who follow certain traditions, you can choose to trace it in a certain pattern according to, what you feel like, but there are no indications on how you're supposed to trace it. But this is clearly an indication you're supposed to trace a pentagram in the air, just like you're supposed to strike the sign of the cross or do the sign of the cross in the middle of this conjuration. So in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti and so on. And if it's something you're invoking yourself, then you can do the sign of the cross over yourself, etc., etc. And then in this case, it's actually tracing a pentagram in the air.
this is so huge. I can't believe this information is dropping on this bonus content for my subscribers. I hope you all appreciate it, because that's huge. I mean, obviously, before I believe what you're saying about the origins of these GD teachings, I will run it by Nick and Aaron and some other experts in the GD tradition, so that I know for sure it's true, because these are bold claims coming from just you. But I'll have to run it by some actual GD experts,
Right.
and have them comment. So, but Aaron and Nick are both coming on the podcast. Actually, Nick will only do it pre-recorded, which is why it's been months, because for me to sit down and make a list of questions, go through that whole process with him. I understand why he doesn't want to talk live. Aaron wants to talk live and engage in real dialogue, but he can't do it. He's tried, but until he gets Starlink, it's just he keeps crashing. He's crashing all the time.
Right.
Out there on his farm, sitting there.
But it seems like Aaron is also used to doing it live. When he has done interviews in the past, it's also all been live, right? I mean,
did you hear his interview on Praxis Behind the Obscure with my buddy Ryan in Korea?
I don't remember if that was the one I listened to.
It's my favorite interview with Aaron he's ever done, actually. And he actually talks about his own, I know this doesn't interest you, but he talks about his own progress through the curriculum of the 5=6 grade and the Golden Dawn, and in which, we have to do various scryings of the pyramidal shapes of the Enochian system and Egyptian gods, which is, it's one of the things I haven't mastered yet, is the Enochian system. I haven't mastered evocation. I consider myself still doing that kind of 5/6 work. And I didn't know that about Aaron, but he really went into where he's at in his GD path versus his Solomonican. So it was an excellent episode. It's actually the thing that made me want to talk to him, because, otherwise he's written so many books. When someone writes a lot of books, it's one of the reasons I don't talk to a lot of authors. It's because, well, they've already said it in their books most of the time. And the last thing I want someone to do on my podcast is repeat stuff they've said, not only in publications, but on other podcasts over and over, the same shit. I don't want that. I want to do new stuff. And if we can't do new stuff, we'll just talk about Star Wars.
Well, today was very new stuff. I mean, you always talk
today
about
was
today we talked about Freemasonry and Bujinkan and Ninjutsu and Capoeira.
Oh yeah. Oh, today was the best birthday present you could have ever given me, buddy. Like, hey, can I show you something that will hopefully cause a nervous breakdown?
Absolutely.
So I decided, because as I slowly am building up the tools for more evocational work, I decided, because I'm working on travel sets of things. This is going to be my travel Enochian table, for example.
Right.
I'm going to outline the letters in red, because it's confusing whether the outlined the letters around the outside of the table should be, in one place it says red, in another place it says with the yellow gold oil consecrated ink. So if I put it with a gold border, because Elias Ashmole said he saw a gold background on the outer circle, on the outer ring. Gold background. So I'm doing that. Most people don't. Even the purists don't do it. It's very weird. And then if I outline the letters in red, then they're in red and gold. And I'm going to do it using the Tyson distribution in the center, because my buddy John and I are making a full wood table that's really gorgeous. Well, he's made the table. The table's done. It's gorgeous. We're going to just paint or engrave and then just get to work. But as I move in more into evocation, I want to make tools that I can travel with, because I'm not going to stay in Vancouver once my beautiful mother returns to her archangelic DMT form. I'm not going to stay here. I am going to go to the States. I'm applying to a University of Texas in Austin to do a PhD on JFC Fuller and his Enochian documents that are all there at the University of Austin.
I thought you were gonna move back here.
I have two options. Well, because you got to have, when you're a foreign national, you gotta create as many options as you can, right? Like I'm not going to get to decide. I don't get to decide what I end up doing, unfortunately. The other option is to go back to the UK, where I can work legally. Of course, if the States accepts me, they do the visas and they handle all that shit, and then I can go down to Austin, do my PhD, and do Martinism or whatever, and have a good time in Austin. Ideally, find a partner eventually that start a family. That's what I want, really. That's what I want. But if none of that works out, yeah, I'll go to the UK. there's a few people there, like Dr. Angela Voss, and some other professors who I feel I could work with, either to finish my Evelyn Underhill dissertation. And if I don't get to ever finish the Underhill dissertation, I will do a book on Evelyn Underhill, heresy and Hermeticism, because I absolutely love her. And I did most of the work already 15 years ago. So honestly, let's finish it. But wherever I end up won't ultimately be up to me. It'll be up to there's an element of fate and fortune in life, and that's the deal. But yeah, long term, settling down to a cottage in Northern Ireland or Scotland, where I can play I want to play music every night, and I want to study and research and write every day. It's a pretty simple life I have in mind, and it took me my entire life to develop the skill set to be able to do those two things professionally and do them well, and to learn them. To not then pursue that path would seem like a complete waste of my life. And so that's what I want, and but I'm open to the mystery of the universe. And so, speaking of travel sets of tools, well, obviously I have my triangle. But for evocation,
nice.
I'm gonna put the names on there, Michael and Premium and all that stuff. And nice. I think I felt like it's kind of heresy to make a evocational triangle on the back of the white triangle, but that's what I'm doing.
Very nice, very nice.
And I'm sure you have nothing. I'm sure you have literally zero comments to make on that.
No comments at all. Except
otherwise we wouldn't be avoiding the elephant in the room.
No. Now, if you want, when I send you an image of the Guetia circle that I made in Illustrator, I will send you an image of the triangle as well, the Triangle of Solomon. Well, it's typically referred to as the Triangle of Art today, or the Triangle of Manifestation.
I'm also putting gold on the edges.
Oh, nice, very nice. That's
you like
really
that?
Pimping it out. That's really pimping.
Oh, you like?
Yeah, that's actually
I'm
cool.
so glad you like that.
No, but I opted for the classical look of the triangle. So where the names are on the outside of the triangle, they're surrounding the triangle, and then you have the circle in the middle, and then you have Michael surrounding the circle.
Yeah,
so,
no,
I'll send you that too, if you like.
Yeah, I'd love that. Now it's interesting because I've been thinking about what Nick Farrell says in his book about the names and what the names mean, and I was actually thinking of putting on the inside rim Kadosh Kadosh Kadosh, because Adonai Elohim Tzavayot, Nick Farrell argues, are the equivalents of Premiumaton, Anaphaxiton, and
Tetragrammaton.
Right. Yeah. Now I didn't like the idea. I like the idea of just putting them all in Greek. I like the idea of putting them all in Greek. I also though like the idea of having instead of Tetragrammaton, you could do Yod He Vav He, of course, but I also like the idea of Adonai, which is Yod He Vav He, and then Adonai Elohim Tzavayot.
Close to what I did.
Oh, really?
Very close to what I did, with one exception.
Cool. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. We're
no, but see,
think alike.
Right. I'm not saying
Cheers.
I'm a great mind or anything like that. But cheers. No, but it's just it's interesting to see that you and I think a lot alike in those regards. We definitely do.
It's very strange that we get along so well.
Yeah, it's very strange. We don't have anything in common.
Nothing in common. Nothing in common at all. No.
See, that's also why I think it's too bad that in terms of I mean, I know, like you mentioned in one of your podcasts as well, in one of your interviews, where you said that you do find Masonry interesting, but Freemasonry is not like one of your passions per se.
I wish it was.
Right, but that's fair enough. I mean, we're all different that way. I mean, as you know, one of my greatest passions in life is the occult sciences. It's the esoteric sciences. And one of my other greatest passions in life is martial arts. and especially capoeira and historical ninjutsu, right? And then another one of my greatest passions in life, besides, of course, family, that is the number one, is Freemasonry. And I absolutely love it to death. And while it's understandable that that's not one of your passions, because your passions are what they are, right? But I do think it's too bad, though, that when you wanted to get involved in Freemasonry, you then had the experience that you did, because it could have been so much better. And it would have been so much more valuable to you, you know. I mean, but I mean, it's not to judge anyone or anything,
No.
and it's not saying, oh, people should practice Freemasonry like this and like that, and you can't do this, you can't do that. Like I said, we all do things differently across the constitutions, right? And even here in Scotland, like I said, different lodges do things differently. You know, it's just how it is. But still, it's just there's so much value to be had in it, and there's so much beauty to find in it. It's just too bad that when you finally decided to do that, you didn't get that out of it that you could have gotten out of it. But again, it's difficult to say, and that's how it is too when people seek out, when they're interested in getting involved in Freemasonry and they seek out a lodge. You can't just go by the closest lodge, the one in your neighborhood. I mean, it's
I
in
went
some
by the
places
one
you're
that my
lucky.
great grandfather was a member of.
Right, and so you had a good reason for choosing
Yeah.
that one. But sometimes people, they don't have that choice. They have to just choose the closest one, because the next one is really far away. Here in Scotland, we're lucky. Like we say, Freemasonry is just as Scottish as whiskey, haggis, and tartan. That's what we say here. We literally
Oh, I
say
miss
it.
haggis so much. I need to find, they have the Celtic butcher that's run by the mason that got me into masonry, Steve McVitie. I don't know if his butcher is still there, but he would sell haggis, and I got them for one of my birthday parties. My buddy John will remember. Everyone had eaten all of it before I told them what it was. They're like, "This is really good. This is really good. What is it? It looks odd." I'm like, "It's a
I'll
sheep
tell you when
stomach."
you're
I'm
done.
like, "It's a sheep stomach stuffed with meat and barley," and they're like, "That sounds like haggis." It's like, and they're like, someone actually spit it out on their cracker. They're like,
Oh,
I'm like, what are you doing? You've already eaten like 20 of them.
yeah, and if you like it, you like it, then who cares what it is? If someone tells you what you're eating is rat meat, who cares if you think it's delicious? You know, why does that matter?
Hey,
I mean, it's not a principle of it. Oh, it's a principle. I do not eat a sheep's stomach. I'm pretty sure that's not on people's lists. I mean, people could probably have something like, I will not eat human flesh. That might be a fair enough one to have on your list, right?
yeah, unless you're Reza Aslan.
Unless you're who?
The creative writing professor who pretended in the mainstream media for years to be a historian of religions and a scholar of religions, and all these people did debunking videos where it's like the dude teaches creative writing at like a community college, but he's lied to the mainstream media about being a scholar of religions and did all this like pro-Islam stuff or whatever. I don't actually know the details, but then he went to a native tribe and that were cannibals, and with them on camera ate human brains.
Wow.
And it wasn't so much that he got canceled right away, it's that people didn't want that. And now they call him a cannibal, which is
okay.
Technically kind of true, right? And the weird thing is his behavior changed erratically after he ate human brains. Yeah, Reza Aslan, weird character, very strange guy, and basically lied for years to mainstream media sources saying he was a scholar of religion. It's like, dude, you're not even as much a scholar of religion as I am, and I only have a master's, and you're here pretending like you have, like, there's actual scholars of religion out there. You think you're going to get by them by pretending to, like, it's so silly. People are so silly these days. What can we say? I mean, eating human brains because you think that you need to accept each culture for what it is taking things, I think, a bit too far. Like, you can acknowledge that a culture that has like zero contact with the outside world for the last 3,000 years is going to be a little different, right? A little different. They might eat each other. That doesn't mean you need to eat humans with them just to show that you're so woke. Like, it's literally theater of the absurd, isn't it, at that point? It's like, hey, you just don't understand. The Nazis were just following their own thing. They were doing their own thing. Like, you know, they hated Jews and disabled people and Freemasons and OTO and basically everyone who wasn't them. And, you know, phrenology, nonsense. Yeah, you know, you can judge cultures on some kind of objective grounds. That's the loss of that is definitely the sign of the degradation of the society, of the end of empire. We see this at the end of every empire, the degradation of morals and morality. You know, nothing means anything, so do what you want. I mean, yeah. Do you have any thoughts on life itself, life, the universe, and everything?
Oh, wow. That's a very profound thing to suddenly jump into. Any thoughts on life and the universe?
Just in case any of our listeners forgot that I am actually a serious guy beneath the podcast persona. When you're podcasting, you have to actually entertain, right? It's why I let my mentally ill side, to quote a listener, my mentally ill side out to play, you know.
Well, you do need to entertain when you do a podcast. Of course you do.
Yeah, and the best way to do that is to just delete a few of your inhibitions, shall we say? Whether it's, you know, over coffee or yeah, like come on, we know what, you know, it's got to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Easiest way to do that is just to delete some inhibitions and be not afraid to be a slightly moronic, which I think so clearly it works. It's clearly working. Otherwise, my listeners wouldn't be skyrocketing. I think yesterday I didn't post an episode yesterday, and I got 4 times as many daily listens as I've ever gotten before.
Huh.
Like a year ago, if I posted 20 to 25 podcasts in a month, I would get 5,000 downloads or more.
Wow.
In the last 6 months, well, like a couple months ago, I tested out where things were at, and I only did 2 posts. Still over 5,000. So a year ago, it took me 25 podcasts in a month to get 5,000 downloads. Last month and the last couple of months, I get the same amount of downloads with 1 or 2 posts. So now I'm gonna post a bit more and see. I want to hit that 10K mark, because that's where a bunch of options actually open up. And you know, if people like this enough, if they value it enough that it would free up a lot of my time, then I can take things to other levels, and I can use it as a resource to sponsor. I can do a lot of things if it gets bigger. It will allow me to give back to the community in remarkable ways that I'm not able to now. So there's a humanitarian end game that is possible to this whole thing, which started as a lockdown COVID stay sane project. How to stay sane.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Having to stay sane throughout lockdown and all of the issues with that, social distancing, like in the most extreme sense, not being able to spend time with your family, your friends and whatnot. Right.
Yeah. Well, when this shit hit in California, the first many months, like I didn't have food.
Right. I remember you told me about
where I had a
tough
tin
it
of
was
green
at
beans,
first for you.
where I had like 2 tins of green beans, and I'm like, how am I going to eat these 2 tins of green beans over the next 4 days? Like those were that I had to deal with that all the time in the beginning of COVID, because things were shut down. Even the place I was working tried to evict me and everyone else, just throw us on the street. And it was Governor Newsom, whose aide called the landlord and was like, you cannot do that, or we will charge you criminally. And so then they pretended they didn't get the call, and were like, we're just going to let you stay because we are compassionate. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure the governor's fucking aide called you personally and threatened you with jail. And she's like, I know that because they called me back right after and said, you're good. Still didn't mean I have food. So I was like, fuck it, I'll start a podcast every day just to stay sane. And I podcasted every day. I mean, what else was I going to do? Like, we were literally in the beginning weren't allowed to do anything or go anywhere or whatever. I mean, you know, and people were running around just assaulting people. I got assaulted fucking 4 times in the first month of COVID.
But for what?
Because I wouldn't raise my fist in the air. and say Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
So I had a roommate who was already mentally unstable. And one of the reasons I was at the retreat center was to help work with people who were there for care, like didn't have, you know, people who were down and out and came there to do work and not be on the street. So, but some of those people were in close proximity to me. So when COVID happened, the separation between staff and people who were being cared for by staff broke down.
Right.
And, you know, this one tall Nordic white guy who was like 6 feet tall named Thor, he got super into the BLM thing, and he would just go around the property threatening people if they didn't like say Black Lives Matter and put their fist in there. And I was like, stay away from me, man, this is COVID. And he would just grab me and put me up against the wall and start spitting in my face and say Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. It was just it was mental illness. It wasn't anything to do with anything. It's just people lost their shit in COVID, and there still are, many people still have, right? You know, and I just had to deal with it because, you know, it wasn't until September 21st of 2020 that the Canadian government told me I had a chance of crossing the border back to Canada. They said our laws change on September 21st. If you cross the border and fly in on that day, then technically the laws up till now don't count, and the laws after don't count. They should let you through if you're lucky, without putting you in a COVID jail. And they tried to put me in a COVID jail. Oh boy, did they try at the border. They went through my stuff with the fine-tune comb. And of course, what did they find? Tarot cards, wands, regalia. And these poor cops are like looking through stuff. One of them at one point is holding up like crystals. One of my, fortunately, like, you know, I had my Golden Dawn magical tools. And I'm like, can you please not touch them? Like, these have been consecrated since I consecrated them as a new 5/6 in 2020. In 2000. And they've never been touched. They're still consecrated. I can still feel the charge. And I'm like, please don't touch them. Like, they're just like, who are you? I'm like, I know I've been living in the Emerald Triangle, but I'm not a drug dealer. And they're looking at all my stuff like this, you know, they're pulling this out and they're like, no shit, you're not a fucking drug dealer. I'm like, yeah, there's no drugs or anything crazy in any of my stuff. One of the guys, cops, was like, do you think we could have a drink sometime and just talk? But yeah, man, they tried to put me on that COVID bus to a COVID jail, but I'm like, I'm staying with Chris Bennett up in the wilds. I have a cottage. I'm isolated. I have the car here. I filled out the forms in advance. They still tried to railroad me into those COVID jails, and which they charge you thousands of dollars for. They don't feed you. They don't give you celiac safe food, and many people have been raped in them. It's just a fucking nightmare what we were put through by our government. Just criminal to beyond all. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, man. Like, well, no, don't feel, I mean, yeah, I feel sorry for the people who got, you know, robbed and raped in those jails and then charged $2,000 to $5,000 for the privilege. Like, it's crazy, man. That's why I wanted to sort of say before we go, do you have any thoughts on the life, the universe and everything? Because, you know, you're a wise guy. Wise guy. You're a wise guy. You're a wise guy. You're a wise man, man. You've been through it. You got, you know, some, you know, we got to wrap this up sometime, unless you want to
Right,
another one.
of course. Well, if I had to have some thoughts on life, I mean, that would be completely unrelated to what the situation is currently like, because my thoughts on life remain unchanged. And
Beautiful.
that is, in my opinion, you know, the grand question, what's the purpose of life? In my humble opinion, it's living it to the fullest and to the best of your ability, without it being at the expense of others. You know, without it being to the detriment of other people living their lives to the best of their ability and to the fullest extent. That I know that sounds really gray area, like, okay, I thought it would be more specific, but I'm like, my opinion is that's what it is. It is that simple, and it is that unspecific. In one way, it is very specific, but in another, it is a very gray area, because I honestly believe that that's the whole point of it. And following dreams, having dreams in life, and actually trying to fulfill them. because that's another thing. That's a discussion I've had with a lot of friends of mine, because I have had the honor and privilege being able to fulfill several dreams of mine, like lifelong dreams of mine. One was moving to Japan. I fought for it for years, and I got to realize that dream, and I lived there for 11 years. And I
11?
I lived there for almost 11 years.
What the shit?
Almost 11 years.
Dude, how old are you? You still look like the 20-year-old I met.
I am
in
not.
2002. We met 2002, right? When you were tossing me around on the grass like a piñata. Fucking A.
2002. So I would have been, if it was before my birthday, I would have been 21 at the time.
Jeez.
Because I was born in 1980. So I am 41
When we
years
first
of age.
met, you were the apprentice and I was the master. But now you are the master. And oh man, no, you do. You've kept your youthful vigor in a beautiful way. I'm sure it has to do with all the, backflips and push-ups.
Well,
living in Japan.
I've done what I can to,
Living.
like
I mean,
said,
my dream, obviously, when I was 18, starting in ninjutsu, was obviously to get to do that same sort of thing that you and Ash and Shasan, Brian, got to do. But I didn't. So, I'm going to continue to live vicariously through both of you until I die.
But see, you can still get back into it.
I'm still going to get, I'm going to get my showdown. I'm going to get my showdown. I may even just actually, maybe I'll get accepted to this one college that friends of mine are professors at in Boulder, Colorado. Then I can get my showdown from Ashy Chassis at his dojo.
Oh, nice.
How hardcore would it be?
That would be
train
very
with
cool.
him,
and then go with him to Japan and get your Godan.
Oh well, you see, I don't know if I can get. That's I'm turning 41 on Monday, man. I don't know if I'm ever going to get a fifth dan. Like, to just have the showdown.
You can still do that. Don't sell yourself short.
All right. Okay.
Just keep dreaming and keep working on fulfilling those dreams. I mean, right now my dreams, martial arts wise, are very simple though. I just want capoeira to get back to the normal state of things, because for a long time it hasn't been possible for us to have rodas, right? Rodas literally translated means circles. Right, circles or wheels, but it means both. But in the capoeira sense, it means a circle, and it's that circle of people standing there, clapping their hands, singing capoeira songs, along with the bateria, the band standing there playing the berimbau and the pandeiro and the atabaque, and then singing the songs, and then two people, fighting in the middle. And those rodas we haven't been able to have for a long time because of COVID, because of restrictions. So martial arts were some of the last sports that were allowed to get back into things because of the close contact, right? The amount of close contact. So I have done pretty much no capoeira besides, just training on my own.
In 2 years.
Whatever space I have for 2 years. So I have not been to a single roda. I am as rusty as they come, and I just want to get back into it, just wanting to get back into the roda and get some bruises and have some laughs with the fellow capoeiristas. And it's just been a good while since I've been able to do that. So that's good enough for me right now. I don't have any massive ambitions of becoming a master in capoeira one day. One day, 30 years from now, maybe that'll happen. But I'm just happy enough getting back into the roda and doing stuff and keep training and keep improving myself.
Your joints are okay? You can still do all the stuff?
Oh yeah. My joints are fine. I'll still do backflips and stuff like that. And even though I busted my knee that time, I mean, it's okay now after the surgery I had. It's not 100%. It's about 90% or so. So if I sit in a certain position for too long, it gets kind of sore and stiff. But other than that, it's fine. I can still kick. I can still jump. I can still flip. Wow. I can still spin around and do what I need. So
awesome.
I'm good.
I may not
put on a little bit of weight over lockdown.
Oh yes,
because of a lot less moving around.
You're plump as pie.
So,
Not really.
Hey man, look at my cheeks.
For those
and,
listening,
and the waist.
he's
Oh man. No,
yeah,
it's
no.
just I need to shred those kilos again now that the gyms are opening back up and we're starting to be able to go back to the gym and train.
Since
Or go
COVID, I've
back to the
gone
hard house.
from 190 to 280, 290 about.
That's
You know,
I
here's
don't want to
I
say
don't
anything because I don't
care.
want to
Oh,
sound
you don't.
rude, but
Oh, dude, that's
wow.
crazy, right? Oh yeah, well,
That's a lot more than I thought you were
oh
gonna
yeah,
say.
no. But it's I'm I know my body pretty well. I'm not, I don't feel bad about it at all, actually, because during the first almost year of COVID, I often didn't even have food. And so
Right.
once I got to Vancouver, that thankfully has not been a problem. And I just said to myself, yeah, go for it. Just like, because I eat very specific food anyway. I eat very healthy. We eat a lot of salmon, and I cook a lot. And so I've just been enjoying getting, good access to good food and, and all of that. And have I been exercising? No, of course not.
And you're reaching
there's
that age, you got to take really good
there's
care of
not even
yourself.
room there's literally not enough room in our place to do sun salutations. Literally. And I've done those in tight spots. This is too tight. There's not even room for that. I can do sit-ups and push-ups, but again, I have joint pain, so it's better for me to bike. Like, here's what I'll do once the spring gets going. I just can pay for monthly bike rentals for $20 a month, and then every day I get on the bike and I zoom around the seawall. That's 10 kilometers.
Well, that's good.
And I've done that. That's how I did it throughout my 30s. I gained and lost over 100 pounds 3 times. Because of why did I gain the weight? Because of celiac disease and eating gluten for these stomach biopsies and tests. Anyway, I got that shit under control. I'm not worried. But yeah, no, you've done very well is the point of all this. You've done very well and stayed very much better off fit than me. But it's COVID. Now a couple weeks ago I said, okay, enough's enough, and I've started to change my behaviors and diets and stuff like that. Like and
yeah,
anyway.
well, you and I have to be careful now because of the age we're
The
at.
age.
That's when it's especially important to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, when you're younger, you can sort of get away with living an unhealthy life and being overweight and whatnot. But the older you get, the worse it gets. And that's the irony, though, because the older you get, the more liable you are to gain weight and stuff like that and exercise less. But that's the older you get, the more you should focus on exercising and eating right and all this stuff, because you become more and more prone to heart conditions and blood clots and all this other stuff. And so it's just
Absolutely. Yeah,
we're at
absolutely.
that age now. We have to be careful. I mean, look at us even just nowadays. The kind of stuff we could do in our 20s where we could experiment with some crazy stuff. I mean, I remember crazy moves and stuff I tried back then, and I would land on my head and whatnot. You're like, oh God, oh man, what? Okay, let's try again. And then nowadays you do just one slight movement wrong and you sprain something and you're bedridden for like 2 weeks, and you're like, come on, man. Why can't I get away with this stuff anymore? But that's just how your body is nowadays when you reach that age.
And I had a very different experience because of the undiagnosed celiac disease. I had joint pain my whole life up until I was 31 when I cut out gluten. So that whole period, I was on codeine so that I didn't feel pain, because no one knew what was wrong with me. The doctors were like, nothing's wrong with you. You're just in pain. Who cares? Like, they didn't know. They didn't.
It's all in
Yeah. And so, from age 11, 12 to age 30, I was on like codeine all the time for pain because the doctors didn't know what was wrong. I would be like, I would say to the doctor, how after you eat a salad or some meat or anything, how after you eat, you're in massive excruciating pain for like 3-4 hours and can't move? And they'd be like, no, we don't know. I'm like, wait, isn't that what everyone experiences? And they're like, no, something's wrong with you, but we don't know what. Do you have any medical history in your family that we should be aware of? I'm like, no. And then I found out, like, yeah. And then, we did some tests, and I did more tests in Berlin, did more tests in France, and I did more tests in Thailand. And I finally figured out that I really did have actually fucking sprue disease, which is celiac. And that when I cut out the gluten, the joint pain went away. In 2011, I dropped down from, do you do stone or do you do pounds or what do you do? Kilos?
Well, in Scotland they do stone as well, but
Yeah.
me
So I was
being Danish,
20,
I'm still, when it comes
I
to
was 27
I'm
stone.
kilos. I have no idea what that is. I'm
Stone?
still
You don't
so
know stone?
unfamiliar with stone.
I was about 425 pounds in 2010.
Okay.
And by 2012, I weighed 130 pounds
What, 400 and how much did
and
you say?
25 pounds.
420. Holy
Yeah.
crap, that's like 200 kilos.
And then 2 years later, I weighed 130 pounds. What did I do different? Nothing except for cut out gluten and dairy.
Wow.
And just, I felt like I was melting. I just like shrunk down and I felt amazing.
Wow. So did you keep up with that? Just cutting out gluten and
Over the next
dairy?
10 years, it's a whole journey. We'll talk about it some other time. It's not that interesting. But, you know, doctors wanted me to eat gluten again so they could put me through tests. And every time I did, I would gain like 100 pounds in like 3-4 months. It was fucking stupid.
Wow.
Yeah, like this is stuff, people don't get it. People don't know about this stuff. And we're trying, people like me are trying to raise awareness because there's all these fat motherfuckers like me walking around who actually have celiac disease. Just think of the stats. Here's the stat that explains everything. I know you're not good at math, but this is simple. 1% of the human population has celiac disease. 99% of people with celiac disease don't know they have celiac disease.
Huh.
What else do you need to know? Like, these are people, there's this, what that means is millions and millions of people who are suffering and have no idea why.
Mm-hmm.
That's the situation. And here, I've been to the hospital in surgery many times, or talked to surgeons many times, and talked to doctors many times because it's free. Well, in some ways it is. I mean, sort of. We've talked about that already. But they'll tell you to your face, celiac disease isn't real. It doesn't exist. What are you talking about? And it's so like, how is that 1% of the population ever going to have any kind of happy life?
Right.
At all? You know, so for me, I'm actually healthier now than I've ever been in my life. Like now I don't have joint pain. Like now I'm more able to get in shape and quickly now when I want to without any of those hassles. I watch my diet.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so that's why I have no insecurity about the fact that I can recover from this. You know, it's like, yeah, I've done this so many times. You don't even know. You don't even know. I'm not worried. It's cool. You gain a couple 100 pounds, lose it, no problem. But yeah, not everyone knows what I know, so I try to talk about it actually as much as I can, in case once in a while the right person might hear it, and I might save their fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was 30, 4 doctors told me I'd be dead by 35. And that scared me because when I was born, my chart, an astrologer said he's not going to live long. I had the head of the AMWORK in Vancouver did my tea leaves. She said, it says you're going to be dead around 35. I went to a different psychic. She said, I don't see you living long. I think 30s, 40, you'll be dead. And then when the doctor, when I turned 30, when I turned 30 said, you have maybe 5 years best, and we don't know why. You can imagine how all that piled up, and it was like, holy shit, this is true. So from 30 to 35, I was like, I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do about it. Everyone says so. Doctors, psychics, lawyers. Not lawyers, but lawyers. You know. And so now I'm turning 41, and you know, I actually feel great.
Yeah, that's good.
It's the end of the world, and I feel fine.
Around.
It took it literally took, dude, it literally took the most insane story and life I could have ever imagined, never have imagined living, to find the answers to these things.
Mm-hmm.
But once they were discovered, that I'm a happy guy. There's nothing like understanding yourself, right? There's nothing like that. If you don't understand what's going on, that's hell. It's fucking hell.
Which is why that thing that, you know how it goes, know thyself. Why that is so much more profound, yet also so much more direct than people actually realize. Because, oh yeah, that's one of those really profound philosophical things. But it's a very, very direct and very, very true thing too. And you hear about it in so many different things because it is such a tremendously valuable thing to know yourself and to know yourself fully and properly. And it's only by knowing yourself properly and by staying true to that knowledge of yourself that you will know exactly how to live your life as best you can, and to do so truthfully, honestly, and honorably, which is why it's such an important thing as well. In Freemasonry, we use the same thing about knowing yourself.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can always try and pull a fast one on everybody else. But if you're being truthful to yourself, you can't do it to yourself, because you know when you're lying to yourself and lying to everybody else. When you're not being honest, you're not being truthful. And when you, yeah, no, I'm a good person. Really? Are you really? Yeah, no, I give money to charity. So I help other people out. Really? How many of those people sitting on the street that really needed just a pound or two did you ignore? Just so you can give like a check to some charity because that looks better.
Yeah.
You know, that being
Know
honest with
thyself.
yourself. No? Mm-hmm.
Gnothi Suton. That would be a great place to end, wouldn't it? Shall we?
I guess it would.
I mean,
I guess it would.
Unless you want to pour another dram.
Oh no, thank you. I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
I'm good too. It's
I still
like
have another day tomorrow.
It's 5 minutes to 3. I've been up since 7 to do this with you.
It's
I should probably
5
have
minutes
breakfast.
to 11.
I should probably have breakfast.
I should probably have dinner.
Thank you, man. This has been such an awesome treat. I hope everyone appreciates it as much as I did. And
all mine, and I really appreciate you asking me to do this. And I really hope people enjoyed it. I know we got to talk about all kinds of stuff. You will definitely have people who are like, "Come on, man, when are they going to get to the good part about this and that?" But still, I really hope there's some.
I think we got to the good part of everything.
I think we did. I really think we did.
I mean, I don't think there's anything else we have in common we could have talked about. So let's leave it there.
Right.
I mean, this is if there's any episode that's going to get maybe entice people to go exclusive membership to hear the unpublic content, like if anything's going to get someone like folks like Farrell or Leach to listen to the unpublished hour, this will be the episode, because they're gonna be like, wait a second, no, oh shit, pay $5. And then they'll hear it and they'll be like, you talked about celiac disease? Come on. That's like, yes we did.
It's an important thing to talk about.
Literally, like, learning that saved my life. I felt like I was dying. I couldn't move. I was fucked. Like, if I hadn't done my own research and started listening to my own body, now if I'm eating something, or if I'm thinking about eating something and my body doesn't feel good when I think about it, I don't do it. Guess what? Makes all the difference. Yeah.
Definitely.
My brother, what a pleasure.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you so much.
Honbo. Jumon o tonaeru kairu ni soshite narimashita.
Yoku dekita na.
Yatta. Watashi wa sushi o tabeta. Actually, I might get sushi. I might get sushi.
でもめっちゃ久しぶりやで。
なんね。バカ野郎。
バカ野郎。Was that serious?
バカ野郎。バカ野郎。バカ野郎。お前なつやて出すく。Oh yeah. All right, man. This has been awesome. You have a wonderful evening in Scotland. My thanks to your wife and child for putting up with letting you have this time with me and everyone. It's been a slice.
Well, like I said, thank you so much for having me. I greatly enjoyed myself. And
Dude,
you have yourself a great day in Canada, and hopefully things are gonna keep moving in the right direction, COVID wise and whatnot. Yeah. And I hope to speak to you again soon.
Yeah, man. Time to go make dinner, actually, I guess. Early dinner for
Right.
the fam, and
Right.
watched
Very late
Empire.
dinner here.
Yeah. All right, amigo. Much
You
love.
take care, okay?
Much love. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Cubs Unpacked.